happy Good Friday to those of you who celebrate. We appreciate you spending your afternoon with us. In today's featured race, we'll see the lightly raced Microphone, who's had 2 good races in Florida, make his first start here in New York. Coming up this weekend, though, trainer Chad Brown with a very strong hand in the featured Plenty of Grace on Saturday. Multiple graded stakes winner. Technical analysis kicks off her 2022. We also have live racing for you today from Hot Springs, Arkansas at Oaklawn Park. And the featured Top Gunner has been in the money in his last 3 starts and looks to break through today as the morning line favorite for trainer John Ortiz. But this weekend at Oaklawn, the champ is back. Champion sprinter Jackie's Warrior gets ready to make his 2022 debut in tomorrow's Count Fleet. All that and more coming up on this Friday edition of America's Day at the Races, brought to you as always by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Thank you so much for joining us. We're glad to have you along with us on what's another beautiful day here in South Ozone Park. You love to see that sun shining, the turf courses looking spectacular and in play for some terrific racing today. I'm your host, Acacia Courtney Clement, pleased to be joined by New York Racing Association handicapper and analyst Andy Serling. And Andy, we talked a lot about the stuff coming up this weekend, and we continue on with strong racing today. And as you said, it's a tricky card to handicap.
Well, it is. You know, when you go through today's card, it seems like there's a lot of horses in today's card that are either those sort of for maidens with a lot of chances that may be favored, and horses that have a lot of chances well and just one win. It'll be interesting to think it'll play out, and it's an interesting weekend of racing also. Talking about the weather, I know that we had some rain move through. I was talking to Brian, our track super for the turf courses. He said that we got just enough rain they didn't have to water the courses, so no effect whatsoever. Yeah,
you take a look at that beautiful shot. Yes, I'm sure you hit the same rain I did walking through New York City. It had been a while since I'd taken the subway to the city, and what a welcome back it was in that weather. But good to see turf courses in fine form today, and the turf will be the site of our feature today, Andy, in the 8th race on the inner turf. Taking a look at this field, 7 to 5 on the morning line for Microphone, the Irish bred who won first time out at Tampa.
Yeah, it's hard to have a really strong feeling. I remember this race. I think we showed this race, and this horse just absolutely galloped in here and got a 83 buyer, especially at Tampa. First time stars, you'll see some lower figs. And then ran into a horse and just ran off the screen with a huge effort down at Gulfstream. He's talented. He's also the controlling speed, but this is not an easy field.
Midday Image, we faced last time, is a very, very fast horse and likes to set the pace, and certainly did just that. He's coming off of a 90 buyer speed figure at Gulfstream last time out. Microphone is, if you are a hunch bet player, Easter is your hunch bet for the weekend as well. A pretty competitive field and a fun one in the feature today.
Yeah, no, I actually like Easter in that race, though. It is an interesting name for the weekend.
Well, we'll take a look at what's on tap today. Today's races, as always, presented by Claiborne Farm. We have 1 through 9 here from the Big A. We're fast and firm. That late pick 5 kicks off in the 5th. We also have races 1 through 9 for you from Oaklawn Park, dealing with the fast main track there in Hot Springs, Arkansas. You can earn a $200 sign-up bonus today when you join Naira Bets. Play all of the action on our program and more while earning up to a $200 deposit match bonus. It's easy. New members just sign up with promo code STAKES200. Make your first deposit and earn up to a $200 deposit match. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime, and join now at NairaBets.com to earn that $200 deposit match. We'll take a look at the field for the opener, going a mile on the main track here at the Big A. A maiden special weight for fillies and mares, 3-year-olds and upward. 1 to 2 currently on Lakota Spirit, Andy, who comes off of 2 second-place finishes.
Yeah, she's overbet in this race. You've got Chad Brown, who's already lost at 2 to 5 last time out. One of the feelings for her, and she'll probably drift up in odds, is she could be the controlling speed, and yesterday's main track was unbelievably tilted towards speed. But we did have that rain. Maybe the track's a little different.
Well, meanwhile, trainer Shug McGay, he is represented by 2 runners here in this opener with Aunt Naughty and First to Act. He's at a strong duo for the first race and looks to find himself in the winner's circle. Once again, we'll talk more about the Shug duo and the rest of the field after this on America's Day at the Races.
Whether it's Division I or Grade 1, top athletes have certain traits in common. Speed, strength, class, versatility, and most of all, willpower. Claiborne Farm Stallion, War of Will, was a Grade 1 winner on both dirt and turf. Now, his first foals are taking the field.
Son of Warfront, the sons have done well. War Command, the Factor, Declaration of War. There have been a number of sons now that seem to be getting it done. He himself was, again, versatile like Catholic boy. I mean, he won the Preakness.
But nothing stood in his way. War of Will won the Preakness.
He came back at 4 and won a Grade 1 on the turf, going a mile. You know, he's got a big page that's from one of the good Niarchos families.
Look, he was a Grade 1 stakes horse at 2. He was a classic winner on dirt at 3. He won a Grade 1 on turf at 4. He offers that versatility. He looks a lot like Warfront with a little more stretch and a little more leg. And I know a lot of the knocks against the Warfronts are that sometimes a little small, a little racy. If he throws Warfront's ability and talent with his kind of physique, I think we'll be in really good shape.
You're watching America's Day at the Races, as always brought to you in part by Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual unusually well. We've seen success from those Claiborne stallions all over the world, and taking a look at the Claiborne sired runners that we'll see today at the Big A. 3 of them, 2 right here in the opener. Flatter, Blame, and Warfront well represented on this Friday afternoon. As always, you see that legacy continue on from Claiborne Farm, and there is a look at the number 3 Col D by Claiborne Farm Flatter as we get ready for this opener here at the Big A. Again, we're going a mile on the main track in this maiden special weight. Lakota Spirit, currently the short-priced favorite. Do you feel like she could be a little bit vulnerable in this spot, Andy?
Well, I mean, she's always be vulnerable. It's not like she's run that quickly, and you have a second-time starter in First to Act who ran into another Chad Brown Tiger Equal Pay, a horse that people may remember is one that was going to win on Belmont Stakes weekend that sort of tripped on herself. So, I mean, that horse could improve, and you're talking about a horse that's now run second twice at short prices, particularly 2 to 5 this last race down at Gulfstream. Having said that, she looks like the inside speed, and I don't know if we have a different track than yesterday. If it's yesterday's track, an inside speed is going to be tough to run down, but she should not be 2 to 5 or 1 to 2 in here.
She was beaten by a 45-1 shot. Academic honor for Ken McPeak. To be fair, that was a second-time starter who was way too big a price that day, as she was one who really appreciated the conditions. Third-place finisher Missy Greer came back with a 78 buyer speed figure. For more on these fillies, though, we welcome in the third member of our team, Richard Magliori, down in the paddock getting a good look. Richie, what are you seeing in this opener?
Well, it's absolutely gorgeous out today. What a sun-drenched day this is. Beautiful here, a little light breeze, and just a really good-looking group of fillies here. The two Lakota Spirit, if the track's playing anything like it was yesterday, where it leaned heavily towards inside speed, she's going to be very tough to beat. But from a physical perspective, let's talk about the 4-horse, one from the Shug McGahee barn out of that mare Altice. Boy, she is just a big, solid filly. You want to talk about a lot of substance to her, just thick all the way through, big, strong, strapping filly. Completely opposite with the 5 first to act from the Shug McGahee barn as well, who ran very well on debut, was a well-beaten second, adds blinkers, a little bit finer, a little bit daintier. They all come in different shapes and sizes, but they both are very well turned out here in the paddock. And the 6-horse Jabberwock, she would get the paddock check mark for me. Big, strong filly, loppy ears. I think she's going to really appreciate stretching out to a mile. Everything about her physically says 6 furlongs was too short for her. A mile should really suit her. And another one that is incredibly well turned out for trainer Jorge Abreu.
Richie, thank you. Looking forward to seeing what these horses could offer here in the opener. Taking a look at the number 6, Jabberwock, who does stretch out in distance for Jorge Abreu. She is the half-sister to Shoddy, who Jorge also trains. And this one, a little bit of a run on debut. She actually broke well. How do you think that she'll handle the stretch out in distance?
I guess that's really the question a little bit. And she is a horse that may be better going long. She did take a little bit of money last time in a somewhat competitive field, probably a good sign, so I could see taking a chance with her. I do think it's a positive they're not going right to the turf with this horse. It means they must think this horse is really showing them something in the morning on the dirt. So with a turf pedigree, I could see where this horse take a shot with.
She's a big price right now, too, at 13-1 as we get ready to kick off today's early pick 5. We will start off the post parade, however, with the plain part of the entry that stays in St. Martin Girl.
Yeah, this is the one that stays in. This horse is going to have to improve. She's had 3 chances, just doesn't look fast enough.
Here is the 2, Lakota Spirit, the favorite.
I picked her, but I'm not proud of it that she's 3-5. I think she could be vulnerable in here. She's a likely inside speed.
Has been second in both of her starts down at Gulfstream so far. Here is the 3, Cole D.
She's run twice going long, and she's run the same figures, and they're just considerably lower than her competition here.
The half-sister multiple graded stakes winner clearly now. Here's the 4, Aunt, however you say it, Naughty.
I love clearly now. Aunt Naughty got a big figure going 2 turns last time at Gulfstream. Looking at the field, I wonder if that figure could be a little on the high side.
I agree with you. Here's the 5, First to Act, also gets blinkers on.
I think her dam ran third in the test. She actually won the Azalea down in Calder, and she ran behind a buzzsaw last time. She's the biggest threat, in my opinion, the favorite.
And here is the 6, Jabberwock.
We'll see. She got bet a little last time. She may stretch out. She's an interesting wild card the more you think about it. We'll see.
Well, you can follow along and get all of the stats on the horses, trainers, and jockeys in today's races with free Equibase past performances. Visit NYRA.com/TV schedule to download your free past performances on all of the races on today's show. 3-5 right now on the favorite. Early pick 5 kicking off here as well. And Chad Brown, meanwhile, has Lakota Spirit here in the opener, and that is just the start to a big day for him. 4 runners on the card today, and plenty of runners tomorrow, including Technical Analysis, who is a short price in the Plenty of Grace.
Yeah, I think the horse in a lot of ways he's probably the most interested and excited about seeing. Obviously, Technical Analysis coming back after her big year last year. It's Expand the Map. I mean, Chad has a bevy of good 3-year-old now turf horses for Harvard Stables. Expand the Map is considered the best of them. And she's just a maiden. She ran second to Pietz Bianco, came back and obviously won the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies turf race. There's an argument Expand the Map ran the best race that day. She probably moved too soon. I don't think IRAD gave a bad ride. It was a ride that in retrospect turned out not to work. She was entered in the P.G. Johnson against winners. That's how much they thought of her, and that race was rained off the turf. She's been rained off at least once since then as well. And I know he's very excited to expand the map back. She's going to be a super short price today, but she could be a horse that we're seeing in our big stake races. And we have so many big stake races for 3-year-old fillies in the turf.
That was a very salty maiden field back
Yeah.
at Saratoga. Meanwhile, Chad, with Peter Brandt here in the opener, Lakota Spirit, filly by Curlin. The dam's actually the sister to Rushing Fall, too, turf champion. So there's plenty of good pedigree, top and bottom. She did face a muddy track last time. Again, pace-wise could be the key for her with Manny Franco, who's continued to ride well for Chad.
I thought that Manny gave an exceptional ride in the feature yesterday to win with Flopshot. I know the horse was part of a 3 to 5 entry, but he has been a horse that's got a lot of hang in him. Yeah, he hung a little bit yesterday, frankly.
He wanted to.
Yeah, he did for a while. Eventually, he had to get by. But I thought Manny did an exceptional job from a far outside post, getting that good position into the backstretch, and it really made the difference. And I think Manny is riding really, really well. And he needs to ride really well because the big guys are all coming back to town, and Manny's one of the big guys as well, but there are a lot of riders he wasn't riding against this winter that are coming in, but he's really stepping up his game.
He's warming up the favorite Lakota Spirit as we'll bring in Richie again. Richie, I saw her in her 2 races at Gulfstream and thought that she didn't really carry her weight too well. She lacked a little bit of strength. What are you seeing from her on the track today?
Well, it's interesting you say that, and I'm glad I have a reference point now. I didn't talk about her in the paddock because she is a lighter frame filly who does not carry a lot of weight and just does not stand out from a physical perspective. I will say this, once she got on the racetrack, I really loved the way she moved. He left the pony, Manny Franco, got a nice gallop into her, and she really got over the surface lovely. Just a real pretty mover. As unimposing as she was in the paddock, she certainly elevated, in my eyes, the way she traveled on the racetrack. Another horse that really caught my eye, just a pretty mover and a dainty kind of filly, is the 3-horse Culdee. Well, she's just pretty. And listen, this whole group is a nice-looking group of horses in general, but another one that just the way she moved, her mechanics on the racetrack, again, didn't really catch my eye as much in the paddock. Certainly elevated on the racetrack, but I'm going to stick with what I saw in the paddock and continue to see in the warm-up. And the 6 Jabberwock, I just, looking at her, if I was to see her, if this race was 6 furlongs, she'd be like an automatic toss for me. I just don't see a filly that would really want to sprint. She's big, scopy, got a lot of size to her, a lot of length to her. I think she's going to really appreciate the mile. Now, it's going to be interesting to see if we have a similar racetrack as we did yesterday, where it was definitely tilted towards inside speed. And her being posted outside might become a disadvantage. But if it's a bit more of a fair track and she can gallop into a good stride as big as she is, I think she's going to relish every bit of this mile trip, Acacia.
Richie, thank you. Jabberwock, as we found out, a fictional character who appears in the novel Through the Looking Glass by Lewis Carroll. Of course, Jabberwocky, like a nonsense language.
I like Through the Looking Glass in some ways better than the predecessor, Alice in Wonderland.
Yeah.
There's a great book called The Annotated Alice, which I'm sure some people have heard of. It is both Alice in Wonderland and then Through the Looking Glass, and it's annotated to let you know what the references are. And
I like that.
Yeah, it's a pretty well-known book. It's old.
Yeah.
I mean, I read it when I was a kid, so that means it's really old. It's a great book.
Well, Richie, going with Jabberwock to the outside at 9-1, her size, giving him the confidence that she can handle the distance. First to act, you mentioned the filly that she ran behind, and yes, it was a short field, but Equal Pay just absolutely crushed them last time out, and she had trouble, as one may remember. And it took a while for her to kind of get back on track, too, Equal Pay.
I agree. Equal Pay, once again, she was in the process of winning a race impressively on Belmont Stakes weekend, and I've never seen anything like it. She tripped over her own legs. I mean, and fortunately she was okay. Ira Ortiz was out a couple weeks, so missed a big weekend, but unfortunately he didn't have a serious injury. It could have been very bad. She came back at Saratoga in a muddy track. She drove for the lead and finished last, and you started to wonder the lingering mental effects of an incident like that. And then she came back on closing day. She didn't win, but she ran well. Didn't race again until that race, and I think Chad Brown actually, she has a lot of speed, but I think he's encouraged to maybe stretch her out, and she could be a very, very good one. Now, First Act's pedigree is strong. First Pass, as we said, won the Azalea. I want to say 3rd in the test. She raced for the owner of First Act, Andrew Rosen. I think Marty Wolfson trained her.
That sounds right.
Yeah. So this horse has a giant pedigree, but I mean, this is a race just filled with good pedigrees.
She's been a good producer as well. First Passage, she produced Burned, who was a Grade 3 winner.
Yeah. Kelly Breen have that horse, maybe? Burned?
I believe it was Tom Albatrani.
Okay.
I'll have to double check on that. But
No,
I
you're
believe
probably
so.
right.
Yeah, blinkers going on today as well for Shug McGahee, and we'll see as this one did debut on a wet track down at Gulfstream behind Equal Pay, who won by 10 that day. The other one for Shug at Naughty, we talked about a little bit. She has the foundation of having gone 2 turns last time. I agree with you. I don't think it was the strongest field. I wasn't impressed by the winner leading into that race. Viva La Red was a horse that had a lot of chances coming into there. But this is a filly that does look like she wants distance, if nothing else.
I think there's at least a couple in here that we're going to see on the turf if they don't win. They don't run well here.
Yeah.
I mean, Jabberwock at some point, if the horse isn't successful in the dirt, and that's not to say that she won't be, but also Aunt Naughty, you know, that Altesse family, and you see this with a lot of the pet horses owned by these connections, they all trace back to Courtly D, who was a remarkable sire back in the 70s, and of course one of his foals was Althea, the filly that won the Arkansas Derby before failing as a favorite in the Derby for Wayne Lucas. And I think one of the first she had was Native Courier, who is way before your time, but was an exceptional racehorse. I want to say on dirt and turf for trainer Sidney Waters.
You see some of those strong pedigrees that really can be successful in either surface and the history of it, and that's why pedigree really is such an important clue throughout this game.
Right. It makes me think of one of the great broodmares of my time and our time, Glowing Tribute, who won the Diana back in the late 70s, in the mid to late 70s, and her horses, as you say, were stakes winners, and Sea Hero won the Derby. She was exceptional as a turf producer, but a dirt producer as well.
Those are the types of mares that you hope that you can find and have some piece of, for sure. Blinkers going on at Naughty as well, who hit the gate a little bit coming out of the start last time out back on January 27th at Gulfstream Park. See a lot of people out here. It's a gorgeous day, a little bit of a breeze, and a lot of, you will see the grooms and assistants hanging out in the winner's circle, and it's just really nice seeing everybody back here at the Big A.
No, it was great. I mean, I went down to the paddock, and you were working. I was fooling around doing nothing. But I don't think I've seen the Aqueduct paddock that crowded on a non-stakes day in a long time. It was really, really nice yesterday. And as Richie was saying, coming in today, and you came from the subway as well, it's just nice weather. And obviously, Belmont is a nicer environment for being outside in that sense, but we love Aqueduct, and it's nice that the weather's coming in here, and this is such a wonderful time of the year.
It is, as you get the excitement leading up to the spring races at Belmont Park, and all of you will see so many horses kicking off their seasons right here at Aqueduct, too, as we will see very much of today a little bit later on. Meanwhile, we have horses looking to get the first win of their career in this opener at the Big A. We go into the starting gate, and we'll send it up to the voice of New York Racing, John Embrial, for the call.
Waiting for first to act, and Jabberwock. There in the gate. And the rough. Jabberwock from the outside. First to act was away well. Now Lakota Spirit moves through down towards the rail, and Aunt Naughty has gained ground. Aunt Naughty right alongside of Jabberwock, with first to act a close-up third. And Lakota Spirit, the odds-on favorite, is racing in fourth. Then it's St. Martin Girl in a fifth, then a break of 3 back to Cull D, who trails the field in sixth. The opening quarter mile in 23 and 2/5 seconds. Aunt Naughty by 3/4 of a length. First to act runs in second, and Lakota Spirit is third by a head. On the outside is Jabberwock, who's racing in fourth. Cull D has advanced into fifth, and a St. Martin Girl now trails. At the half-mile pole, it is Aunt Naughty, the leader here by a length. First to act on the outside is second, the opening half in 47 and 1. Lakota Spirit down towards the inside in third, and now being pushed along here. It is Lakota Spirit just in behind the front runners, Aunt Naughty and First to Act. First to Act on the outside, Aunt Naughty down at the rail. Now Lakota Spirit will move to the outside for the final quarter of a mile. It is First to Act who has come away with the lead. Aunt Naughty down at the rail. Lakota Spirit on the outside. Then Cull D and Jabberwock. It is First to Act who is first with 1/8 of a mile to the finish. Aunt Naughty continues to battle on down at the rail. Lakota Spirit has tailed off. They're coming for the finish. It is First to Act and Aunt Naughty. First to Act is the winner. Aunt Naughty was second, and Lakota Spirit finished third.
Shug McGahee runs 1-2 with First to Act over Aunt Naughty. First to Act, both of them getting blinkers on, in fact, but First to Act, first to the winner's circle today.
Yeah, she was on top of the pace expected to be. The surprise was how much speed Aunt Naughty showed with the blinkers. And a little surprised Lakota Spirit wasn't a little more aggressive in this race. Lakota Spirit does have the look of a hanger, to be fair, and this is clearly horse First Act improving. But I think the other takeaway from this race is we have the same track as yesterday. Because not only, I mean, the 4 was finished on the turn, and she battled out to the wire, almost coming back, and not a single horse in this race picked up an inch of ground. In fact, they all lost ground, and it seems pretty likely that we're dealing with a severe bias.
Something to take note of, especially if you're playing multi-race sequences a little bit later on. That's a good clue of what we saw here in the opener. Horses forwardly placed with that big advantage. 5-4-2-1, the favorite Lakota Spirit checks in third. We'll bring you prices in a little bit. We'll also preview some of the exciting action coming up this weekend, both here and at Oaklawn Park. Oaklawn, the Ultimate Warrior, is back. Jackie's Warrior, who was so exciting last year in 2021. We get to see him back on the track in 2022, starting tomorrow.
The ultimate accolade for a racehorse is to be named Horse of the Year. To be enshrined to the Hall of Fame is to achieve immortality. As a stallion, genetic immortality is defined in 2 words: breed shaper, plain and simple. 2-time Horse of the Year and Hall of Fame inductee, Curlin, is just that. Breed shaper, Curlin, the classic sire.
Who you betting on? How about an app created specifically for horse racing? Naira Bets. We specialize in thundering hooves, fist pumping, and boosting your bankroll with robust weekly promotions. And offer betting tips from actual horse racing experts. Bet all day and night, nationwide. Get the action and thrill of horse racing with Naira Bets.
This season at Oaklawn, we've got more of everything. More of the top thoroughbreds in the world. More days of live racing. And the largest purses in our history. All at a completely reimagined Oaklawn. Come be a part of this historic season at Arkansas's only casino resort.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races, brought to you as always by Naira Bets, where you can bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Get started at nairabets.com or download the app today. Race 1 is in the books here at the Big A. Shug McGahee running 1-2, his number 5, First to Act with the win. Blinkers going on in her second start. Javier Castellano in the saddle.
We have a very big few minutes for Shug McGahee, who has a heavy favorite in the second race at Keeneland as well. But it's nice to get these ones home. Shug was here yesterday. I see he was in Kentucky today, moving around a lot, but this is a nice win for this horse.
Meanwhile, jockey Javier Castellano with the victory, and he is standing by with Richie.
Thanks, Acacia. Yeah, here with Hall of Famer Javier Castellano. Javier, you rode this filly first time out, and then she added blinkers. Was that something you suggested?
I mean, we discussed a little bit before the race, and the first time start in Ghost Tree. It's kind of type of big horse. He look around a little bit too. We like to be more encouraged a little bit in the race. I think it worked out good. We have agreement, Shug, and to put the blinkers on. I think it can pay off today.
Javier, you've been riding so well. You went through a little bit of a slow period last year, but you were coming back. You had some surgery. What's it been like getting back to your top form? Because you look like you're riding in top form again.
Absolutely, Rich. In any sport, any athlete, you gotta go a little bumpy on the road, and you gotta make it. That's the good thing. It make it strong enough to go through. I've been focused every single day, try to ride the best horses and try to handicap the race, try to make the right decision. And don't get me wrong, a lot of support, a lot of training to support my career and honest too. I think that helped to keep me going.
And also, you have an agent now too, PJ Campo. You guys seem to have really hit it off well together.
Absolutely, we've been working hard. Trust me, not easy. It's a tough game, but thank God we see the result really quick. You know, PJ does a really good job, and I mean, very support.
Javier, when you first came around, I was one of the older guys. You were like one of the young guns. What's it like now? You're one of the older guys, and you got to deal with the young guns.
I'm very lucky, fortunate to see the other side. I remember when I started, I always look out for you. You're always very dedicated guy in the jockey room. You the only early in the jockey room. You always work a lot of horses, and you ride a lot of horses in the afternoon. I see that those little things keep me in my mind to keep me motivated for my future.
Well, you're doing a great job. It's great to see you back in top form. Javier Castellano, and don't forget, Hall of Famer, Javier Castellano.
Hall of Famer indeed, and most importantly, a Hall of Fame guy as well. As you can see, just always some great insight. One of the nicest people you'll meet on the racetrack.
Yeah, Javi and I have been friends for a long time, and always nice to see him doing well, and he is doing well. And he's really picked things up, too, with hooking up with PJ Campos, his agent, who had done such a great job with Eric Cancel as well.
We're on the other turf for race number 2 here at Aqueduct. A mile and a 16th, maiden claiming for $40,000. This is for 3-year-olds and upward. Taking a look at the fields here. Will it finally be the day for Bailout, who is currently 5-2 right now? An intriguing race as we'll look to see those maidens in just a little bit. But before we get to that, coming up this weekend at Oaklawn Park, we'll see the return of Jackie's Warrior in the Count Fleet. Champion sprinter coming off of a disappointing performance with excuses, albeit in the Breeders' Cup. And it's great to see him back as he threw down some of the most impressive sprint races we saw last year, Andy, including this win over Life is Good in the 8 Challenge Jerkins.
Yeah, this was just a great race, and he and Life is Good throwing it down like this, and Life is Good setting that insanely fast pace, and this was 2 very, very good horses battling it out, and that's what you want to see in big races. Jackie's Warrior got extremely good. He's always been good. I mean, winning the Champagne and the Hopeful as a 2-year-old and continuing on last year. He should have won the Woody Stevens if he wasn't fouled early in the race. He would have had the 2 Grade 1 wins. He also won the Gallant Bob, and that was his last win.
6th last time out in the Breeders' Cup Sprint, part of that very quick early pace, but he comes back to kick off his 2022 campaign this weekend. His first start since the Breeders' Cup will be in the Grade 3 Count Fleet. For trainer Steve Asmussen, Joel Rosario, his regular rider, will be aboard. Does get Lasix for the first time, which could be an interesting piece of the conversation as well. But a big horse, so athletic, so talented, and I know he has some fans on this show as well.
And for people who are wondering why he's getting Lasix, why would a horse get Lasix this late in his career? He's never run a race where he could use Lasix.
Yep. Because
he ran his first start last year in a potential Derby prep. He could have used Lasix. The only way to get Derby points, you can't use Lasix. And after that, he's running in stake races where Lasix is not allowed. As a 2-year-old, he wasn't allowed to use it as well. So this is actually the first time he's running a race where he can use it, because Oaklawn, unlike so many other tracks, is allowing it in graded stake races. He's unlikely to be able to use it again during his career.
His main competition, meanwhile, to his outside is Bob's Edge. Certainly you would think Jackie's Warrior has the class, but Bob's Edge does have the recency in that he's 2 for 2 in 2022 at Oaklawn, coming off of his first graded stakes victory in the Grade 3 Whitmore for Larry Jones.
And I think his performance is important here, even if he doesn't beat Jackie's Warrior, which he doesn't rate to, because he's not going to get the kind of pace that he's gotten in his previous races. And that's obviously helped him as a deep closer, and I'm in no way knocking him. He's run very well in these races, and he's clearly a much better horse as a 4-year-old than he was as a 3-year-old. But with Jackie's Warrior in here and a lack of pace, he needs Jackie's Warrior to fail to show up. And if Jackie's Warrior shows up like he should, then he's probably going to have to hope he can be second. The other competition just isn't there. But I think if you're the connections of Bob's, you're very excited by the way he's run in Oaklawn. The question is he going to take a step forward and run in races where you're going to see the Jackies Warrior of the Worlds, races like the Vanderbilt, the Grade 1 at Saratoga, the Forgo at Saratoga, the True North at Belmont and Belmont Stakes winner. They want to be in those races. Those are the important sprint races, and I think they'll get a feeling from tomorrow's race, even if he doesn't win, of whether or not he can be hopeful to go in those races later.
A very good point, too. How does he stack up against the champion sprinter who is returning here in 2022? It'll be exciting to see Jackie's Warrior back tomorrow. But another graded stakes winner who's returning for her first start of the year is Technical Analysis. Grade 2 winner back in the Plenty of Grace for Chad Brown on Saturday. We'll preview that race and this filly's return after this on America's Day at the Races.
We bought the Taproot filly out of Tisn't She Beautiful and will be trained by Todd Fletcher. Extremely athletic, a lot like him. We're excited to see him on the track.
Beautiful filly. She's out of a graded stakes mare that ran early as a 2-year-old, so I like that quite a bit out of her. This filly looks like she's going to be super early and precocious. Very good muscled filly, just a lot to like about her.
Taproot, standing at Gainesway.
Plenty of Grace is kicking in, and here she comes with her run. Highland Crystal's in between horses. Then it's Ratings right there. Christy Cat is laboring on the far outside. Way of the World. It's Highland Crystal by a nose. On the outside, Plenty of Grace is right there. And Ratings comes charging through. Way of the World flying at the end. Blanket finish.
The 1992 Diana won by Plenty of Grace. Her Macaulay up as we pay tribute to the talented race mare this weekend with the Plenty of Grace coming up on Saturday at Aqueduct. And I always love taking these strolls through history, Andy, and I think it is important to look at the stakes named for top racehorses and where those names originated.
No, I think that there's so much you can learn about the history of horse racing simply by looking up the horses that stake races, especially in New York, are named after. And Plenty of Grace, trained by John Veach, actually, and that was before Jimmy Toner took over the training of those Phillips horses and Darby Dan horses that we saw that Jimmy had so much success with. But Plenty of Grace was a tremendous racehorse. Won a lot of money winning those kind of races, like $750,000 or so, $770, I think.
Here's a look at the race named for Plenty of Grace coming up on Saturday. It's a mile on the inner turf. Do note the 4 Halo City is a main track only. The morning line favorite, however, Technical Analysis to the outside. Back-to-back graded stakes wins at Saratoga, including this Lake Placid we're taking a look at.
You see her drifting. She is a horse that likes to drift out. She doesn't run inside, but she is very, very good, and she also has speed. On paper, she's the speed in this race. But she can also rate. She rated when she won the Lake George, and she's had an exceptional career. Her one bad bad race was in the Wonder Again when she just had an insanely bad trip. She also had a terrible trip in her debut. You and I were talking about that in a bog back at Belmont Park a couple of years ago. But when she has had a fair trip, she's been very tough to beat. Losing to Shana Stara, going 9 furlongs last year, was not really embarrassing because Shana Stara is, she may be the morning line favorite over tomorrow, the Jenny Wiley fight, over the tremendous Regal Glory, both Chad Brown horses. They'll be similar prices. Shana Stara is a very talented horse. So is Technical Analysis. She's the one to beat, but the competition is there. It's not an easy race.
It is. And maybe it's a compact field, but it is a very good field. It is our America's Best Racing race of the week. Layoffs are the theme. Everybody coming in off of a layoff, with the exception of Alms, who comes in out of the Grade 3 Honey Fox. She actually ran very well down in Florida in the Pegasus World Cup. Filly and Mare Turf behind Regal Glory, 2 back.
You know, you're not worried about anymore. You can just call it the Pegasus. I'm just letting you know. Like, I'm giving you that you can do that. Yeah, I actually think Alms has a chance to upset this field. She did not get, she got a ridiculous trip last time out and ran well 2 back. And I thought she was the biggest threat to favorite, but Plum Ali certainly talented as well. This is a small field, but a good field.
Looking forward to that coming up on Saturday. As we get back to today, race number 2, our next order of business here at the Big A. Again, maiden claiming Inner Turf, 1 1/16 for the 3-year-olds and upward. There's a look at the 1 strike price as we head down and get a paddock report from Richie.
Yeah, thanks, Acacia. Kind of interesting group here. Start talking about the first-time starter, the 1 strike price. Love inside posts and 2-turn turf races on the Inner Turf. Very well turned out for trainer George Weaver. You know, for a first-timer, looks very fit to me. Looks very clued into what's going on. Doesn't have that kind of spacey or moony look to him. Kind of walking here with a real nice purpose, and I like what I'm seeing from the first-timer, number 1 strike price. The 4 Bailout, interesting horse, 7-year-old maiden, 25 career starts, 10 seconds, 3/3. He consistently runs well. Just seems to have a bit of an aversion to getting his picture taken, but he looks great coming off the layoff. Looks like the freshening did him good. His coat is really good. And a horse that's got plenty of miles underneath him, I wouldn't be too worried about his fitness level. But Bailout, again, kind of seems to like to get checks, earned $175,000 without ever actually winning a race. And then the 6 horse, King of Sting, very well turned out. Could not look any better. He's got cotton in his ears. They'll put cotton in his in horses' ears just to kind of thwart out a bit of the sound. Horses react. Nervous horses sometimes react to noise more than anything else. Very powerfully built horse behind. His last race showed good speed on the turf and ran extremely well. And I think he's probably going to be forwardly placed, which I like on the Inner Turf here at Aqueduct.
All right, Richie, thank you. King of Sting, Dylan Davis, going to be aboard for Joe Sharp. There's a look at the turf course where these horses will run momentarily on this Inner Turf, going the 1 1/16. Looks in terrific condition, and very exciting to have turf racing back here in New York. Let's pick up where Richie left off with King of Sting. Andy coming in after showing speed at the fairgrounds last time out. How do you think he stacks up against these?
Poorly. I just think he's coming out of a significantly weaker field than the one he's running against today, and I just didn't think this horse was good enough. I know Joe Sharp has shipped some horses up here, and I respect Joe, but I don't think his last races makes him particularly competitive. In all likelihood, if Bailout loses, he's going to lose to a horse trying the turf for the first time. And there is plenty of pedigree. The horse in the rail strike price going out for the hot George Weaver barn has pedigree, as you know. Left on Boylston, a hunch bet for Red Sox fans at opening day at Fenway today. This horse is a half to Turn of Events, who was a nice turf horse. And I took Al's Prince, the horse who's currently the second choice for Todd Pletcher.
Al's Prince, a gelding by Cairo Prince. They certainly are very proficient on the turf. The dam never won on the grass, but she did finish in the money on the turf a few times and ran some good numbers on the surface as well, as this one also takes a drop in class. That drop in class, I thought, could be the key.
Well, Todd Pletcher's actually, for its worth, 6 for 23, going first time on the turf in a maiden special to maiden claimer move. So sometimes you look at that and you think, well, why would you drop into a maiden claim race without trying him on the turf? He's done this before and done it successfully. And I know that was a question with the scratched horse near Nothing to See Here, who is a half to the very talented Stays in Vegas, who runs in California. And they would try that horse in the turf without ever, running it in a maiden special. We'll see. I don't love Al's Prince, but I thought the turf would be the right thing for him, and he was the one I guessed with because I have to bet against Bailout, and I'm not taking the other horse with turf experience because I didn't see anything from King of Sting.
Javier Castellano aboard Al's Prince as he looks to sweep the early double. And what do you make of Bailout at 9-5? We are all well familiar with him. He's been around a long time, as Richie mentioned. And this is a look at his last race back in October.
No, this is, I think,
I'm sorry,
this is Saratoga.
Two starts back where he was beaten ahead. But his last 4 races have been second-place finishes.
I picked this race to show because I think this is the epitome of Bailout.
Yes.
Here's a race that he basically had won. Now, he lost the favorite, and this horse winning was Chad Brown's 2000th career win, actually, Digital Software. But Bailout just doesn't have the gameness to get to the wire first. And I'm beginning to wonder if when Bailout finally breaks his maiden, if it's going to be because he gets put up on a disqualification.
He has certainly shown the tendency to like to finish second. We'll get into the post parade, though, starting with a first-time starter, Strike Price.
Half to 2 turf winners, nothing special, but enough pedigree. An older dam, the George Weaver barn has been firing on all cylinders.
Another one trying the turf for the first time. Here's a good tip.
This one does not have much turf pedigree. It's an arch dam, but she's 0 for 1 with her production of the turf, and you don't think of Alternation, the sire, as a turf sire.
Left on Boylston is coming up next, stepping up in class.
Yeah, tries the turf and is a half to that very good, nice turf horse Turn of Events we saw run last year. So there is some pedigree for Michelle Nevin.
That one trained by Mike Maker, 5-time turf winner. Here's the favorite, Bailout.
Well, Bailout's the best horse in the race so far based on the turf races, but Bailout just does not win.
Here's the number 5, Al's Prince, stretching out and trying the turf for Todd Pletcher.
Yeah, he was my best guess to try to beat the favorite in this race. Has enough pedigree, and it seems like Cairo Prince has just been such an effective turf sire.
Big fan of the sire. Here's King of Sting, big warm-up under Dylan Davis.
They'll probably look to use his speed in this race, and we'll see if it's good enough to get him to run better than he did in his turf races, which aren't good enough to win here.
Number 9, American Day is a big price to the outside.
This is the other one with turf experience and did not do much running. Did lose to Side Dog, who came back with a nice win the other day, and I think was undefeated, 3 for 3 for Grand Motion.
Yeah, he won nicely at Keeneland last week.
Yeah, it's a nice horse.
That one, American Day, has been gelded as well. Aggressive warm-up on King of Sting, who's pretty fresh out there, too. And he has that, did show some speed at the fairgrounds last time. It looks like Dylan Davis has the intent to be aggressive with him. Do you think that could be a key in a race like this?
Well, it's hard to know when you have unknowns, too, right? I mean, you don't know. The 2 potentially could have a little speed. I think Bailout's got to be forwardly placed. He's probably faster than him, but you just don't know. I mean, what if any of the 1, 3, or 5, like the turf, do they show more speed in those races? I don't know. But he does look like he'll be the speed King of Sting, but I just can't make him. I just thought his races aren't good enough.
The first-time starter, a little bit intriguing, Strike Price. If nothing else, he has the least amount of excuses in this race, you could say, as he hasn't started before. You mentioned George Weaver's barn. Last I looked, I believe he was 5 for 8 yesterday, maybe 5 for 9 now.
He was 7 for 8 in April through his win with an incredible form reversal on Sunday here. And he lost, though, with, I think, a couple of runners yesterday. Yes. So 7 for 10, I think, in April.
But still, his barn has been firing on all cylinders.
And they really had been chilly for quite a while, so they've really turned around. I mean, a lot of it is really, to the end of the day, is just a sort of a regression to the mean. When you see somebody gets really hot, they're going to go through a cold streak at some point, and when they're very cold and they're winning barns, they'll have a hot streak as well.
And you think about that, too, as the horses start to go through conditions, then they have to face tougher company moving forward. The natural cycle here in horse racing. But for more on this field warming up, let's check in again trackside with Richie.
Yeah, thanks, Acacia. And we'll go to Bailout the 4. I mean, he's taken a lot of money, co-favorite right now. And, you know, listen, horses are herd animals, and some of them are just very much more comfortable running with horses as opposed to running away from horses, and he just gives you that impression. The race Andy picked out to illustrate, you know, when he got there, it looked like he had the race won and then just didn't finish the deal because he's very content to run alongside a horse and not necessarily go ahead and dominate. Your favorite now, the 5, Al's Prince, his owner, Al Freed. A lot of people don't know. Galloped horses as a young man, wanted to be a jockey, eventually did even better, became an owner. But Al Freed actually galloped at one point for Sonny Jim Fitzsimmons. He looks good. I tell you what, I didn't like him as much in the paddock as I do in the racetrack, and definitely got the impression with the longer, slacker pasterns that he should handle the turf just fine, and I could see why he's taking the money. I'm going to go with the 6, King of Sting. was a handful in the post parade. Dylan Davis left the pony, and he was very aggressive, galloped very strongly. Dylan had a real hard time getting him pulled up. After a horse gets a warm-up like that aggressive, and basically gets away from the rider, the best thing you do then is just kind of let them walk back to the gate, catch their breath, get themselves composed. That's another reason why jockeys ride with such short stirrups. They need their body weight to use as some leverage to try to control these very strong thoroughbred racehorses. I like speed on the inner turf, horses that can get position, get forward position. They come out of that little bit of a chute that extends into the infield of the Aqueduct turf course. It's like a bit of a dog leg. When you've got an inside post, you've got to protect inside position. You've got to come out forward and keep a little bit of room for yourself so you don't get basically swallowed by that wave of horses coming over from the outside. Think when you're at the beach, big wave curls up around you, takes you down, throws you around in the sand. Well, if you're down on the inside, you got to protect yourself from the outside horses folding over on top of you and basically shuffling you out of the race. And if you're outside, you don't want to lose ground. You're in a hurry to get closer to the fence. So a lot of times there's a bit of an accordion effect, leaving that little bit of a dog leg.
Terrific insight, as could only be explained by someone who has ridden and been successful in so many races here on this NYRA circuit. Richie, thank you. As we take a look at where that starting gate is positioned, that's what Richie's talking about in the need to get good position and why being able to be inside and be forward is an advantage.
Well, Richie's ridden these races, and he's certainly a student of the game as well. We'll see. I mean, maybe the 6 can use that pace advantage. At the end of the day, if none of the horses that haven't been in the turf, the 1, 3, and 5 can handle it, then it sort of comes down to the 4 and 6, and maybe won't be hard to outgame the 4. But to me, the 6 is going to win this race if none of the first-time turfers, any of the 1, 2, 3, and 5 can run. I think they rate to be better than him. We'll see. Way too much money for the 5. I never in my life envisioned that Alice Prince would be 6-5 when I picked him in here. And it just, I mean, I would book him at 6-5 before I bet him, to be honest with you. He's never been in the turf before. He's a short price. But I have to be merry the picks that I make well ahead.
6-5 now, a short price on Alice Prince as Bailout continues at 2-1. Bailout 0 for 25 with 10 seconds and 3/3, looking to make today his lucky day, so to speak. But there's a look at Alice Prince, beautiful gray by Cairo Prince, as mentioned, trying the turf for the first time. Javier Castellano won the first race, looks to pick up another one here today for Todd Pletcher. A couple others trying the turf for the first time at big prices. Good Tip, who we mentioned, really doesn't have much pedigree. Left on Boylston, meanwhile, does have some pedigree for Michelle Nevin, though he is stepping up.
Yeah, I mean, the horse didn't know running in the dirt, but a horse can turn around. It's not a particularly strong dirt sire. Turf sire, though, a Dixie Union overanalyzed, so that's the influence. And I think the George Weaver horse is just absolutely dead in the board. And the reality is that all the horses he's been winning with around here took a lot of money. They kind of knew they were going to run. And this horse, they know the horse can't run based on the money. And that's one of the reasons that I think Alice Prince is such a short price. People don't want to bet Bailout because he's a proven loser with 10 seconds and 25 starts. And it's hard to really like King of Sting. But on the other hand, the 5 has to handle the turf, and you don't know that he's going to.
He's 7-5 right now, a big price down to the inside on that first-time starter as we get ready to kick off the first pick 4 today. Early pick 4 starts here as they swing around to the starting gate, positioned on that bit of dog leg as Richie highlighted for us. And we'll see who gets the trip, gets that coveted inside position. Turf course looking in sensational shape. I love these shots and love that we have continued on it with turf racing back here in New York. Means all the good things are coming.
I agree. I mean, the turf courses, the new outer turf course we have here is probably the best turf course we have in New York. And our courses are great. And they're the most underused and underutilized courses. We'll use them a lot more in the fall when we basically end up running 5 or 6 weeks on them into early December. But they're in spectacular condition, and can't wait to get over to Belmont, too, where you can run so many distances and different configurations on the 2 courses.
Well, they load in for the inner turf race here in the second. Maiden claiming runners coming up here, 3-year-olds and up. We send it up for the rest of the load and call to John and Brielle.
Waiting for King of Sting and American Day. Set for race 2. And the rough from mid-pack. It is Bailout. From the inside, there is Strike Price. Strike Price has the lead. And then it is Bailout. On his inside is Good Tip. So they're right together, second and third. American Day on the outside runs in fourth. Owl's Prince the Gray next in fifth. Left on Boylston is down at the rail. And King of Sting. As the field moves to the clubhouse turn. And on the outside, it is Strike Price. As Good Tip has taken the rail. It's Good Tip in front here by a head. Strike Price on the outside. And now the two of them are right together through a quarter in 23 and 1. Break of 3 to a Bailout who runs in third. Another length and a half to Owl's Prince. The favorite is on the outside in fourth. Left on Boylston, down at the fence. And then at the back of the pack, it is American Day and King of Sting. The half in 47 and 1. The battle up front continues. Good Tip on the inside and Strike Price on the outside. The two of them remain heads apart for the lead. They've got a little more than 2 lengths on a Bailout, who's now getting closer in third. Owl's Prince follows that move. Left on Boylston is at the rail and in fifth. Here comes Bailout, now going up to challenge. Here comes Owl's Prince, moving widest of all as they hit the top of the stretch. It is Bailout and Owl's Prince, and now the two of them are right together. Bailout on the inside and Owl's Prince on the outside. They're coming for the 8th pole. It is Bailout who's all out on the inside. Owl's Prince right there. Bailout and Owl's Prince, and the two of them will battle it out to the finish here. Bailout, Owl's Prince. It is going to be tight. Oh, very tight. A head bob. Could go either way. Owl's Prince or Bailout.
Well, it was a tight photo finish. Owl's Prince outside, Bailout. But one thing I think we know, Andy, that's Manny Franco and Javier Castellano. Both had to work very hard on 2 horses who did not want to win.
Okay, we've got Owl's Prince on the outside. Bailout's got the bob there. Owl's Prince has the Owl's Prince on the outside. This is really interesting. But I think as they got to the wire, Bailout said, I'm too dangerously close to winning. He's got the bob right there. I think Owl's Prince got the. I think Owl's Prince got him. So here's the question: were they both hanging?
They might have been. They might have been. It looked like Owl's Prince had dead aim on Bailout. Bailout had the right kind of trip.
They got great trips. They were flying out there.
Terrific trips. There was a very fast pace set by the 2 Good Tip and the 1 Strike Price. They were kind of in that catbird seat and ranging up on the outside. It was the number 5, Owl's Prince. Bailout, sorry, not today, my friend.
I mean, I'm feeling bad here for Bailout.
I feel bad for Bailout.
I gotta tell you, I really do. You know, we joke about how he's this refusenick, but he's also a really nice horse.
Yeah, he shows up every time.
Right, he always runs, you know, and he's really done well. And the year that Jeremy Englehart's been having here so far in New York, this would have been it. They might have to get the Eclipse Award if he got Bailout for the winner's circle. And Manny did about as well as you could to get the guy to win, but Owl's Prince, I don't know if he outgamed him. I think that Bailout outhung him.
Very well could have been.
Amazing,
5, 4,
right?
3, 6. What a race. We turn our attention now to Oaklawn Park, and we get ready for the opener there in Hot Springs, Arkansas. Love seeing those beautiful blooms in the infield. We have a maiden claiming race for the Arkansas breds in the opener, but coming up a little bit later on in the feature, trainer John Ortiz with a big chance. He has been about 20% at the meet as we bring in Hall of Fame jockey Gary Stevens. Gary, what have you noticed from the John Ortiz barn throughout this meet here?
Well, they've just been live, everything he leads over here. He's won 23 races going into today's start of the weekend. Only a 2-day weekend here. We've got some weather coming in later on this afternoon. Rain expected and thunderstorms as well tomorrow. But Top Gunner in our feature race today for John Ortiz. Let's remember that he's got Barber Road headed for his first Kentucky Derby. John's first Kentucky Derby. He's the only horse to run in all 3 of the Triple Crown or Derby prep races. So he's securely the end. But Top Gunner runs a great race in this race back here on the 25th of March. In this race, Mojo Man, who is a top contender against Jackie's Warrior tomorrow in the Count Fleek Stakes. Later on tomorrow's card, it'll be the feature race on Saturday. But this horse is taking a little drop in class today, getting away from the likes of Mojo Man. Should be very difficult to beat today with this drop of class. And in this race right now, we've got Jack Spring Break. He's saddled here currently at 3-1. He raced against Serbian Sailor back on the 12th of March, finishing second. It's his second consecutive second place finish in a row. If you notice in that race, coming through the stretch, he was got a little off balance, wandering a little bit, didn't change lead, stayed in his left lead. So he's had 2 seconds out of his last 2 starts. Let's see if he can get it over the top today, guys.
All right, Gary, thank you. The barn continues to be live, and Gary mentioning some things to look forward to coming up a little bit later on. Again, we get ready to kick off the day with the Arkansas Breds here at Oaklawn Park. We have a maiden claiming for $30,000 in the opener, 1 1/16, a pretty wide open fields here. And Gary talked about Jack's Spring Break, who is currently 3-1.
Yeah, I thought Jack Spring Break was probably the horse to beat in this race. Interesting to see how much money the 3, More Than Amazing, is taking. I wonder if that horse will run better. Didn't expect to see that one at 7-2. And the speed, Traffic Control, is 0 for 20. He's the Oaklawn version of Bailout.
Into the gate they go for the opener. We send it up to track announcer Vic Stauffer for the call.
They're at the post. They're off. Slow start for More Than Amazing. Serbian Sailor breaks well, so does Ghost Strategy, Traffic Control, and Jack Spring Break. These 4 race out, Point Blank away in 5th. Then other times in Excel Joe, and the early trailer is More Than Amazing. It is Jack Spring Break and Ghost Strategy to the backstretch, and Jack Spring Break puts his head in front. Ghost Strategy is second by 2 lengths, 2, Traffic Control, and a 3-wide Point Blank. Serbian Sailor is 5th and about 3.5 off the lead. More Than Amazing has taken 6th. He's got 4 lengths to make up. He's 2 in front of other times, and then 5 lengths last to Excel Joe as they head up the backstretch, and the 3-year-old Jack Spring Break is the leader. It is Jack Spring Break, a half length in front. Ghost Strategy moves back and re-engages from the inside with Traffic Control 3 deep. These 3 right across the track. 2.5 lengths now further back to Serbian Sailor and Point Blank. More Than Amazing now has about 6 lengths to make up. He's 3 in front of other times. Axel Joe is the trailer, 3 furlongs from the money. Jack Spring Break, Ghost Strategy at the rail. Point Blank back in 5th. Traffic Control is 3rd. Serbian Sailor is 4th, and Ghost Strategy's ahead in front. Jack Spring Break to the outside, and Traffic Control, these 3 right across the track. Ghost Strategy is traveling well. 3.5 now back to Serbian Sailor and Point Blank. Top of the stretch, Ghost Strategy and Jack Spring Break. And here's Jack Spring Break right back at him, and these 2 continue to trade punches and match strides. Jack Spring Break is outside. Ghost Strategy is inside, and they come to the final 16th, and they are virtually together. Ghost Strategy maybe half ahead. Jack Spring Break tries him again and ducks in, and that cost him. Ghost Strategy is now a full length in front. Jack Spring Break is second. Ghost Strategy in front. Ghost Strategy beat Jack Spring Break. Serbian Sailor was 3rd. Traffic Control finished 4th.
Ghost Strategy, the number 2 on the drop in class, able to come back inside over Jack Spring Break for the win.
Well, these were the 2 horses that ran 60 buyers in their last race, and they figured to be very logical in here. But I would remember this one for Jack Spring Break next time you see him in the entries, because this was a little bit of a chandelier act by him.
Not able to get by. Looks like he had dead aim, lugged in a little bit with the right-handed urging, but straight and true was the number 2, Ghost Strategy. Actually debuted for $20,000, had been running against significantly tougher since then. Dropped back in class today. 2-4 under the line in the first race at Oaklawn Park. We'll have prices, more live racing for both Oaklawn and Aqueduct after this on America's Day at the Races.
Run Happy was the #1 second crop sire by graded stakes winners and earnings. A leading dirt sire, and now with an exciting Kentucky Derby hopeful.
Kicked it into high gear, and Smile Happy with a powerful performance wins by 2.5.
Run Happy continues his rise and is priced for success. Eclipse champion, Run Happy, standing in stall 1 at Claiborne Farm.
How does horse racing support New York's economy? It's responsible for 19,000 jobs and more than $3 billion in annual statewide economic impact. These good-paying jobs support working families across the state and sustain thousands of small businesses both on and off the track. Horse racing in New York means jobs and opportunities now and in the future. We are New York horse racing.
Start spreading the news. If you're looking to win in New York, then breed in New York. To War Dancer, the millionaire son of Warfront, and New York's #1 sire of 3-year-olds. Breed to a proven performer, the #1 second crop sire at the Saratoga meet with multiple winners at Belmont and Aqueduct. Earn double the New York Breeders' Awards and participate in the New York Stallion Series with $2 million in purses. War Dancer, proud to stand in New York. Visit wardancerstud.com.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
America's Day at the Races continues, as always, brought to you by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. A tight photo finish in the second race at Aqueduct between Bailout and Al's Prince. By a whisker, Al's Prince able to get the win over professional maiden Bailout.
And you commented to me, we were looking at the photo just now, and this may be the closest loss of Bailout's career. And he got as close to winning as he ever has. The thing that's tough for him is probably going to get tougher, the competition going forward, as you'll see more horses at Belmont and Saratoga. But one thing, he's made $183,000, and there is that photo. So it's not like he doesn't earn his keep.
He does. He shows up every time. That's now 5 consecutive second-place finishes. And while it may be frustrating to not get to the winner's circle, certainly picks up a big check every time. But there is Al's Prince, Javier Castellano, sweeping the early double.
Yeah, nice to see Javi get the double under his belt. Byron Hughes there for Todd Pletcher. Or got to imagine he's down at Keeneland. Unless he's in Ocala. Is the sale going on there?
The sale is this coming week.
Oh, okay.
Tuesday. The OBS
Tough
two-year-old
days,
sale.
right? That would make sense.
Yeah, as Al's Prince for Todd Pletcher with the win, $4.70 winner back at Oaklawn Park. We had the first race there for the maidens as well, and we had the top 2 who were logical runners who had run good races last time out. Ghost Strategy re-engaging and coming back inside.
Yeah, we saw dueling duels. Oaklawn and Aqueduct, and these horses at lower level, were they Archie-breds or just maiden claimers? They did put a good show there, but the favorites ran 1-2 in order. I'm trying to figure out why that horse, the number 3, was taking any money, because he did about as much running as he figured to based on his first race.
Yeah, not much of an effort there, but a big effort from the winner, Ghost Strategy, on the drop in class. $7 winner, in fact, over Jack Spring Break, 2-4-1-7. Official order of finish in the first at Oaklawn Park. Back at Aqueduct, we stay on the turf, this time sprinting in the third race, and we have the fillies and mares in the spotlight here in this allowance race, and a competitive field, an interesting one as well. Stony Point, currently highlighted as the favorite, who won nicely first time out at Tampa. Can she keep that good momentum going as trainer Shug McGahee looks for his second win of the day? We'll talk more about this third race after this. Stay with us here on America's Day at the Races.
The breeding industry is governed by one principle: performance determines success.
And Constitution has won!
Now, he's earning his stripes by siring stars.
Independence Hall wins the Hagyard Bayette.
Law Professor just in front, and Law Professor. American Revolution, fireworks in the stretch here in the Cigar Mile.
Constitution, a natural-born leader.
Welcome to Mahoney Manor Farm
We are New York Thoroughbred breeders.
in Saratoga Springs, New York. I'm Britt Wadsworth and this is Sean Mahoney. We're just very small, 14 acres, pull out about a dozen mares a year. We hope to breed some really nice New York breds that we can either race or sell.
We've been really lucky, you know, we really work hard at it. We like our size, we like to be hands-on. It's really nice. It's taken a long time to really be known for our homebreds and for having to be well handled, you know, and we really spent a lot of time and emphasis on that.
We've watched the New York program just gain year after year, kind of become one of the premier breeding programs in the country.
There's really no better place to be right now. It's just a very, very strong program in every aspect. We will bring up very, very high-grade mares just to make them New York breds because now in this day and age and in the sales environment, it adds value to them. So this is our main barn. It's a 10-stall barn with a wash rack and a tack room that's really done well for us, and it stays pretty warm. We generally full around a dozen, give or take a year.
It never ceases to amaze me, people's wonderment in mares and foals.
I measure success in a lot of different ways.
Getting that first Breeders' Award.
Getting our first Breeders' Awards was nice. It's a long wait. You know, foaling out other people's horses that go on to do incredible at the sales or incredible at the yearling or two-year-old sales.
We're very proud of anything that is foaled here because they're all like our family.
Just how terrific the New York Bred program is. You can always go to nybreds.com for more information. We've seen these New York Breds successful in all kinds of races on the biggest stages. And we have a New York bred coming up here in race 3. That's Guardian Moon, who faced Open Company for the first time last time. Physically looked like she needed the race. 2 starts back, though, she was terrific. The problem is, Andy, she doesn't run very often.
She's not favored in doubles, which I think is shocking. And she's not hitting right now, though it's early. And I'm a little worried it's a negative sign because when she won this race, based on her maiden win, she should never have been a favorite in this race she ran in. And she was an overwhelming favorite, and she galloped like she should have been a shorter price. But you see, she starts in August. She doesn't run again 8 months later, and then she doesn't run for 10 months later. Okay, she's now back in 2 months. She was awful last time. Better field or not, she was atrocious.
Here's a look, though, at the horse who is currently favored, Stony Point, making just her second start as we welcome in for the first time today Maggie Wolfendale here with us in the paddock. Maggie, what do you see from Stony Point as she steps up to face winners?
Well, Acacia, just kind of discussing this field from an overall perspective, if you want to get what a typical turf sprinter looks like, just come and look at all of the horses in the paddock here, as each and every one of them looks very physically accustomed to the conditions that they are getting today. The 6 furlongs on the turf, and none other than your current favorite, Stony Point, is looking to remain undefeated. She toyed with the inferior field last time out at Tampa Bay Downs, but I like the way she did it. She was quick for a first-time starter. She was ready. You know, she was challenged and headed around the turn, and she drew away with them. Much the best winner, ears up at the line. I like the way that she ran. She does get a little bit of a stiffer field this time around, but she shows up here in fine fettle. She looks, you know, the one criticism I would say maybe is that she doesn't have the greatest coat considering she's coming from South Florida where she stayed in the winter, but otherwise I like what I'm seeing, and she stacks up favorably to a more experienced field. Now, number 1 is Wow, and I like the fact that Mark Henning has decided that she is a turf sprinter. I mean, that's where her lone win came from, because she never really stretched out in that frame. She was a horse I was familiar with as a 2-year-old. She just kind of stayed compact and somewhat burly looking, and she's very sharp here in the paddock. She's been on the muscle throughout. I thought she had a bit of a trip. She was hung first wide while far back, going the 7.5 furlongs around 2 turns, then made an early move down the backside. So considering she gets to deal with 1 turn today, hoping for a better trip here from Jorge Vargas, we'll see what she does as she looks to be one of the higher priced horses in this group. Number 5 is Should Have Been More. We'll see how she stacks up, but the one thing I can say is coming in here for Todd Pletcher for the first time, she is very, very fit. So competition-wise, physically, she does fit with this group, Acacia. We'll see what we get.
A very intriguing runner. Maggie, thank you. Should have been more. French bred coming in for her U.S. debut. She won on the all-weather in Great Britain last time out in November. Back to the turf today. We'll see what we get from her. Horses leaving the paddock, though. We will get into our post-parade momentarily in a very intriguing field, starting with Wow, who, as Maggie mentioned, and I know all of us feel the same, cutting back could be the key for her.
Right. She can't really win down in Florida because 5 furlongs is too short for her, and she's not really a two-turn horse. I picked her here. I think she has a chance to upset.
Here's the 2, Secret Love, first time on the turf.
There's one turf winner from the Dam. It's not really a strong turf pedigree, even though there's some turf in there.
Here's the 3, Stony Point, impressive first out maiden winner.
I can't get past the stat that with second-time starters that won their debuts on the turf, Shug McGay is 0 for 8 with just 1 hitting the board, and every single one of them was a short price.
Crazy stat. Here is the French bred Should Have Been More coming here to the U.S.
In fairness to her, she's too slow in her time form ratings, but her race 3 back, the horse that was second in there, Wild Beauty, is the only horse to have beaten Piazza Bianco.
Here is the number 6, Guardian Moon, 4th start of her career.
She's the horse to beat if she's able to run back to her best race, which was on this course last year, almost exactly a year ago. I just think there's some question in whether or not she's still that same horse. These horses with these long layoffs that race infrequently, it's for a reason, and at some point as she gets older, it really will catch up to you.
Taking a look at the number 3, Stony Point, you alluded to this trainer stat, which just blew me away when you told me about it, as far as Shug McGahee and this one stepping up to face winners for the first time.
It's a staggering stat. 0 for 8 to me is a little bit random. You know, I mean, he could win his next 2, it would be 2 for 10. What caught my eye is that he's only one hit the board. And every single one of them was a short price. One of them was the favorite with anticipation, Saratoga, and the horse ran much worse. Sugar's only 7 for 57 off maiden wins in the turf in general with a 96-cent ROI, so his horses have often not come back and run as well. Listen, she's the speed on paper, though. If the 6 can still run, she's going to be close to her. And I don't think she beat anybody in that last race, but I didn't think it was a bad effort, and she could win off this race. I'm not knocking her, but it just seems like, based on that stat, far too often they don't come back and run as well in their next start. And I think she's going to have to improve to win this race.
And I think an interesting point to that as well is that you wouldn't ordinarily think of Shug McGahee as a first-time out trainer. Certainly you can have them ready to win on debut, but you think of it as more of the patient game where horses maybe take a little bit more time to break their maidens and then kind of looking at the big picture type of thing.
Yeah, I think one of the reasons they're always short prices is that people are surprised when Shug wins for the first-time stars in the turf because he doesn't do it that often, and when he does it, you think they're good horses. But even for Shug McGahee, who's one of the great trainers in the game, I think one of the hardest things in the game is getting horses that win their debuts to come back and run as well or better in their second start.
Not easy.
A lot of horses, and I mean for good trainers, take a step back. They may run better in their 3rd or 4th start, but they'll often take a step back. You'll see it in speed figures with 2-year-olds. It's an interesting phenomenon.
And there's expectation there as well after an impressive first out victory. She is currently 8-5 right now on the board is Stony Point. Here's a look at the one. Wow, I know you landed here, and she's one that I have always felt looks more like a sprinter, and you brought up a good point. She had to go 5 furlongs, 2 starts back. That was an off the turf race, which you know it was on Tapeta. 7.5 at Gulfstream is 2 turns, which is not clearly what she wants to do.
Those are routes, and finally, after much perseverance, got DRF to start in the statistics using them as routes. And she did have a trip in that race also. I thought she had a bit of a trip when she ran in a tough field. Messidor's a player for Christophe Clement in a tough allowance race tomorrow. And I don't know how strong this race really is. I mean, the 2's going to have to improve on the turf because she's not really that good on the dirt. She's okay, but she'd have to improve on the turf, which seems possible, but I'm dubious. Stony Point, she got a 73 by her first time. Let's not get carried away, even if she's going to have to improve. Should have been more. You rarely see Todd Pletcher with foreign shippers. He hasn't had much success with them. He doesn't have many. She's an unknown. She didn't run that well in Europe, but she did face some good competition. And we don't know if Guardian Moon, what to expect from her. So I'm not. You look at the field. The problem with Wow is there's no real pace on paper. She may have to sit last, but it's a 5-horse field. How lost can she get?
Very good point there, too. As Jorge Vargas Jr. has ridden her before, rode her back in November when she did face that Salty Allowance company. But for more on this field warming up, let's check in again trackside with Maggie.
Well, Andy, just to really annoy you, I'm going to land on Wow here myself because I kind of have the same feeling as you. I thought about picking the favorite Stony Point here, but she didn't blow me away with her appearance in the paddock, and those are telling stats from the Shug McGahee barn. As we'll take a look at one trying the turf for the first time, and that is number 2 in here, Secret Love, another New York bred. We'll get to the other one in a second. Not this time, actually, has pretty good stats with his turf horses. Obviously, he should, as he is a son of Giants Causeway himself. And while the second dam, there's not much turf pedigree immediately, the dam is half to a multiple stakes winner by the name Key to Power. And she does have a bit of a turf hoof to her. But the problem is that she is going to have to move forward on the turf to likely win this race. I'm not going to be surprised when she does take to it and run well here. I just don't know if she's really a win candidate, as we'll take a look to the outside with the horse who just switched to favoritism in number 6, Guardian Moon. She looks fit enough for me. You know what I mean? Like, turf sprinters, you don't have to be sinewy. You don't have to be that lean. You just have to be strong enough, and she does look that way. I don't know. It just, the gaps in the form just rub me the wrong way, though. She looks ready to come back here, and it just feels as though, I know it's tough to get a New York bred, a second level allowance race, and plus the inexperience with her to go sprinting on the turf. But facing Open Company here, I just thought there were more interesting options if you're going to take a short price on her. And should have been more. Sometimes Europeans, they have a little trouble getting out of the gate, but Javier Castellano did the right thing with her, gave her a big, aggressive warm-up. I love what I saw from her. I'm really intrigued to see her run. It's just Todd, for everything he does really well, does not have great numbers with his foreign shippers, especially on turf. It's a small sample. He's only 1 for 13 over the past 5 years, Acacia.
Very good point, Maggie. It should have been more, as Andy, you pointed out, too. We don't really see many foreign shippers going to Todd's barn either, which is an interesting point. And this one hasn't raced since November, and she ran okay in some races. You mentioned some of the horses that she ran. Wild Beauty for Charlie Appleby came over to win Grade 1 Company at Woodbine. So
beat
obviously,
Pizza Bianca.
Yeah, beat Pizza Bianca that day. It did not run in the Breeders' Cup, that filly, but she's very talented. The win on the all-weather, interesting, and we'll see how she stacks up against these. But it is an adjustment, not just to getting out of the gate, but the running style in general for horses coming to the U.S.
Yeah, and the other thing is that this is a turf sprint. The European turf sprinters in general are not considered dramatically superior in any way to our turf sprinters. And I'll tell you one thing, they're not going to be better than that monster Wesley Wards that won the Breeders' Cup sprint last year that just won at Keeneland last week. My God, did he look good at Keeneland last week.
Very impressive.
I mean, he's going to go over to Ascot. He'll probably be favored over there.
Oh,
off
absolutely.
That race.
I think so. Very, very impressive. And you bring up a good point, too, that the sprinters is not where we see European runners dominating. However, the New York bred to the outside, Guardian Moon, now the favorite. What do we get from here? Good to see. Maggie thought that she looked ready, if nothing else. She did not appear that way last time at Gulfstream. She is the favorite now. Race 3 coming up, sprinting on the turf. Here's John and Brielle.
They're in the gate. And the rough. Guardian Moon and Stony Point. Those two go out for the early lead, and Stony Point goes on with it to take the lead over Guardian Moon. Then it's a break of 2 to Should Have Been More, who's racing in third, 2.5 lengths to the 2 trailers, Wow and Secret Love up the backstretch. Stony Point leads here by a length. Guardian Moon races in second, now a gap of 3 to Should Have Been More in third. The first quarter was run in 22 seconds as they head for the far turn. Stony Point holding the lead here over Guardian Moon. Should Have Been More remains in third. A break of 3 back to Secret Love. Farther back is Wow. Up front it is still Stony Point, Guardian Moon. They're 1-2 at the top of the stretch. Should Have Been More in third. Now they come into the lane, and it is Stony Point on the outside. Should Have Been More. Guardian Moon in between those two as they come down for the 8th pole. Here comes Should Have Been More on the outside. Should Have Been More has now taken the lead. Should Have Been More is in front with Stony Point back running in second. Should Have Been More wins her U.S. debut, and it's been quite a Friday already for Javier Castellano. We've run 3, and he's won 3.
Sweeping the card. A great day so far for Javier Castellano. Should have been more. First time in the U.S., and she gets right to the winner's circle.
And Javier could not have given this horse a better trip. And, you know, you watch the 3 races he's won. It obviously helps to be on horses that can win races, but Javier has ridden all of these horses flawlessly. And this horse got great position. And some of the concerns when they come from Europe, where even though she's been a little bit forward some of her races, the pace can be so much slower that they end up lagging behind and not really able to win, even if they're good enough. In this particular case, he got it right in position. It wasn't a blistering pace, but it was an honest pace. And those aren't, you know, blistering fractions, 44.77 and a half and 22.12. On a turf course, you'll see, you know, 21-2 in these races and 44 low. But you got a decent trip, and she just blew by these horses. I think Shook's horse Stony Point actually ran well.
Yes,
I would argue she ran better than she did in her debut. And our concerns about Guardian Moon were well-founded. She's just not competitive in the same way anymore. Manny did everything right, put her in the game. She was right on top of that pace, and you could see coming to the top of the stretch, she just had nothing.
5-3-6-2 U.S. debut, a winning one. 4 should have been more. Javier Castellano 3 for 3 so far, but another jockey that's continued with a strong meet. That's in Hot Springs, Ricardo Santana Jr. We'll talk more about Ricardo after this timeout on America's Day at the Races. A lot coming up after this.
Warfront. This son of Danzig ranks among the world's elite sires, ranked #1 by percentage of stakes winners, graded stakes winners, and Grade 1 winners. No stallion has a better strike rate. Recent top runners include Group 1 winner Homesman, graded stakes winners Master of Foxhounds, Ancient Rome, and Bombard. Plus Annapolis, who became his sire's 100th stakes winner. In the auction ring, his progeny continued to command top dollar. Warfront, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Be a part of the racing action Saturdays at Aqueduct with live money contests available online through Naira Bets. A $300 buy-in adds $200 to your contest account, while the other $100 funds the cash prize pool paid through 10th place. Follow along with the races on America's Day at the Races while keeping track of your leaderboard standings on Naira Bets. After the contest, your bankroll and prize winnings are shifted back into your Naira Bets account to start betting or withdraw. Register to play today at nairabets.com/contests.
If you're looking into racing partnerships, you should know they're not all the same. When you partner with Bond Racing Stables, you become a member of a growing family of racing enthusiasts, all guided by 3 generations of experience in thoroughbred breeding, training, and racing. Share in the excitement at Saratoga and Belmont Park, where we've graced the winner's circle with winners like Giacosa, who was bred, born, and raised here at our Song Hill Farm. Get more than just a partnership. Become a member of the Bond Racing family. 3 generations of thoroughbred excellence.
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than America'sBestRacing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. America'sBestRacing.net is a sport for you. Live it, love it, bet it.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races. So glad to have you with us as we get ready for the second race at Oaklawn Park. 1 1/16 on the main track here. This is for fillies and mares, 3-year-olds and upward, who have never won 2 races in life. $12,500 claiming race. Here's the post parade with the number 1. Brahms is who?
I know who Brahms was, both who Brahms, the real Brahms, and the horse, trained by Elliott Walden, actually.
Yeah.
This one at 1 for 15 looks overmatched.
Taking a drop in class, but has run against Leicester before. Here is the 2, Milligan, Mike, and Me.
Second off the claim is just going to have to improve dramatically off any start.
Next will be the 3, Flirtatious Smile.
I guess the 3 and 4 look like the 2 potential speeds if you want forwardly placed horses.
Filly by Brody's Cause, 7-1 right now. Speaking of the 4, next will be the number 4, Pure Silk, who just stretched back out in distance.
Yeah, maybe the stretch out will help a horse that broke the maiden 2 back with a race that's good enough to be within hunting, you know, maybe close enough.
He's changed hands several times, one that's been a little bit popular moving around. 7-1 right now on the board. Here's the heavy favorite, Hightailing.
But I think the theme of today in New York and now looking at this horse are horses that have burned a lot of money in their career, and she's 1 for 13 with 4 seconds. No doubt, she's the fastest horse based in the recent races, but she's a little hard to trust, even off the claim.
Blinkers on the 6, Backgate Bell.
If those blinkers come with an engine, perhaps that'll help her hit the board.
Maybe a bit of a jetpack needed
Right.
here.
I like that.
Scratch the 7. Here is the 8, Tone It Up.
Well, she's clearly the biggest competition, the favorite based on speed figures. She did run second a mile 2 races back, but that was a distant second. But looking at this field, she is the second fastest horse.
Taking a big drop in class as well for Ingrid Mason to the outside. That's the field for the second race at Oaklawn Park. Ricardo Santana, as we mentioned prior, been having a good meet, having a strong meet. He's teaming up with Steve Asmussen once again on Hightailing. Actually rode this horse last time out, and I'm sure we'll hear quite a lot from him in Kentucky this spring.
Yeah, and he's heading Kentucky, and he's going to have a new agent. He's switching to Matt Musiker, who's also the agent for Tyler Gaffleone. And his previous agent did a terrific job with him, a good guy too. But maybe, I guess he feels he's not riding as much. I have no idea. I'm just guessing. But riding not as much for Asmussen. He wants to maybe get into some different barns and have a chance. And if he's not going to ride as much for Steve Asmussen, especially when he comes to New York, he's going to need to diversify a bit. And he's a terrific rider. It's a super colony. But he's shown he's more than just a guy who gets lucky getting on horses for Steve.
He has the favorite coming up here in number 5, Hightailing, as they go into the gate for the second race at Oaklawn Park. Here's track announcer Vic Stauffer with the call.
Last to load, Tone It Up. They're at the post. They're off. Backgate Bell stumbled. Hightailing broke beautifully and goes to the front from Brahms Is Who and Flirtatious Smile and Pure Silk. Tone It Up is 3 deep. Then the stumbling Backgate Bell, and now the trailer is Milligan, Mike and Me. It is Backgate Bell to race away at the clubhouse turn, and she opens up a big lead here from Tone It Up. Backgate Bell aggressive and 3 in front. Tone It Up is second 2.5 lengths to Flirtatious Smile, Pure Silk between horses, and Brahms Is Who at the rail. Then it's 4 back to Milligan, Mike and Me, and Backgate Bell is the trailer, and Hightailing is the uncontested leader. Hightailing doing it smartly up the backstretch. A 2.5 length lead on Tone It Up and Flirtatious Smile, and now those two move as a team, and they've drawn within a half length of the front-running favorite, Hightailing. Tone It Up is second with Flirtatious Smile 3 deep in third. Those 3 have sprinted 7 lengths clear of Pure Silk, who's 2.5 in front of Milligan, Mike and Me. Backgate Bell is second last, and now Brahms Is Who is the trailer, and Hightailing and Tone It Up have left Flirtatious Smile back in third, and the 2 favorites look like they'll decide it. Hightailing 3/4 of a length to Tone It Up, who's inching closer in second. Now Tone It Up is only a half length from the lead. It is 5 back to Flirtatious Smile, then Pure Silk and Milligan, Mike and Me. Hightailing and Tone It Up at the top of the stretch, and Hightailing is still hand-ridden while Tone It Up is under the whip, and now Hightailing is getting away. She is now 3 lengths in front of Tone It Up in second, 10 back to Pure Silk, who just took third, and then Milligan, Mike and Me, but it's Hightailing and Ricardo Santana Jr. This will be win number 799 at Oaklawn for Steve Asmussen. Hightailing in hand. Hightailing won by 4.5. Tone It Up was second, Pure Silk third. Milligan, Mike and Me finish fourth.
No doubt about the winner. The favorite delivers. Hightailing second last time out. First off the claim for Steve Asmussen gets the win today.
Unfortunately for her, there was just nobody around to give her a fifth second place finish. She had no choice but to win this race. And it's funny looking at that pedigree, and you're seeing that this was a Stuart Janney homebred that ran for Stuart and ran for Shug McGahee here in New York and more out of town. Actually, she made very few starts in New York. Only 2 of her 8 starts when they had her were actually in New York. She's traveled around. She found the right field today.
She was actually second behind Dunbar Road in her debut back in 2019.
Wow.
How about that?
Wow. At 3-1, too.
Yeah. Finds the winner's circle today. Back at Aqueduct, we're taking a look at the third race and third win for Javier Castellano aboard the number 5. Should have been more. Second win today for Todd Fletcher as well.
And this is when Javier's riding really well. He was really aggressive for position with this filly. He didn't let her find her position. He got her into position in this race, and he worked out a perfect trip on her, but she ran very well. And, you see Todd's barn. He's now 2 for 14 with his European foreign shippers. I don't know if they're all European. because he does get some South American, he just doesn't get them as much. And I think you look at Todd Pletcher, he has so much success in everything he does, turf and dirt, primarily dirt.
Yes.
But he can't do everything. And you can't focus on everything. And Todd focuses on what he does well. That's not to say when he gets a chance, they're going to do well with these horses.
He's in the Hall of Fame for a reason.
Yep.
$8.50 winner should have been more. Speaking of jockeys in good form, though, jockey Dylan Davis, winner of the Aqueduct Winter Meet, has kept that good momentum going into the spring. We'll learn a little bit more about his story after this.
Daredevil, returning to stud on U.S. soil. The only first crop sire to see 2 offspring win the Grade 1 Kentucky Oaks and the Grade 1 Preakness Stakes in the same year. She dares the devil, taking the Kentucky Oaks and the Grade 2 Azeri Stakes, and champion Swiss Skydiver, winning the Preakness and the Grade 1 Beholder Mile Stakes. With more exciting prospects on the track and multiple 6-figure sales in the ring, Daredevil's career is just getting started, only at Lane's End.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races on a beautiful Friday afternoon. Thank you for spending part of your Friday here with us as we continue on with all of the exciting action that we have planned on today's program. As race number 4 is our next order of business here at the Big A. We're sprinting on the main track. $20,000 claiming race for fillies and mares, 3-year-olds and upward. There's a look at the number 4, Wait a Minute. Will be ridden by jockey Dylan Davis. Jockey Dylan Davis, we saw him winning the Aqueduct Winter Meet, and he's been able to keep that good momentum going. But that success didn't come easy. It was a lot of hard work, preparation, and a hunger to find the winner's circle. Our Richard Migliori sat down with Dylan to find out a little bit more of the story behind the scenes.
You have been riding in such great form, and I think it really started when you came back from being injured early in 2021. Was there any moment during that injury that it kind of clicked, that you knew how you wanted to approach it coming back?
Of course, yeah. Just sitting back for about 2 months, watching all my horses running, got me really frustrated. Before my injury, I felt like maybe I was in a rut, and I had time to think about it when I was sitting on the sidelines, and at that point I said, I can do this better. I can do it harder, smarter. I just wanted to show that I wasn't scared to come back.
And Vintage Hollywood will win the Kingston under Dylan Davis.
It's incredible to me how much you look like your father on a horse. He was always a good finisher, strong finisher on horses. Is that something that happened by DNA, or have you studied his tapes?
I think it's more of DNA. You only have so many tapes to go by, and now that I've been able to get my own style, I guess it leans towards my father more, but I'm just doing what I feel is comfortable for my body, and I guess it leans towards Dad.
Did you know early on you wanted to be a jockey?
No, I didn't. I enjoyed going to the track, but I never really paid attention to the actual racing aspect. I was just enjoying being a kid. There was a point in my life when I was about 16 or 17 where I was into motocross and dirt biking, and I wanted to actually be professional in that, and I knew it was going to be difficult, but if I put the work into it, I thought I'd be okay. And my father refused that. He said it was too dangerous, there's too many jumps, and you could hurt yourself. And it's funny because I'm in another dangerous sport.
The rider, Dylan Davis, his 4th win today.
What is it like competing with a sibling out on the racetrack? I can't even imagine. I know you have to kind of block that out. Is it anything that ever enters your mind about it?
It doesn't matter if it's my brother-in-law Trevor or Jackie or Katie maybe will make a comeback again. But if they got horse and I got horse, they better get to riding, because I'm going to give it everything I got, because they, just like any other rider, it's just I want to win as much as any of the other ones do, but I just want to beat them, and especially like Jackie or Katie. If I finish second, I want her finishing third. You know, I know if I can't win it, I want them winning it.
Now, last fall, you rode your first Grade 1 winner, Mutamakina, up in Canada in the EP Taylor. You had ridden her in a prep for the race. I think you learned that it's a very long stretch at Woodbine, and maybe you went for home maybe a little early, and I think it really made the difference in winning the Grade 1. You won with both races, but I think a different trip the second time.
Going into the EP Taylor, Christoph reminded me again, listen, I know it's a Grade 1 and you might be excited, but just try to wait on her as much as you can. And I'm looking at the wire and I see it coming, but it's still ways away. And I feel Joelle coming up on my outside, and I just kept her forward, throwing the crosses, and I was so excited that I got there first for a great trainer and to put that away onto my resume.
Mutamakina providing Dylan Davis with the first Grade 1 of his career. And don't worry, Andy, I believe he will have plenty of other Grade 1 victories in the US
Dylan
as
will.
well.
I don't know about Christophe Clement, but Dylan will.
No.
I actually voted. I voted for Christophe to get in the Hall of Fame. I sent my vote in the other day. So if he wins by 1, I'm expecting a big check. So, by the way, I just realized somebody tweeted this to me. Not only is Javier Castellano going his 4th win in a row to start the day, but he's riding his 4th consecutive number 5 horse, which has to start. Yeah.
All you had to do was
so
bet the
we've
5.
got a crack staff. I want them to find out if any riders ever started a day with 4 straight wins in the number 5. That should only take a week or 2.
I agree. Well,
Get right on it, Bobby.
They're on it.
Right on it.
We know that they're working hard to figure it out. 9 to 5 on Shasta Star as we bring in Maggie Wolfendale for a paddock report. Maggie, does Javier continue sweeping the card?
He does it without me or my endorsement. I can't recommend Shasta Star here in the paddock, but I get why maybe she could win rolling on the Javier Castellano train. And I do think Javier is riding better than ever. As we'll take a look at a horse who is pretty chilly on the board right now, and that is the horse breaking from the outside, though she'll wear the red in the 1A. Greatest Love for Linda Rice, and she's turning back in distance, which is favorable. She's also getting a fast track once again. Also a good sign. Physically, she looks good in here. I mean, I can't fault her whatsoever. She is a smaller, handier, compact filly, so the turn back does make a lot of sense. She looks incredibly fit, having not seen her now in 2 months. She's really nicely on the bridle, that controlled yet keen energy. I like what I'm seeing from her, and I think she makes sense here with the given conditions and the bit of a drop in class. Moving on to one of the possible speeds. We'll see who actually goes here, because you know Jose Gomez with Violent Point isn't likely to take back, but Baba could be fast as well, and Trevor McCarthy, same deal, and she's drawn towards the inside. A horse that sometimes can be a little bit on the nervous side, not necessarily today. You know, she's always a little bit of a timid type, but not overly nervous. I always appreciate when grooms and connections take extra care. She has the checkerboard on her hind end, which always makes them look nice, but looks as though she's doing well, and she could be, given the way that the track has been playing Acacia, in the tactical advantage.
Absolutely, a great point by Maggie, too. And you mentioned this at the start of the day, Andy, that we were seeing a bias and that forwardly placed horses were really faring very well. That could be a key for Baba on this track.
Yeah, and you really saw it not just in the results of yesterday's races, but also in the buyer speed figures. There were horses running higher numbers than you might have expected, which is often an indication of a bias. You know, sometimes you do have to look at speed figures because you might think there's a bias, and then you see, well, this horse is running the same kind of numbers, and sometimes just sort of logical type horses are winning, and it appears to be a bias. Don't think that was the case yesterday. We saw the one turf race today. I picked Baba in here, but believe me, if somebody said to me there's one race every year that you don't have to make a pick in, this race here would have been a candidate.
This is a tough race to figure out. Baba at 2-1, as is the current favorite, Shasta Star. Javier Castellano looking to sweep the card. The pick 6 kicks off here. We start anew after we had that carryover yesterday. Kicking things off at the part of the entry that stays in, here's the 1A, Greatest Love.
Yeah, I picked her second. She's going to need, though, to be able to close, which may be hard. The reason this entry is a bigger price than morning line is the morning line was very based on the other half of the entry that scratched.
Here is the number 2 cover photo.
I actually think she's a long shot with a chance. Randy Presota's had great numbers off the claim, and while she's second off the claim, her first race off the claim was an impossible spot.
She's 12-1, biggest price on the board right now. Here's the 3, Baba.
I agree with what Maggie said and everything she said. You know that Jose Gomez will go with a 6, but Trevor McCarthy is not giving up an inch, and she could be the speed.
Well turned out with that stencil on her hindquarters, as Maggie touched on. Here is the number 4, Wait a Minute, off of freshening.
I don't like her. The best thing she has going for her is her hot barn, and the Jeffrey Englehart's doing so well here at Aqueduct.
Next will be the number 5, Shasta Star. Does she get back to the winner's circle?
I'm with Maggie. I don't like this horse. She doesn't have speed. I don't know that she's as good as the best horses in here. I'm going to root, however, for Javier to get go for 4 for 4.
And on the number 5, once again, here's the 6, Violent Point.
She's going to be forward, too. I think she's the least likely winner of this race based on her talent. But if something happens to 3 and she gets clear, she'll probably outrun her chances, not her odds, because 9-2 to me is an underlay because of how the track is playing.
Well, you can earn a $200 sign-up bonus today when you join Naira Bets. Play all of the action on our program and more while earning up to a $200 deposit match bonus. It's easy. New members can just sign up with promo code STAKES200, make your first deposit, and earn up to a $200 deposit match. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime, and join now at NairaBets.com to get that $200 deposit match. We go back to the number 3, Baba, who does drop in class as well, has that early speed. Taking a look at this race back in January for this is back in February for Baba, last time that she won.
Yeah, I mean, she was in a 4-horse field. I just was looking for, frankly, looking for some video to show for this race. Oh, this isn't the 4-horse field. This is, where
January.
am I?
January race. This is
here.
the January
race.
Right,
this is January race where she ran 4th. Greatest Love, who's the 1A in here, finishes 2nd. The 4 hit the wire together. But this was a race where she didn't get the lead, and she is a much more effective horse when she gets to the front.
Has that early speed. We have seen her in a bit of a stalking position in the past back in December, but she does have that early speed, and that is her biggest weapon, getting a big warm-up out there under Trevor McCarthy. You mentioned the number 5, Shasta Star, who's no longer favored now, but still taking a lot of attention. She's one that's a little bit tough to recommend, but is continuing to take money, I think, as she's coming out of that 3rd place finish back in March.
Yeah, I wonder a little bit if she's getting bet a little bit because of Javier.
It could be.
You know, especially the early money. It's the kind of money you see that comes in on a horse like this. She's run by her speed figures, to be fair, that are fast enough to win this race. I don't like that she won a very weak $12,500 claiming race 2 races back. She beat Quality Stones, who's really not that good. She didn't run terribly first time for Jimmy Ferraro, running against some better horses. OK Honey, the winner of that race, Awesome Indra. So, I mean, her recent form is good enough that I guess she could win. I just preferred other horses. I thought overall she was a little bit on the cheaper side, but I think 2-1 is ludicrous, but we'll see.
Well, for more on some other contenders in this field, let's go trackside checking again with Maggie.
Well, good reports on your current second kind of co-favorite, and Baba. I like the way she warmed up out here, and I would have picked her, but when Andy and I team up on a horse, it never works out for either of us. So I'm going to go to the longest shot in this field, and that's the Inside Runner cover photo. She looks great for Randy Prasad. And sometimes Randy's horses, you know, maybe they leave a little to be desired, but she is big, strong, her coat is resplendent, she's moving well out on the racetrack, and it's not as if she's completely devoid of speed. She has enough tactical speed to keep her close enough in here. Now, I think, you know, the two speed horses in here, Baba and Violent Point, can go head to head and they can finish, you know, 1-2 around the racetrack. It's not like I'm counting on a pace collapse here, but given the fact that the 5 is taking so much money, who I just don't like, and Andy, I'll let you win with Baba. I'm just going to take number 2, Cover Photo, because honestly, she might look best out there, Acacia.
And you're getting a nice price on her as well.
I actually bet a couple dollars to win on Cover Photo because I didn't expect her to be quite this big a price. And to be honest, I thought about picking her on top. And the other thing is, you know, it's not like she's a laggard. She could easily be sitting 3rd behind the 3 and 6 in this race. And I know, you know, people, you say, sometimes you find statistics that surprise you, like that Sugar McGay stat is a surprising stat. And I think if you ask the average person, how do you think Randy Prasad does off the claim, they'd say, why are you insulting me? He's probably won for 8,000 or something. The reality is he's winning at a high, almost 30%. He's had at least 2 wins here this winter with a positive ROI, so his numbers off the claim are very good. Now, this horse doesn't fit that because she's second off the claim. But the first time she ran off a claim, she had no chance in that race. She's finally, at least in a race where, you look at a race 2 back where she got a 70 buyer, that race is fast enough to win here. And it's not the only one. She got a 68 2 back. And it's not like she was in bars, except for Mike Maselli, that win at a high percentage. So there are things to like about this horse. And from the way the racetrack is playing a bias situation, she's not going to be dramatically compromised. She may be a little bit compromised, but she's not a horse that's got to come from left field. I bet a couple hours to win on her at that price. I just thought that was a very generous price.
Maggie going with Cover Photo at a nice price. Got some good comments from her out on the track. Violent Point does have apprentice jockey Jose Gomez aboard, and she does have some early speed as well. She's 5-1, and Maggie talked about how the track is playing, how these two could potentially go 1-2 around the racetrack with Baba. Do you feel like the speed of Violent Point makes her a bit more of a player in here?
That's a good question. I think that's a very, very good question. Maybe. Listen, maybe the 3 doesn't break and she ends up in front, and that makes her even more dangerous. I just think her recent form is lousy overall. I mean, she just hasn't run that well from a speed figure standpoint in her recent races. That's more concerns me. And her only win, that big 77 buyer 4 back, was achieved on a super gold rail, and I think it really makes her look better than she is. Overall, there's just every other horse in here is really sort of routinely capable of running faster figures than her. So that's not the kind of horse I'm ever going to land on. But on a biased racetrack, if the 3 wasn't engaged with her and she got clear, she's going to, you know, much like that 77 buyer, she may run a much faster figure than she's normally capable of, and that'll elevate her performance. And also, more importantly, hinder the performances of the others. Because that's the thing about a track. Sometimes I think that speed tracks are tracks that horses have difficulty closing on. I think that happened a lot in Saratoga, particularly the 2-turn races last summer in the dirt. Maybe it's a kickback situation. We just didn't see horses making big runs from the back. So was it because speed was good or because closing was tough?
I think that's a good point to make as far as the differentiation does go between those as well, that it's not necessarily horses that were moved up because of the early speed. It's maybe the ones that would have come to take them down were compromised as a result.
Right, because you look at the figures in Saratoga, horses weren't running a lot better.
Agreed.
There were horses running a lot worse. And, you know, you think about it intellectually, and that's why yesterday with these numbers, it gives an indication it probably was really helping them. I can understand a path bias. You know, the rail gets deep for a reason. It's a dead rail. The rail is much better. It's a stronger rail. I understand a path bias. Why would a track favor speed unless it's hindering closers? Why would it favor closers unless there's something hindering the speed horses? The rail is dead, the deeper part of the inside, horses are going to the inside, things like that. So I'm more inclined to look for path biases than speed bias. But from what we saw yesterday, I don't know there was a path bias as much as it was a speed bias.
Seemed to be in the first dirt race earlier today, too, that being on the front end is where you want it to be. The horse that will likely try to take them every step of the way. Baba currently favored. Baba, meaning grandmother, and makes sense as this horse started out her career in the beginning with Tom Abertrani. She's been very popular at the claim box since then. She's with Dylan Clark now and does drop in class, and we'll see if she can take them every step of the way under Trevor McCarthy. Into the gate they go for the 4th race, the start of today's Pick 6. Here's John and Brielle with the call.
Waiting for Violent Point and Greatest Love. They're in the gate. And they're off. And they all came away to a good start. It is Baba, and on the outside, a Violent Point. Baba narrowly. Violent Point runs in second. Wait a minute. Is a close-up third, and on the outside is Greatest Love in fourth. Cover photo down at the rail. Shasta Star is the trailer in sixth. Baba leads now by a length and a quarter, with Violent Point on the outside, second by a half length, and Wait a Minute next in third. The quarter 22 and 4/5 seconds. It is Baba, the leader here, by 3/4 of a length. Violent Point on the outside runs in second. And then it is Wait a Minute, just in behind the front two in third. Now Shasta Star begins to pick it up from the back. Shasta Star is gaining ground on the outside. Then a Greatest Love and Cover Photo. The field turns into the stretch. It is Shasta Star on the outside, with Baba continuing to battle on, and Violent Point in between horses. 3 of them across the track with 1/8 of a mile to the finish. It is Shasta Star and Violent Point and Baba down at the rail. They're coming on for the finish. It is Shasta Star. Baba coming back again. Shasta Star has won it. Javier Castellano has the broom out today. He has swept the first 4 on the Friday card.
Love that call from John and Brielle. Has the broom out today. Javier Castellano, he needs to always ride the number 5, I think, from now on is the key.
He's so hot today, he's winning with closers on this track.
Exactly.
Where you could see how much the bias helped both the 3 and 6, because they appear to be beaten and they just battled back the whole stretch. But Shasta Star, Javier made the decisive move around the turn to put her in position, and she managed to grind it out. It looked for a second like Baba, who looked beaten, was going to come back and actually win it past the 16th pole as she sort of battled back down the good inside. But no denying Javier and Shasta Star, and what a great start. Oh my gosh, 4 5s. And unfortunately for Javier, he's not in the 5 in the next race, but he is on Pruning, who now is going to be overbet against Expand the Map.
As a result, he'll be on the 3 in the next race for Shug McGahee, but Javier Castellano, that's it.
Can they change
stop
posts?
to it. I wonder.
He's on Jake
I'm
Rocks.
sure Shug would be well, today could be the day for Jake Rocks. I know how you feel about him.
I love Jake Rocks, but he's won for 29. He's on Easter, who I like in the 8th race. He's on live horses.
Yeah.
He's on live horses looking through the rest of the day. Let's see who's on the last, if anybody. He's on the heavy favorite for Todd Pletcher, who's 0 for a million. He's on some real 0 for types here. It could be a huge day, but it already is a huge day for Javi. Good for him.
4 for 4 at the Big A. Javier Castellano came to play on this Friday afternoon. We'll bring you prices after this, but what a day it's been. The story of the day, Javier Castellano, the Hall of Famer, on fire.
They say breed the best to the best and hope for the best.
Vacoma broke well on the outside, and
But you don't expect to get speed like this.
is Vacoma the one to catch. Vacoma has a 5-length lead in this Grade 1 quarter. Vacoma continues to battle on down at the rail. It is Vacoma who's going to win the Met Mile.
This season at Monmouth Park, opening day is Derby Day. Live racing returns to the Jersey Shore Saturday, May 7th with a special 2 p.m. first post. The action continues every weekend in May with racing starting at 12:15. Win early and often with our Win Early Pick 5s. New for 2022, on-site customers can lock in odds with fixed odds wagering at Monmouth Park Racetrack.
Cyberknife. Here comes Secret Oath. Cyberknife. Secret Oath is not going to get by. The Arkansas Derby winner, Cyberknife.
From the outside, and here's Taba getting the upper hand in the final stages. Santa Anita Derby goes to Taba.
Echo Zulu. Gun runners on top of the world. Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
To America's Day at the Races. We should call it Javier Castellano's Day at the Races. He's 4 for 4 and has been absolutely terrific at the Big A as he pilots Shasta Star to victory and is standing by with Maggie.
And as Richie said, the Hall of Famer having him quite a day as coincidentally all on the 5-horse. Javi, 4 wins, 4 races down. The fans out in the apron were cheering you. They were cheering you while you were riding and cheering you when you came back on Shasta Star. How much does that mean to you, and how cool of a feeling is it?
Oh, that's great when you make an effort and you see it pay off, especially the people that root for you. I think it's amazing. It's a great feeling, you know, when everybody look up for you and they wish you all the best. I think that's amazing.
Well, people usually don't cheer for you here at Aqueduct. I can speak from experience, but you know, thinking about your career and you're in the Hall of Fame, we were just discussing you've won 6 Travers. What are the goals that you set for yourself each and every year? What are we looking forward to from Javier Castellano here in 2022?
Maggie, I never have the opportunity to win the Kentucky Derby. That's my dream. I hopefully can come through soon. That's the reason I'm here every single day and try to do the right thing. Follow with the best horses, ride the best horses in the race, try to handicap it, do the best of the best for the horses. Hopefully, I have the opportunity to ride the Kentucky Derby, win the Kentucky Derby this year.
You're going to win a 5th race, though, today?
I'm looking forward.
All right, Abby, congratulations on a huge day so far.
Thanks a lot, Maggie.
All right, Javier Castellano really getting hot here at the Big A. Looking forward to a big summer and maybe spring, Acacia, as he was saying.
Absolutely. That first Saturday in May, it's coming up soon. Javier Castellano, 4 for 4, bringing Shasta Star to the winner's circle today. And certainly as a rider, yes, it's exciting to be on a roll like this and be 4 for 4, but you want to win the next one. You want to keep it going.
No, absolutely. Yeah. I agree. But it is exciting. It's cool. It's really adding some fun to today's card. See Javier win in 4 straight 5s. It's going to, if pruning was the 5, you'd have more confidence.
That's it. Book it. Go
Can
right
you switch
in.
rides? Can you get on the 5?
He might try.
Charlie Rude?
Honestly, I think Christoph wouldn't be too upset given how well he's been doing now. Javier Castellano, 4-win day. Here's a look at his mounts and what they paid as well.
So what's the parlay on Javier? It's around 30. It's around $80. It's around 300 for a $2 bet.
How about that? Javier Castellano on fire. Plenty more live mounts, though, again, they've all been on the 5. Back at Oaklawn Park, we get ready for the 3rd race today. We will be going 6 furlongs on the main track, maiden claiming for $10,000 here for fillies and mares, 3-year-olds and upward. Currently the number 1, Charlotte's Way, dropping in class as the 2-to-1 favorite.
When Keisha and I were talking before the show, she said to me, there's some nice race today, but I can't wait for the 3rd at Oaklawn. I know you're really particularly excited about this one.
You know me so well.
You know, there's a horse that's got your now sister-in-law's name, Charlotte's Way,
true,
so you got to root for that one.
Absolutely.
I picked Charlotte's Way. I actually thought about betting this horse, but not at 2-to-1. I'm not betting her in here. I always worry about Chris Hartman. He's got the 11. His horses seem to run extremely well. His horses have run very well at Oaklawn. So I've managed to smoke out the 2 favorites in here. Sharp guy that I am.
We always knew you were very sharp as a tack.
They're supposed to be the Speeds, too, with the 2 Candy Ann coming out.
Yeah,
they look like the Speeds, who lost at 1-2 last time at Sam Houston.
5-2 to the outside on Candy Story for Chris Hartman. He's 24% for the meet, had 20 wins coming into today, and just has been firing on all cylinders.
His horses run. There is no doubt about it, and they've run very well at Oaklawn, and they look like they should probably be 1-2 around the racetrack, these 2 horses, and I preferred Charlotte's Way.
The other one taking a little bit of attention is the 6 Mandana, who's 4-1 on the board. She cuts back in distance. Did show some speed, though, going long last time out.
I love a turn back, and I looked her up well. The Randy Morse trainer does not have particularly good numbers with turn backs, but I don't disagree. She looks like the other one in here. In general, you have a field of horses that just aren't very fast, and it feels like the speed and the overall talent of both the 1 and 11, they look like the best 2 horses, and they're supposed to get the right 2 trips.
Bookends look to be the most intriguing in the third. Everybody looking for the first win of their career. Here is race 3 at Oaklawn Park, and Vic Stauffer with the call.
True Blue Girl. 2 more now, Mandana and Candy's Story. They're at the post. They're off. Candy's Story broke well, so did Charlotte's Way and Mandana. Pontiffany is close up. Sensing Gold and Maggie's Will are next, then Psychologist, Adele's Bling, and True Blue Girl, and the trailer is My Daddy's Trainer. Charlotte's Way, quickest up the backstretch, is Charlotte's Way with a 2.5 length lead as she sprints along in front of Candy's Story. Pontiffany is third now and about 4 from the front, 2.5 back to Mandana and Maggie's Will. Sensing Gold and Psychologist have about 9 to make up, and they are 2.5 in front of Adele's Bling. 3 more back to True Blue Girl, and 4 lengths last to My Daddy's Trainer, strung out over a lot of ground. Charlotte's Way and Candy's Story. Charlotte's Way to the quarter pole with a solid lead. It is Charlotte's Way traveling well. Candy's Story is absolutely all in, and she's not coming after the front runner. In fact, she just lost second to Pontiffany, and Charlotte's Way will be tough to catch. Charlotte's Way to the final furlong with a 4-length lead on Pontiffany in second. Then Candy's Story and Psychologist. Charlotte's Way, Pontiffany is closing, but it's only a 1/16 of a mile to the wire. Charlotte's Way, Pontiffany is really closing. This could end up close. Charlotte's Way, Pontiffany, Charlotte's Way in front. Not that close, a length and a half. Pontiffany, good second. Psychologist third, and True Blue Girl finished fourth.
A late run from Pontiffany, but there was no question about the winner. Charlotte's Way in control every step.
Yeah, the 11 really didn't have the speed to run with her, and the 11 Candy Story was done on the turn, and Charlotte's Way just found herself away in front. I had planned to bet her, but not taking that price. She was a big drop down coming from Sam Houston, where my good friend Nick Tamaro did a sensational job as his first year as the full-time announcer.
Yeah, absolutely. Nick is
knocked
a
it out of
great
the
guy as well. Charlotte's Way with the win, 184 in race number 3 at Oaklawn Park. We'll bring you prices in a little bit. We'll also have a lot more live racing action coming up from both New York and Oaklawn Park. And we'll see if Javier Castellano can pick up any more wins on the day. But one man who has a lot of live chances today, that's Chad Brown. He has the heavy favorite, ready to kick off the Pick 5 coming up next here at the Big A. Stay with us after this. We have a lot more coming up on America's Day at the Races.
Idle, perfectly timed. Idle gets up under Joel Rosario to win the big gap. It's known agenda for St. Elias Stable.
Race and the race, scintillating performance in the TVG Delmar debutante.
And Clariere will win the cotillion.
Down to the wire. Who's going to win it? It's Mala by a neck.
Curling, the classic sire.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races, brought to you as always in part by Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual unusually well. Well, coming up this weekend at Keeneland is the Grade 3 Lexington for the 3-year-olds, and a big field. Taking a look at the runners lined up in here, Kelly Breen seems to hold a very strong hand with In Due Time, who ran 2 turns for the first time last time out in the Grade 2 Fountain of Youth, and that was a second behind Simplification.
The morning line maker didn't make him favored.
3-1.
He's a cinch to be favored in this race. I mean, he looks like a strong favorite in here. I mean, they're going to bet him. They're going to bet a synthetic horse over him? No, they're not. He's run some fast races. He's run well. I mean, he should have been disqualified in this race. He is responsible for that incident, and they did suspend Paco Lopez as a result of it. But having said that, he still ran well in there. And based on what I've seen from this field, I thought Midnight Chrome a little interesting. For whatever reason, he hasn't been back in the dirt since finishing a distant 3rd in the Remsen. But considering how good the first 2 in the Remsen are, I think in this field, he deserves a chance. He's my long shot. I don't think he'll get 20-1. But In Due Time won't be the second choice. He'll be favored.
In Due Time, we will have Paco Lopez aboard once again. At Midnight Chrome, I agree, intriguing. 3rd behind Mo Donegal, who won the Wood, and Zandon, who won the Bluegrass. And that was his only his 2nd dirt start. But it is an intriguing race, a big field. As you mentioned, a horse who's been very good in synthetic, Tawny Port, 5-2 on the morning line. As that Grade 3 Lexington is part of this weekend's cross-country Pick 5 sequence. And always exciting as you get Aqueduct and Keeneland, some top quality races in a short amount of time.
Yeah, the Giants Causeway is a turf sprint for older horses. See what happens there. And one of our favorite horses is running Keeneland today in the turf sprint, Daring Name.
Yes, first start back since the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Turf Sprint. But coming back here at the cross-country Pick 5, Saturday kicks off around 4:44 to be exact p.m. Eastern. Back here today at Aqueduct, we get ready for race number 5, and there is Expand the Map. She was heralded as a good one on debut, 2nd behind Pizza Bianca in her first race. Unfortunately, we haven't been able to see her run since then, but exciting to see her back, and she is, rightfully so, a short price.
Yeah, I'm extremely excited to see her run. I mean, this is a filly that Chad Ryan holds in very high regard. She obviously showed how good she is in her debut, running against Pizza Bianca, arguably running as well, if not better than that one did, but Pizza Bianca is clearly a very, very, very nice filly. She may run here next weekend, right? Looking forward to that. But Expand the Map rained off the turf in a couple subsequent times she was entered, and good performance today, and we're going to see this horse in stakes going forward, and she has every right to be a very, very big player in the division going forward.
Affiliate by Dark Angel makes the first start of her 3-year-old season as we bring in Maggie Wolfendale. Maggie, what have you seen from her as she comes back here to the races today?
Yeah, Acacia, I'm glad I saw her as a 2-year-old, because that day, in which, in hindsight, it did play out to be a fairly strong maiden special weight up at the Spa, I much preferred Pizza Bianca to her because, I mean, I just didn't get all the hype. I didn't obviously see her training, but she just looked backwards, whereas Pizza Bianca looked like a more progressive and precocious type, and she kind of acted that way too, in that she was very professional in the paddock, and then when she got out on the racetrack, she was green. She wanted to kind of run off. She just did everything a little bit wrong. And 2, she didn't switch leads late. Now, she comes back. I still want to keep an eye on how she behaves out in the racetrack, but she has grown, she has filled out, she's just become so much more athletic, and I'm sure has turned into the physical that they were hoping that she would. So she looks ready to go here. Again, like I said, I'm going to watch on how she behaves out in the racetrack, but I'm sure we won't see a problem from her in her 2nd start. Moving on to number 5, Charlie Root, another 2nd-time starter, rained off the turf on the Tapeta last time. I thought she was a bit green at the start, kind of broke out, and then she was under a ride while getting swung very wide into the lane. It just was a recipe for, I don't want to say disaster, but just didn't lead to a great performance, yet she still was kind of plugging along at the end. Now, the Dam's a multiple graded stakes winner, and on the turf, she looks like a turf horse. She has a flat hoof to her, and she's a little bit sway back, so it kind of gives you the illusion of, is she fit enough? But she just looks solid, she looks strong, and she's going to be the likely second choice in here, and I think rightfully so. And she does have the recency to boot, as Jorge Abreu sends out a first-time starter libretto Irish-bred filly by Fastnet Rock. Obviously, it's an all-turf pedigree. I found it interesting. This filly, I'm going back a ways in her work tab, to be very fair here, but she worked with Howe Street. Now, Howe Street was that horse that finished second in a maiden special weight for Jorge last week here, in which he was meant to run first time out a couple weeks prior, going 7/8 on the dirt. Well, it seems like a horse that could kind of run on either surface to me, to be fair. And she got outworked by him a bit, still held her own. Beautifully put together filly, very elegant, suits these conditions obviously very well given the pedigree. Great coat to her. The only thing is, and while she looks lean, I just think she needs to strengthen that top line. A firster at a price that I don't think is going to win first time out, but I want to keep my eye on because there might be some ability. Acacia?
Yeah, certainly good to take note of horses coming out of this field. Maggie, thank you. Libretto, maybe one to watch moving forward. A big price today, but a short price on Expand the Map. And good to hear Maggie saying that she has taken those steps forward that you like to see as she returns now as a 3-year-old after she ran a very big race on debut.
No, I feel like I've been discussing Expand the Map for a long, long time, and she's been training very well. This winter, she needs to come and she's doing it at the racetrack. I mean, she ran well in her first start, but she needs to run well here. I'm a little interested in Flacca on the outside as a long shot here, who's after 4 turf winners for to try, including the talented Voting Control, who ran for the same connections as Expand the Map. Thought maybe she had a shot to be second here, but in all likelihood, Expand the Map's probably going to be too tough for these.
Flacca 43-1 right now on the outside. Have to grade 1 placed Voting Control. Good on the turf as well. Here is the post parade, starting with the stretch out runner, Naked on the Beach.
Yeah, she's a little bit interesting. Her first turf race was good, disappointing thereafter, but her last race on synthetic was a step in the right direction.
Finished second sprinting last time out off of a layoff. She now stretches back out. Here is the 3 pruning, the man of the day, Javier Castellano aboard.
Yeah, she's the most experienced horse in this race. I'm not sure that's necessarily a good thing. She's run okay in her races. We'll see.
We'll see if Javier can go 5 for 5. But here is the number 5, Charlie Rude, ran on synthetic first time out.
The turf influences from Cairo Prince we talked about earlier. There's not a ton of turf pedigree otherwise. Would have to improve, obviously, off the synthetic effort.
She is 4-1. Here's the first-time starter. Maggie was intrigued by Libretto.
Well, I know there's a bit of a tip on this horse as well. A German bred. They usually want more distance, these horses. We'll see. Jorge Abreu, former assistant Chad Brown, very good with first-time starters.
By Fastnet Rock, a terrific sire as well. Here is an Irish bred, another one to Expand the Map, the big favorite.
Yeah, these connections had so much success with their horses from Tattersall and already and over the past few years. And this might be the best of the ones they bought in her crop.
Here's the 9, Flacca. Some interest from Andy on the outside.
She got bet in her debut, actually, before running kind of poorly, and she was entered in this. A lot of this field was entered last week and got rained off the turf. And I thought Rob Adams might give her another try in the dirt, given that, but he's clearly intent on getting her on the turf, which is the surface she's bred for.
Well, we'll see how she handles that surface switch today, but they all have to get around the number 8, Expand the Map, the Irish bred, making the first start of her 3-year-old season. We'll find out how she fares and kick off the late pick 5 from the Big A after this.
Spun to run. In the Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile, he defeated a loaded field that included multiple Grade 1 winners Omaha Beach and Improbable. His brilliant speed figures were among the fastest of any 3-year-old at a mile or more. And he hails from the legendary Danzig sire line. Multiple graded stakes winner, millionaire, Breeders' Cup champion, Spun to Run, standing at Gainesway.
Who you betting on? How about an app created specifically for horse racing? Naira Bets. We specialize in thundering hooves, fist pumping, and boosting your bankroll with robust weekly promotions. And offer betting tips from actual horse racing experts. Bet all day and night, nationwide. Get the action and thrill of horse racing with Naira Bets.
Run Happy was a #1 second crop sire by graded stakes winners and earnings. A leading dirt sire and now with an exciting Kentucky Derby hopeful.
Kicked it into high gear, and Smile Happy with a powerful performance wins by 2.5.
Run Happy continues his rise and is priced for success. Clips champion Run Happy standing in stall 1 at Claiborne Farm.
How does horse racing support New York's economy? It's responsible for 19,000 jobs and more than $3 billion in annual statewide economic impact. These good-paying jobs support working families across the state and sustain thousands of small businesses both on and off the track. Horse racing in New York means jobs and opportunities now and in the future. We are New York horse racing.
We're back on America's Day at the Races, brought to you as always by Naira Bets, where you can bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Get started at nairabets.com or download the app today. We are getting ready for the 5th race today, which kicks off today's late pick 5. And of course, all eyes on the number 8, Expand the Map, who was bet like she was a good thing, ran very well on debut. And the horse that beat her, Pizza Bianca, would run second in a grade 1 in her subsequent start and then win the Breeders' Cup Filly and Mare Juvenile Turf.
I can remember watching this race. It was right before going on the set, actually, for the late show, and being stunned that she lost. Now, as it turned out, she lost to a very, very good horse in here. And I think it was one of these things, and I don't mean this in any way or criticism of Byron Ortiz, that he, in doing the right thing, it kind of ended up being the wrong thing. He just didn't want, he knew who he was riding, and he didn't want to get caught behind horses, and he thought, I got to make a decisive move now, and it turned out to be probably a little wide and a little premature, and Pizza Bianca was a very good horse. Pizza Bianca was able to catch her. It doesn't mean, it's just one of those things the way it worked out. Manny Franco is riding a lot for Chad Brown these days and riding very well, picks up the mount, and she's a horse who has a big future ahead of her, but one step at a time.
She's out on the track warming up right now. For more, let's go down to Maggie.
And warming up a lot better than she did, well, back in August at Saratoga. As Manny Franco was conscious, I think, maybe connections filling him in, that she couldn't be a little bit headstrong. So he kept her very quiet, let all the other horses clear off, begin their warm-ups before he began his, in which he kept Expand the Map with the pony. So keeping her quiet, calm, she's very content today. I'm seeing a different horse, and I think she's going to run to the talent that she's shown in the morning today. Moving on to the one horse, Naked on the Beat. She's one of 2 4-year-olds in here, and she's one that previously, before her last start, kind of had trouble getting out of the gate, as she does stretch back out from the 6, and actually she broke fairly well in that 6-furlong race on the Tapeta at Turfway Park, but she was hustled the entire way. She's just not quick enough to keep up going that sprint distance, but I would not be surprised if we see her show a bit more speed now getting back out to a route distance. She's incredibly fit here. I thought she kind of ran well in defeat despite it being on the synthetic last time, finishing second, kind of drifting back down to the rail. Not necessarily, watching replays at Turfway, you don't often see horses running well down towards the inside, and the winner was clear out in the middle of the racetrack. So I think, other than your favorite, I'm a little interested in the one here, Acacia Naked on the Beach.
All right, Maggie, thank you. An intriguing prospect at a bit of a price at 5-1 down on the inside with Dylan Davis aboard. We'll see if she can continue to build off of that race last time out, where she did seem to take a step in the right direction.
Yeah, I think it's a good sign that she finally ran well. Now, maybe she's better in synthetic. Maybe she's better sprinting, to be honest with you. It'll be interesting. If she doesn't run well here, I bet you'll see Mike Maker run her in a sprint, because of how she ran last time out. But she ran well in her first start going long at Keeneland and really was sort of promising. And then she just stunk in 2 straight races after that. We'll see if she can get back to that first start, because if she can, she's a player.
2-5 right now on the favorite. Some interesting other ones, maybe trying the turf for the first time. You had a little interest in Flocka to the outside. You have the first-time starter, Libretto. Obviously, you get a lot of clues from the morning, and of course, her first start, and that's where the short price does come from. But these maiden races are exciting because you never know who else could be in here as well, looking just at that example of that Saratoga debut race.
Yeah, no, right, exactly. You know, you can run them, and then you end up running against a horse that ends up winning the Breeders' Cup, and you just don't know. And that's the thing about Saratoga maiden races.
Right.
You see it, more often in the dirt, but you just don't know. People run their best horses often, especially the ones that are precocious and ready to start early. I think you'll see a lot of trainers, and you've certainly seen it with Chad Brown this year, having horses like Early Voting who hadn't been running, and how well he's turned out. And other maiden breakers, they'll do well starting later, but you're going to have precocious horses, and if you have them and they're ready, you want to be able to start them in Saratoga so you can get a couple starts into them to get to the Breeders' Cup.
Into the gate they go for the 5th race today. Expand the Map, a short price as she makes the first start of her 3-year-old season, but a nice field of fillies assembled here. Everybody looking for the first win of their career. Javier Castellano looking for his 5th on the day. He'll be aboard Pruning. We're going a mile on the inner turf. Into the gate they go. Here's John Imbrial with the call.
They're in the gate for race 5. And the rough. A good start for Expand the Map, along with Libretto down at the rail, is Naked on the Beach. And now moving through is Charlie Rude. So it's Expand the Map and Charlie Rude, and the two of them hook up going into the clubhouse turn. Naked on the Beach is down at the rail and running in 3rd. Alongside is Libretto, next in 4th. Then comes Flacca, and on the inside is Pruning. They round the turn, head for the backstretch after a quarter and 24 seconds, and the big favorite is on top. It is Expand the Map, the leader here by a half length. Charlie Rude on the outside, second by 2, with Naked on the Beach at the rail in 3rd. And alongside is Libretto next in 4th, another 2 lengths to Pruning, and 4 more to Flacca, who's at the back. Up front, Expand the Map by 3/4 of a length. Charlie Rude on the outside in 2nd, half mile 48 and 4/5 seconds. Naked on the Beach has saved ground down at the rail and is running in 3rd as they go into the far turn. Expand the Map holding on to the lead here, 3/4 of a length. Charlie Rude on the outside in 2nd. Then Naked on the Beach followed by Libretto and Pruning, and now they come off the turn and enter the stretch, and it is Expand the Map with the lead here. Expand the Map by 2. Charlie Rude on the inside is Naked on the Beach. On the outside is Libretto. It is Expand the Map with the lead. Naked on the Beach drawing closer. Expand the Map. Naked on the Beach. It is Naked on the Beach to win it by a half length. The big favorite, Expand the Map, was 2nd. Farther back, Libretto and Charlie Rude.
An upset here in the 5th race. Expand the Map dictated every step of the way. Naked on the Beach, though, under Dylan Davis, able to run her down.
No, she got a great trip to get it done here, but, and all credit to him. And Naked on the Beach clearly showed last time that she has stepped her game back up and she's running well. And they did beat the rest of the field by a reasonable amount. But the reality is now Expand the Map has lost 2 races she was supposed to win. Manny Franco did everything right. This was not a fast pace. He had to make a decision, and he did, and it was an aggressive one. She didn't lose because of the ride. She's supposed to win this race. This is a very highly regarded horse, and you can't have horses, say, well, okay, she lost to Pizza Bianca. Okay, fine. But now she's lost a horse that she's supposed to be beating. And given the amount of hype for this horse, Expand the Map is very disappointing at this point.
Switched back to that left lead again, momentarily went to the right, switched back to the inside, and you saw the number 1 Naked on the Beach with momentum closing 5-1. Slight upset there over the 2-5 favorite. Certainly an upset with the amount of expectations placed on Expand the Map. 1-8-7-5 under the line in the 5th race at Aqueduct. Back at Oaklawn Park, we get ready for race number 4 today. 6 furlongs on the main track. We're sprinting in a $50,000 claiming race. Non-winners of 2 in life for 3-year-olds and upward. Kicking things off with the current even money favorite, Salado.
Well, this horse is clearly the horse to beat. He's running races that make them tough, and he figures to be the main speed.
inside post as well with a lot of early foot, a very dangerous combination. Next, we'll see a horse first off the claim. Here's the 2, Big Boss Ben.
Joe Sharp's numbers off the claim with dirt sprinters are weak. He's just 19% with a $1.35 ROI, and for what it's worth, 0 for 8 at Oaklawn.
New gelding as well. Here's the 3, Amongst Friends.
Yeah, stretching and running, cutting back, I'm sorry, for stretching out, and appears to be better sprinting.
Number 4 is next, Hanks.
I hope he's as good as Tom Hanks, the actor. He's actually, this horse has run figures that give him a little bit of chance in here.
Here's the 5, Vodka and Water.
Vodka and Water is badly overmatched. I have no idea why this horse is 7-1 and not 57-1.
Blinkers coming off after they tried the blinkers last time out. First off the claim for Steve Asmussen, here's Ottoman Empire.
Yeah, I mean, if you want to bet a horse off the claim for Steve Asmussen, you like this horse, but I don't think this horse is necessarily good enough to win. The last race was pretty fast, but I'm questioning how good she is.
Ridge Point is next.
She should be bigger than 16-1. She's way over her head.
And the number 8, Mount Athos to the outside.
I guess this one is a bit of the fuzzy coming in. Hasn't run since last August, getting back to the dirt, and has run dirt figures in 2 of the 4 starts that are fast enough to compete.
Well, on the 6, Ottoman Empire, first off the claim for Steve Asmussen, we know this one will be piloted by jockey Isaac Castillo, who was riding at Tampa before bringing his tack to Oaklawn Park, as we bring in Gary Stevens once again. Gary, what have you seen from Isaac Castillo since he's moved here to Oaklawn Park?
He's a very polished rider, and he's had instant success, and the reason for that instant success has been the perfect storm. He came in right after Francisco Arrieta had injured a finger in a home accident. Later on, 2 days later, David Cabrera was involved in a nasty spill. He's out for the remainder of the meet. He was our meet's leading rider at the time when he was injured. So he started picking these horses up. He's riding for Asmussen. He's riding for all of the top stables right now. He had great success last year at Monmouth Park. And he came in here, he rode a majority of Jerry Hollendorfer's horses over there, so he was going to enjoy some success with Hollendorfer to begin with. But when these accidents took place, sometimes somebody else's bad fortune can turn into your good fortune in this jockey business, and that's been the case here. But he makes very few mistakes. He looks good on a horse. He's always got him positioned well. Matter of fact, I haven't seen him make a mistake since he's been here. Enjoy watching him ride, and I've become a fan while being here, guys.
Gary, thank you, and certainly a rider that has made a splash, and some great insight from Gary on Isaac Castillo moving his tack here to Oaklawn Park. We'll take a look at the last race for Ottoman Empire, who was Isaac's mount. This was at the fairgrounds, went with Tom Amos, actually a horse that we saw last year at Saratoga, who seemed pretty precocious as a 2-year-old. Found his proper spot, and now has been picked up by Steve.
Yeah, I mean, his last race, from a speed vigor standpoint, is fast enough to compete. I'm skeptical of how good, and I'm a little skeptical in general of horses that are coming from New Orleans. You know, whether it's fairgrounds or running at Delta Downs, they don't necessarily transfer that form as much to Oaklawn Park. I did not like this one, but if you like him, he's 5-1. The horse I don't get is 12-1 is Mount Athos. It's not that I love Mount Athos in this race, but why is Mount Athos 12-1? And the 5 Vodka and Water 8-1.
Yes.
It feels like Vodka and Water is just not good enough to win this race, whereas Mount Athos, 2 of the 4 races on the dirt are fast enough to win. I'm not in love with Mount Athos by any stretch of the imagination, but I don't think that he should be 12-1 in this field. I think he should be half that price.
Taking a pretty sizable drop in class and making his first start for Rodolphe Brisset as well. We'll get you Oaklawn Park race 4 in a moment, but back at Aqueduct, we'll clean up what happened in race 5. It was an upset, Naked on the beach, able to run down the favorite, Expand the Map.
Yeah, I mean, no excuse for Expand the Map. This was not a super fast pace. Manny Franco made a decisive move going to the front. He would also get caught wide. It's not like the winner was far behind. I mean, we'll see how strong the race comes back. The winner's clearly in very good form, and that's the story, this horse getting it done. But the story in a lot of ways is Expand the Map, because it's a very highly touted horse that lost the eventual Breeders' Cup winner in her debut, gets back to the races, and these horses for Chad Brown, they win. And she's now second twice in a row, and you start to wonder if she's a horse that has talent, but she doesn't have the heart to win these races, and that's a concern, layoff or not.
$12.20 winner, Naked on the Beach with the upset. Long shot first-time starter Libretto checking in third. One to watch moving forward for sure. As Dylan Davis picks up the first mount of the day. Javier Castellano, of course, having taken the first 4. And Naked on the Beach will bring you a nice price in the first leg of the late pick 5. You'd imagine maybe a lot perhaps leaning on Expand the Map.
No, I agree. I mean, I know we saw a shorter price win the first leg to this pick 6. But that's a big defeat. A lot of people singling that horse, and, you know, a couple of weirdos the next few races, and you never know. Could be a pick 6 carryover.
6.5 furlongs on the main track is what we'll be doing in the 6th race at Aqueduct. It's a starter allowance for 3-year-olds and upward. Taking a look at the field right now. Pretty wide open board at the moment. And what do you know, Andy? Your old friend Jake Rocks, 2-1 to the outside.
Yeah, I can't pick him at 1 for 29, and I'm not sure you could ever take a short price on a 1 for 29. He didn't run badly last time, had some trouble, but the horse coming out of that race that ran much better than him is the one, Collar Me Potsy, who's a much better price.
Back to Oaklawn Park, we get set for race number 4. Coming up here, the main speed to the inside does appear to be the number 1, Salado, who faced starter allowance company last time, goes back into a condition claiming race today, which seems to be the proper spot. They go into the gate for the 4th race at Oaklawn, and we'll send it up to track announcer Vic Stauffer for the rest of the load and call.
Amongst Friends and Ridgepoint. 2 more now. Hanks and Mount Athos. They're at the post. They're off. Salado wins the break from Big Boss Ben. These two go very fast. Ridgepoint, Mount Athos, and Vodka and Water are next. Then Ottoman Empire, Hanks, and the trailer is Amongst Friends. Salado is quickest up the backstretch. He's 3/4 of a length, now in front of Ridgepoint, who takes over second. Big Boss Ben is third, just by a neck, to Mount Athos, 3 deep in 4th. Then it's 2.5 back to Vodka and Water and Ottoman Empire. They have about 5 lengths to make up. They are 3 in front of Hanks, who's 2 in front of Amongst Friends. Salado, the leader, around the far turn. Salado, a length in front of Ridgepoint in second. Mount Athos runs up 3 deep in the 3rd. Big Boss Ben still very much part of this battle in 4th. Amongst Friends is beginning to unwind. From the back of the pack in the pink for Eric Medellin, here's Amongst Friends within 3 of the lead, and he's got nice forward momentum. So Salado has the lead from Mount Athos. Amongst Friends emerges in the center. He's got a good chance. Mount Athos and Amongst Friends have put away Salado, and Mount Athos is now 2 in front. Amongst Friends has moved into second. Salado no better than 3rd. Vodka and Water. It is Mount Athos in front. Mount Athos won by 2 1/4. Amongst Friends was second. Vodka and Water 3rd. Hanks finished 4th.
Mount Athos, you heard Andy make some good points for this horse and why he was too big a price, and certainly showed that out on the racetrack with a big performance on the drop-in class.
It's insane that this horse was 9-1 in this race. There were horses taking more money than him that had absolutely no chance. This was a massive overlay, and it's, as I said, it's not like I loved him in here, but there was enough things to like about him. And sometimes when you're playing, you just have to look for horses that are offering value and not say, well, it's not, you know, he's my 3rd choice, but I think he's supposed to be 5-1 and he's 10-1, and you bet him. And if you're really finding value, that's how you'll win in the long run.
A nice win and another win for jockey Ricardo Santana Jr. there at Oaklawn Park as well. But it is time for us to say goodbye. Andy and I will be saying farewell here on the set. Greg Wolf and Richard Migliori waiting in the wings to take you the rest of the way on the desk. It's been a lot of fun as always, Andy.
Absolutely.
And Andy and I will be heading to the A train from here as well. But you should stick around for a lot more live racing action on America's Day at the Races. Stay with us. Things are just heating up here at Aqueduct.
A Grade 1 winner of nearly $2 million, Silver State hails from the sire line of legendary Claiborne stallion Danzig. And his second dam is full sister to Kentucky Derby winner Monarchos. After winning the Oaklawn Handicap, Silver State defeated Knicks Go in the Grade 1 Metropolitan Handicap. On the board in 12 of 14 starts from ages 2 to 4, his career included a 6-race winning streak. Grade 1 winner Silver State, standing at Claiborne Farm.
During Leo McLaughlin's 22-year run as mayor of Hot Springs, starting in 1926, the city became a haven for notorious criminals and gangsters, most notably Al Capone.
A lot of people aren't aware of the fact that in 1931, Las Vegas, Nevada had 5,000 people in it and no high-rise hotels. Everyone was there to build the Boulder Dam, which became the Hoover Dam. At the same time, in 1931, Hot Springs had 20,500 people in it, 22 high-rise hotels, and $100 million in gambling income. The only difference was here in Arkansas, it was illegal, but it was okay.
During the spring, tourists could find themselves rubbing elbows with gangsters and Major League Baseball players.
Everyone year-round could enjoy the hot mineral baths, hunting and fishing and gambling. But in the spring, it was the opening of the live thoroughbred race meet at Oaklawn Park. And man, was it a happening place.
And it still is a happening place. We have a tremendous weekend of action coming up in Hot Springs. Our program, America's Day at the Races, brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Greg Wolf, Richard Migliori stepping in for Acacia. And Andy, good to be with you on this Friday afternoon as we look ahead to a big weekend. We have some very good races today, including a really good sprint we talked a little bit about off-air coming up at Oakland. John Ortiz, been a breakout meet for him. Hollis, Mucho, and then he's got a horse named Top Gunner we're going to see later today.
Yeah, Top Gunner, son of Into Mischief. We see Into Mischief's winning all over the country at all different distances, and it really has been a breakout year for John Ortiz, and he trains for some very influential owners, including John and Anthony, Shortleaf Stable.
Yeah, approaching already the winningest owner in terms of wins, the history of the racetrack, now approaching the single season mark in terms of earnings this year as well. Back in the fourth at Oaklawn. Mount Athos, Ricardo Santana Jr., Rudolph Brissett, 4-year-old son of Sky Mesa, making his 2022 debut with a win.
Yeah, Ricardo Santana aboard. Ricardo Santana has put together a good meet without the full support of Steve Asmussen, which had become such a powerhouse for him, but just a hard finishing, hard tried rider. $18 even on Mount Athos.
Race 5 at Oaklawn. It starts the late pick 5, our favorite. Arkansas bred group, $20,000 maiden claiming race. Nobody with a win in here. Traveling 6 furlongs, and Duranda to the outside. Right now favored for Ron Moquette. 3-1 right now, and Ryan Eichelberry going to be, I believe, riding the rest of the meet on board. out there as we head back to New York. 10 minutes away, race 6 coming up. The streak finally came to an end for Javier Castellano, taking the first 4 on the card. Finally let someone else get the money in race 5.
Javier Castellano really found his form again, struggled a little bit last year, overcome some injuries, but he is certainly back in stride.
Well, this 6th race, 6.5 furlong sprint, 50,000 starter allowance, and it's Jake Rock's, guess who? Javier on board. Looking for his 5th of the afternoon. That's the current favorite. Blinkers on today. More importantly, Javier on. So head downstairs to Maggie Wolfendale.
That's the biggest weapon that you can get, at least on today's card, Greg. As Jake Rocks, he will try to go to 4:30 here today. He's Jake Rocks. And my biggest problem with him when he came back off the layoff from October to January, he just took a while to get totally fit in his appearance, and his coat never looked good. And he is finally slowly starting to turn back into the horse that I saw over last summer, in which at times he was running very fast races. I don't know. I mean, the blinkers going back on, he pretty much has worn blinkers his entire life, and the experiment didn't necessarily work first off the claim. So back on makes sense. Same blinkers that he's worn the entire time. He's fine. I can see him winning here. It's just tough to really take and endorse a horse that does have that kind of record of 1 for 29. Moving on to Bezos. Remember way back when last year when he was the fastest horse in the world when he debuted, and got crowbarred that day and then stretched out. Now he won, but his form has just not, compiled the looks of a fastest horse in the world since then. He's a son of Empire Maker out of an AP Indy mare. He is bred to be stunning. And he is stunning. He is a gorgeous animal. I mean, he is everything that I want in a thoroughbred when I think about them. But obviously there's issues with this guy. And watching his replays, while he can and will show some brilliant speed at times, as soon as he gets headed, he throws in the towel, which makes me think that possibly he's a horse that has maybe compromised airways. He looks fantastic at coming off the bench for Linda Rice, but the 6 furlongs concerns me, 6.5 I should say, because I just feel like he's a horse that needs to go a bit longer based on his physicality, and 2, just get out there and get in a rhythm where I don't think he's one that necessarily makes the lead. Today is number 2, Extreme. He's turning back. Okay, I think it makes sense. He's a little bit of a smaller, handier horse. He looks incredibly fit, even more lighter than I've seen from him in the past. We'll see if that's a good thing. I usually think not, Greg.
All right, Maggie, thank you. Post parade here coming up. We're approaching the 6-minute mark to post in this 6 races. We start with Color Me Posy for Chris Englehart's barn.
Color Me Posy showed speed 3 starts back, but it's been more of a deep closer the last couple.
Eric Cancel will ride at 5-1, 9-2 next door on Extreme, who was the 9-5 morning line favorite. Chile, 9-2 on the board right now.
Well, has speed going longer, turns back in distance, probably find himself more of a stalking position.
Here is the aforementioned Bezos, who Maggie touched on, now with Linda Rice.
Yeah, he's quick, and I think Maggie hit on something. He needs to kind of make the lead and dictate things. Looks like he found a spot that he possibly could be the main speed.
Cajun Commander, the apprentice Jose Gomez, aboard.
Yeah, ran well beaten second last time, just in front of Jake Rocks.
Mr. Buckley, 14-1, another Ray Handel runner. He went gate to wire against the softer state-bred maiden claiming group last out.
Yeah, with a much softer pace, too, than I anticipate he'll have to face here.
Son of the Derby champ, California Chrome here at 7-1. Magnificent Chrome for Randy Persuade.
Yeah, got in good form here over the winter at Aqueduct, sporting 2 wins. Last race he even wasn't bad, just not good enough to handle a rising class in the restricted Peeping Tom.
And the hot hand took the first 4 on the card, all with the number 5 horse, Javier Castellano. For Gustavo Rodriguez, Jake Rocks.
I think he's well drawn outside. I think this horse is better when he's outside. 6.5 furlongs, gets that outside draw, should be able to get in a good, comfortable rhythm.
5 minutes to post in a race that will kick off this late pick 4 on this Friday card. Another gorgeous afternoon here in South Ozone Park. There is Extreme, 1 of 2 for Ray Handel. Horse turning back in distance, trying to get the 2nd win of his career.
The return of Sunday Silence.
Sunday Silence surges to the front. puts Yoshida in front. Yoshida takes charge at the top of the stretch, and Yoshida wins the Turf Classic.
Here comes Yoshida, storming home in the center with Gunnevera. Yoshida! Yoshida has won the one-word.
The perfect balance. Yoshida.
It's 1,000 words fighting back, coming down to the finish. If a picture is worth 1,000 words, this is one stunning picture.
1,000 words just in front. 1,000 words wins the Robert B. Lewis.
Honoree P is full out now, second on the outside, and they're coming down to the line, and 1,000 words has done it.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
We are back on America's Day at the Races on FS2. Good to have you with us. Program brought to you where you can play it all. Go to NYRA Bets. You can download that NYRA Bets app as well. Stakes 200. That promo code to use at sign up and bet any track, anywhere, anytime with that offer right there. A $200 deposit match sign up bonus for new members. Just in time for the Triple Crown and a fantastic summer ahead. 6 races coming up on this Friday card, start of this late pick 4. And here a look again at Color Me Posse with the inside post for trainer Chris Engelhardt.
Yeah, I just thought it was worth mentioning. Keep an eye on the one, Color Me Posse, at the gate. He's a horse that tends to get pretty amped up in the gate. He's acted up at times. You look at his trouble line last time, leapt up at the break. So basically got left. Start before he broke through the gate. Anytime you see a lot of bumped early or bumped start, bumped break, pinched break, it's because a horse isn't standing properly. They're acting up in the gate and they're not doing the right things, so they have a tendency not to break too good. So it's just something to keep an eye on, particularly with that inside post. He'll be spending a bit more time in the gate than the rest of them.
Pace-wise, quite a few that look like they can be part of the action early in this race.
I think Bezos is the naturally fastest horse in the race. Extreme on the turnback. He's a horse that's laid up close. Got that good Claiborne Farm, Adele Dilschneider pedigree. His Grand Dam actually Limit, horse that I won a couple stakes on for Bill Mott and Claiborne Farms, Cox's Ridge mare. Extreme. I like the turnback for Extreme. I think it's going to basically strengthen his closing kick.
There he is, Manny Franco. That price is finally started to come down. He was up on the board at 9-2, all the way down to 3-1 now. And as for Bezos next door, easy to see why he got cooked on the lead last night. They went 21-3 in that opening quarter, and he did not have much late. Let's head back down to Maggie.
These dirt races are giving me a headache because with the track playing as it has been, now we did see in the last dirt race, which was going back to race number 4, a horse able to close. Granted, the 2 pace setters, they finished just a neck and a head behind, so still very kind to early speed. And I think Richie at least is right based upon Bezos' last race. He is the quickest horse early in here, but I still am under the impression that if somebody goes with him, and I picked him here against my better judgment just because, I'll be honest, he is the Pretty Pony contest winner here. But I do think Extreme is going to show a bit of speed. He comes in here April 11th with a quick blowout going the 3/8 over the Belmont training track. They're trying to get this horse to show a bit more speed because they recognize that maybe he is better being forwardly placed, but yet sprinting. And like I said, physically, I think he is better sprinting. Manny did give him a nice solo, big, open gallop warm up to the backside. I can't get a good feel of this race, Greg. And like I said, at favorite at 5-2 with Jake Rocks, I will look elsewhere.
Yeah, it's amazing this horse is taking this much money, but you keep winning race after race after race on the card. People are going to start paying attention in here. Maybe he'll win. I mean, it definitely is one of the contenders in here, but that is a short number. 1 for 29 lifetime.
Yeah, and that's what stands out to me. That's why I wound up on the 2 Extreme. But he does have the hot riding Javier Castellano. I think that grabs people's attention. I also do believe the outside post helps Jake Rocks. I do think he'll get comfortable, and that could help his cause. Again, I'm not going for him as the favorite with that 1 for 29 record.
Yeah, and it's an outlier too. I mean, you see in the past performances. I don't even know if it's an argument. He's had efforts where you can say he's one of the better sprinters in the country. Baby Yoda, he was second to Baby Yoda at Saratoga last summer, that 90 buyer, but we've never seen a number prior or after him produce that sort of race.
You know, when I see an effort like that, I need to see it more than once to basically legitimatize it or make it legitimate. I don't know if I was saying a proper word there. To make it legitimate. To me, when you just see one out of the blue effort like that, I question it.
Yeah. Baby Yoda, by the way, won yesterday again at Keeneland. Thank you, Bobby, for that.
Listen, Baby Yoda on his day is very, very good. And obviously he was in good form in Saratoga this summer.
No, he looked like he could be the superstar sprinter, what we saw last summer at Saratoga.
Again, keep an eye on the one horse, Color Me Patsy, and how he acts in the gate. And you could see how much more animated he's gotten as he got closer to the gate. And some horses, no matter how much you school them, how much you try to keep them calm and take them to the starting gate in the morning, come afternoon time, they just get amped up because they know it's time to compete.
Well, Bezos, as quick as he went last time out, it's tough to think, yeah, he's not going to be the one in front here. Comes in fresh as well, off since that last race. That was November 5th at Churchill. There he is. So this is the 4-year-old debut coming up. We'll see how aggressive Jose Lezcano is with him here. And if anyone tries to pressure early. Start of the pick 4 on this Friday card here from Aqueduct. Let's go upstairs. John Imbrial with the call.
And Jake Rocks. All set for race 6. And the rough. Has in the beginning for number 3, Bezos. And he's at the back. Up front, it is Color Me, Potsy, and Extreme. And the two of them hook up early with Jake Rocks on the outside running in 3rd. Then Magnificent Chrome in 4th. Bezos has now advanced up into 5th. Is about 4 lengths from the lead. Farther back is Cajun Commander and Mr. Buckley. Color Me Potsy down at the rail with a head in front of Extreme. He's in between horses. To his outside is Jake Rock. So it's 3 of them across through a quarter in 22 seconds. Magnificent Chrome is next in 4th. Bezos runs in 5th. Big break. Back to the 2 trailers, Cajun Commander and Mr. Buckley. Color Me Potsy down at the rail. Extreme is right alongside. Jake Rocks on the outside. Extreme now moves right alongside of Color Me Potsy. The two of them are together. Jake Rocks is being asked for more. Magnificent Chrome has advanced the half and 44-4. They're in the stretch. Extreme, Color Me Potsy, they continue to duke it out here through the stretch. 1/8 of a mile to the finish. Color Me Potsy at the rail. Extreme is on the outside. Then Magnificent Chrome and Bezos, a 16th out. Color Me Potsy now gets clear. And it will be the New York bred Color Me Potsy to prevail here. A hard-fought victory. Extreme was 2nd. Magnificent Chrome finished 3rd.
Color Me Potsy with the win. 3 wins now from 26 career starts for Bezos. This race was over basically out of the gate.
Yeah, when he missed the break, a horse that does his best running when he's loose on the lead, basically the race was over for the 3. Bezos Give a lot of credit to Colin Mipazzi. No gate woes today. Exploded out of the blocks under Eric Cancel. Eric, good aggressive ride. Held that coveted inside rail position. Speed in the rail has certainly been a benefit the last couple of days. Put extreme pressure on him throughout. Just wasn't good enough. Colin Mipazzi, big effort.
1-2-6 finish. And 5-1, it's Colin Mipazzi. Let's go back to the start. Keep your eyes on the 3, Bezos and Jose Lezcano. Tough position to be in here.
Yeah, just didn't break running. Broke slow, didn't get squeezed. He just didn't have any gate speed. The first step was his worst step. And it was such a stark contrast between the one, Colin Mipazzi, the 2 Extreme, who both broke extremely sharp.
And then you see him there trying to rush the horse up a little bit. It's just a tough position to be in.
Yeah, you can't make up all that ground on the backstretch. Once you're dealt that bad hand, you just got to sit tight, pick your way, and hope that they come back to you.
I was asking you off air, who do you think's the best at handling that bad hand out of the gate?
I think Joel Rosario. He never ruffles, is always cool as a cucumber.
It's Colin Mipazzi to kick off this late pick 4 here at Aqueduct. We have new audience joining us right now. Welcome to America's Day at the Races and our new audience joining us on Valley Sports San Diego, those already with us on FS2. Our program brought to you in part, of course, by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Greg Wolf alongside the winningest jockey in the history of this racetrack, Richard Migliori. We just had the 6th in the books in here, and we still have our feature to come both here and at Oaklawn out in Hot Springs later today. So a lot to look forward to, including a very big weekend ahead as well.
Yeah, just a terrific weekend of racing and great cards today and just beautiful weather to go along with it. Feels like spring is finally sprung here in the metropolitan area.
Yeah, gorgeous yesterday, and today rivaling yesterday is one of the better days we've seen all year, 2022 here in New York at least. Here's what's ahead, presented by Claiborne Farm. Races 7 through 9 still to come at Aqueduct, where we're fast and firm. And Oaklawn will bring you races 5 through 9. They are fast out in Hot Springs. And for those just joining us, feature out in Oaklawn today. Very good sprint, featuring Top Gunner and some very other good multiple watches. Of course, he was third to Bob's Edge, who we're going to see as the main rival to Jackie's Warrior in the Count Fleet this weekend as well. We go to Hot Springs now. Race 5 kicks off the pick 5. The 6-furlong sprint maiden claiming race for Arkansas-bred runners. And we'll start off with Sweetness 2.
Yeah, taking a big drop in class. Get Calvin Burrell, 3-time Kentucky Derby winner in the saddle.
Next door, a first-time starter by Tecton, Houston Miracle.
Yeah, a steady work tab and not taking a lot of money, and usually we try to let the board help us a little bit.
Dam did produce a 4-time winner. Here's Chai Tea for Tim Martin.
I like a good Chai Tea. Horse turning, ran a mile and 16, 3 starts back. Going to have to improve.
5-1, right at her morning line. Got off a step slow last time out, did compromise her. Bootlegging Girl, another first-timer, has Dam's produced a couple of multiple winners.
Yeah, get another one not taking a tremendous amount of money. A little bit more in-depth work tab on this firster, though.
Stormy Sermon debuted against Tougher Company and was a big price.
It was a big price, Tougher Company, but really didn't show very much at all.
Half Scout, this one has had 13 starts, has never hit the board yet.
Not a lot of tries. Kind of gives you an overall idea of the quality of the field, though. She's 4-1.
4-1, and actually stepping up to face Tougher here at 4-1. 2020 redo. Blinkers go on.
Yeah, blinkers on. John Court. 6-1's okay for me.
There's the 9 at 6-1. Early dismissal, a first-time starter.
How about the mare of this horse?
Yeah.
10 foals, 9 winners out of 10 foals, and some multiple winners in there. She's a producer.
Yeah, two of those she's produced, one first time out as well. The 10 My Little Teton. Dam's produced 2 foals who are 0 for 12 combined.
Yeah, completely the opposite. She hasn't produced yet.
And here's Duranda with Rye Eichelberry at 4-1.
Yeah, her sprint's obviously much better, where she was basically eased last time in the mud going long, gets that turn back in distance.
Minute to post coming up. I want to remind everyone, playing with Naira Bet, you can earn a $20 bonus today just by playing with Naira Bets. Bet $75 each at Aqueduct in Oaklawn this afternoon. You'll get that $20 bonus. Whether you win or lose, you do have to opt in. Don't forget to do that. And get a little extra cash in your account. Go to NairaBets.com, opt in, and get that bonus. As we, excuse me, get set for the start of this late pick 5 ahead. Tough one to begin it here. I mean, you could see almost anything happening in this race. Right now, though, the public is all over this rail filly, Sweetness 2, who this is the lowest level she's been at yet. She was in against State Bred Maiden 30 in her debut, which you can often forgive the debut, and it was a muddy track. Did not do a lot of running that day.
No, but if you go back to her second start back in February, if she runs that race against this group, you have to think she's going to be pretty tough to beat. I'm more interested in a horse that hasn't proven what her level is yet, and that's the 9 Early Dismissal. When a mare has 10 foals to race, 9 of them winners, and several multiple winners, I think that's a really good sign.
And one of them was a 16-time winner.
Yeah, 16-time winner. I like mares that produce. She's got a long, steady work tab, so it looks like she has plenty of fitness behind her. And taking enough money that obviously she's shown enough in the morning to garner some attention.
Yeah, we always say let the tote board be your friend, especially with these first-time starters. So this one at 9-2. The other firsters really in this group not taking much or really any attention on the board. But it's the 11 Deronda and obviously the 1 of those who have run inside-outside taking most of the play, and you can see why.
Well, yeah, and also just getting some class relief. You get down to this level, and the quality of the competition you're facing is a little bit less. The other thing I like about the 9-2, breeders Ernie Witt, trainers Ernie Witt, owners Ernie Witt. I love when somebody has a foal through inception, through they're weaning and breaking them and training them and having them all that time. So it's, to me, always interesting to see that.
Meanwhile, kind of going back and forth favoritism. This one here, the 1, and then the 11 at 5-2. I mean, if you had your choice to be inside or outside here.
I think I would prefer to be outside, but depends how much speed the 1 Sweetness 2 can show. I mean, she did show good speed in her second start. Calvin Burrell stays put, rode the horse last time. He is 0 for the meet, though.
Has had a couple of issues, this filly, the 1, getting out of the gate as well. And that's obviously when you're inside becomes even more pronounced. Vic Stauffer with the call. Pick 5 begins here from Oaklawn.
Last to load, Deronda. They're at the post. They're off. Good start for Sweetness 2 and Most Stylish. They show speed. Half Scout and Early Dismissal are next. Then Chai T, Stormy Sermon, Bootlegging Girl on the move between horses, and Deronda in the center with My Little Teton. And the early trailer is Houston Miracle. It is Most Stylish up the backstretch, just ahead in front of Sweetness 2, who's alongside. Now these two will match strides. They're a length in front of a lineup of 4. Chai T, My Little Teton, to the far outside in Deronda and Bootlegging Girl. Then comes 2.5 back to Stormy Sermon. Following her, it's Houston Miracle. Then comes Early Dismissal, and the trailer is Half Scout, and the leader is Most Stylish. Most Stylish to the quarter pole. Now a full length in front of Sweetness 2, but here comes Deronda in the center, and Deronda's moving up. She's within 2 of the lead. 2.5 back to Chai T, top of the stretch. Most Stylish has the lead. She's a length in front of Sweetness 2 and Deronda. 3.5 back to Stormy Sermon. Final furlong to get. Most Stylish is drifting out. Sweetness 2 is right back in it. So is Chai T. These 3 to the final 16th, and Chai T puts her head in front. Sweetness 2, Most Stylish has backed out. Chai T, Sweetness 2, and a late charge from Early Dismissal. Chai T in front. Chai T beat Sweetness 2 by 2. Early Dismissal finished 3rd, and Deronda was 4th.
Chai T with a win. Isaac Castillo aboard for the victory. As you see, a horse on the lead, the 8 in here, starting to drift out. By the way, Castillo, he's got a mount for Steve Asmussen later in the card on Happy Mac.
Yeah, he's, limited amount of mounts at the Oaklawn meeting, but winning it better than 20%. Delivered a real nice ride here, splitting horses. Sweetness, too, very game, battled throughout from that rail position. Horse you want to keep an eye on out of here is the 9 Early Dismissal. Looked like she got a little bit lost around the far turn, a little bit green. Kind of found her stride through the stretch and rallied along the inside to just miss being second. I do think she'll improve with the effort.
Chai T, 3-year-old filly, making her 7th career start with the victory for Tim Martin. And as mentioned, Isaac Castillo in the irons for the win. So the pick 5 begins there with, I believe, 5-1. Last price I saw. We'll get you those prices coming up in a moment. Feature later today. It's going to be on the lawn here at Aqueduct Mile, a 16th, first level allowance condition. We saw a Chad Brown runner, heavily odds on, a major upset and expand the map earlier today. He's going to have microphone later on this afternoon, 7-5. Manny Franco will be aboard, coming off a second in his first try against winners at Tampa.
Yeah, microphone was very good at Tampa. I mean, look how confident handling from Sammy Camacho here. He's looking behind before he actually caught the leader, and he just cruises past. This is like a paid public workout, his first start at Tampa. So obviously a very talented horse from world-class connections.
Still in defeat, still moved forward speed figure-wise, which is a positive sign.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's one thing, a benchmark of all these great trainers. We see it with Shug McGahee, Todd Pletcher. They don't just prepare a horse for a race. They prepare a horse for her career. Chad Brown's the same way. They make these incremental improvements, and they keep improving. So you got to think this horse is going to take another step forward today in his third start.
Especially from that barn. Yeah, Easter, of course, for Grand Motion, going to take a lot of attention as well. Those horses face some monsters across the pond. Going to make that debut, as mentioned, for Grand Motion, face St. Mark's Basilica, among others. It's going to be a fun race coming up. We got more coming up from Oaklawn, including a preview of a tremendous Saturday ahead. Oaklawn honoring some of the legends of this sport with their first ever Hall of Fame day and some special events. Some of the greats on hand, Lafitte Pincay Jr., you saw Chris McCarron, and many others. We'll be back.
Irish Hill and Duchess View Stallions, proudly standing the ultra-fast, multiple stakes winning son of Uncle Mo, King for a Day, the only horse to defeat 2019 3-year-old champion Maximum Security.
Well, King for a Day was basically a clone of Uncle Mo. I mean, good speed, the ability to carry it over distance of ground, real professional horse and a really cool horse to train.
Sire maker extraordinaire Uncle Mo, represented in New York by King for a Day. Visit ihdvstallions.com to book your mare today.
We're back at America's Day at the Races on FS2, regional networks out in Southern California. Program brought to you in part by Hill & Dale at Alapa. Back at Oaklawn, the race that kicked off their late Pick 5 wager. Chai T, Tim Martin, Isaac Castillo teaming up for the victory in this 3-year-old filly by Jonesboro.
Yeah, nice ride here. Isaac Castillo finding that seam as the horse on the lead started to drift out. That was the 8 most stylish. And that's what good riders do. They put their horses in positions to take advantage of openings that appear. And this filly got it done. Powered away late. Very, very game performance by the 1, Sweetness 2, who's in tussle the entire way. And the first timer, the 9, early dismissal. She won't be long a maiden.
20, wow, went up way up, doubled to 10-1. She was 5-1 not long before the gates opened. Early Pick 5 for 50 cents, just over $1,100. Not bad as we head back to New York. 7th race is a New York bred first allowance condition. It's a 1-turn mile and exit right the 2. Even money in the morning line. He's put together 4 consecutive wins in a row for Jamie Ness. And I should say 3 for Ness, 4 total was with a different barn. He claimed this one. The numbers this horse have been running, this horse should be about 2 to 5 in here. But we don't see that Parks form, and that's where those wins have come from. Hold up all that often here in New York.
Also, some of those strong numbers were on off racetracks, right? I mean, you look at the best races this horse run is when there was moisture in the track. We got a nice fast track here today at Aqueduct. Is that something that you would factor in?
Yeah, no question. Makes you certainly second guess yourself a little bit. 2-1 right now, little chilly on the board. Let's head downstairs to Maggie.
Taking a look at that Parks Invader and exit right. Number 2, he'll break, though, from the far outside as Jamie Ness does come in here. Excuse me, I'm just going to turn around here. We did see the 1 acting up quite significantly. That's Wicked Indeed, and he looks to be possibly getting a shoe repair, or at least they're preparing to fix his shoe, as I do see trainer Randy Prasad over there in the install that we use for shoe replacements or knocking a nail in. Back to exit right. The thing is, too, is the fields, as far as on the buyer scale, are very comparable to what he meets here. He ships in, he looks great. I mean, he's kind of shedding that winter coat, so he kind of has that weird, dappley appearance, but very healthy, conditioning's fantastic. There was a little bit of a rumor that he could be a bad actor. Not the case here in the paddock. I like what I see, but a little chilly on the board. And we have seen Jamie Ness over the years historically ship in here and not see his horses perform to what they were out of town, specifically at Parks. But it does seem as though maybe as of late, they are not maybe necessarily recreating the numbers, but at least winning and getting the job done when they fit in these spots. Number 5, Agility, he gets Lasix for the first time and also faces older horses for the first time. And let me tell you, my man matches up really well against his older competition. He is a big, burly son, a practical joke. Now, he was just kind of chasing the winner from the outside last time. And the thing with this race, and especially with the jockeys who are aware of the way the track's been playing, I think we're guaranteed a fairly fast pace, as Agility is one that is stretching out. And conventionally, I would say that I'm not sure about gaining a mile, because 2, he's a horse that's also reluctant to switch to his outside lead. So therefore, when horses, they switch their leads because it implores them a bit more. It gives them a little bit more energy, you know, just kind of switching in off the tired lead. He doesn't do that in his races, which I think could hinder him trying to stretch out. So to sum it all up, I like him against older competition here. I like him against this field. I just don't know if the mile and the way the track and the other speeds present here are going to work in his favor, Greg.
Maggie, thanks. And that's trainer Jorge Abreu talking strategy with Dylan Davis on a horse who right now is a 7-5 favorite. As Maggie said, tackling older company. This guy right here for the very first time, coming off back-to-back seconds in stakes company against New York bred 3-year-olds. Agility, the favorite. We'll be back.
Idol perfectly timed. Idol gets up under Joel Rosario to win the big cap.
It's known agenda for St. Elias Stable.
race. Adler, a scintillating performance in the TVG Del Mar debutante.
And Clariere will win the cotillion. Down to the wire. Who's going to win it? It's Mala by a neck.
Curling, the classic sire.
This season at Oaklawn, we've got more of everything. More of the top thoroughbreds in the world. More days of live racing. And the largest purses in our history. All at a completely reimagined Oaklawn. Come be a part of this historic season at Arkansas's only casino resort.
Is the most beautiful racetrack in America, hands down.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I welcome you to the breeding stock sale. Book one. Good to have you back with us.
Classic.
For sure one. We're back on America's Day at the Races on a beautiful, sun-filled afternoon here in South Ozone Park, New York. Just, I was going to say a driver away from JFK. That'd be a long driver.
Maybe you could hit one from JFK to here with the tailwind.
We got the 7th here coming up. One-turn mile in this New York bred A other than condition, and that's the 3-year-old facing older horses. Dylan Davis hopping aboard for Jorge Abreu. And as Maggie said, from a physical standpoint, certainly matches up.
Yeah, also he gets a break in weights. You're a 3-year-old facing older this time of year. You're getting anywhere from 7 to 9 pounds from your elder rivals.
Kick off our post parade with the remaining half of the entry. Forever Wicked, the 1, will break from post 3.
Yeah, a horse that we heard about getting a shoe repair in the paddock. Obviously, they got that shoe back on, and Forever Wicked's on the racetrack.
A horse who's trying to win his 5th in a row. He has put up some huge numbers doing it. Exit Right for Jamie Ness.
Yeah, horse bred by Chester and Mary Broman. Prolific breeders in the state of New York, and this horse has really put it together recently.
The rail will be this one, the 3, Straight Skinny.
Second time off the Tom Morley claim for 25, ran back in a $72,000 allowance race, beaten a length, ran very well.
Trevor McCarthy on board there. Ava Caseboy at 6-1, Jose Lizcano for Carlos Martin.
Stretches out in distance and adds blinkers. Could this horse be a part of the pace coming out of those sprints with the addition of blinkers?
Horse 2 liked the 5 Agility, was second to Rotney a couple of starts back. And here is Agility. Back-to-back starts, second in New York bred stakes.
Has never run a bad race, has shown up every time, stretches out to the mile for the first time.
So let's look at Agility in that Damon Runyon back on March 13th. Horse who tactically can be close, and Rotney was a little too good for him. Rotney, a Mike Maker horse who started out 3 for 3 in his career.
Yeah, and he was on the hard chase throughout. You see he's lingering on his left lead. I never like that. You know, is that going to hinder his ability to get a mile too? You know, when you don't change leads, you don't get that little extra trying to lug in a little bit with Dylan Davis. But that was the first time Dylan rode him. So maybe Dylan now will have a little better understanding and knowledge of the horse to be able to help him change leads, because if he's going to get a mile, he's going to need to change his leads through the stretch today.
Faced prior to that Barise, another Mike Maker horse who had been 3 for 3 before he finally got beat in a 5th place finish in the Wood Memorial. So he's faced a couple of nice New York bred 3-year-olds. I guess the big question is this Park Shipper, the 2, Exit Right, can he reproduce that form here in New York? If he can, Agility and everybody else could be in for a long day.
Absolutely, but he's going to have to run one of those A races. Is he quick enough? I mean, I know he has long speed, meaning speed going routes. Is he going to be quick enough to put himself up in the fray early? I still think it's a pronounced advantage to be forwardly placed today.
Saw it just about every single race on the dirt yesterday, but it's kind of held up again, even though we saw a horse win from off the pace. Speed still, even in that race that was won from a horse off the pace, Speed did great. So, yeah, you want to be forward. And the only reason probably he wasn't forward last start, he hopped out of the gate. Can he be in front? Let's go back down to Maggie.
I'm going to pick him, Greg. This dirt track is really giving me fits. And I must say, there's a serious headwind when horses come into the stretch. I mean, the wind has picked up significantly throughout the day. The flags, I mean, they are really flying out there. Ooh, talking about Exit Right, he, as you guys mentioned, blew the brake, but we're seeing Ruben Silvera give him a big warm-up. Ruben's been aboard him. He knows that, there is the possibility of him warming up, being a bit of a bad actor in the gate. But look, I mean, he is moving really well, especially at a trot. And I'm going to take him because I just don't know what's going to happen out there as far as the pace is concerned. And I really think, Carlos Martin, when he entered Ava K's Boy, was probably thinking, let's stretch him out. Let's see if we can get him on a clear lead. Not when these PPs came out, not the way the track's been given and the incentive for jockeys to go for the lead, as Ava K's Boy is really sharp. He is the horse that is acting the most keen and eager and on his toes than any of these, as he does add a fairly full cut blinker to boot. He looks sensational third off the bench, the best that he has looked since coming back as a 3-year-old. But he's a bit of a smaller, typier horse where, at least physically, he doesn't look like one that truly wants to get this mile, Greg.
All right, Maggie, thank you. I mean, we talked about just in general, too, and both you two going with the horse who's now become the favorite at 7-5, Exit Right. Thought that would happen. It took a little while, but finally has. This horse did have a start at Aqueduct, and he had decent form actually coming in. Now, he had to face a pretty good field. Water's Edge for David Donk, that's a nice horse he had to go up against, but he didn't show up when he came here in his one try at Aqueduct.
No, and that's the problem. That's the question. But it feels like he really found even better form since then. And he does have a pedigree that you would think he would continue to get better. I just want to clarify what I said about him, too, though. This is a mile. When I say routes, I basically mean 2 turn races he's had speed. 1-turn miles are run a little bit more like sprints, so the pace tends to be a little quicker. That's my question about how that'll translate with him. I do think Ava K's Boy will be the pacemaker. This horse stretching out from sprints, blinkers on, usually makes a horse sharper. Out of a mare, Ava K, trained by Michael Hushin, was a pure sprinter. He also trained the Grand Dam Bedside Manor, who was a pure sprinter. So I just see a lot of sprint pedigree for a horse with blinkers stretching out. Ava K's Boy, I do think will make the lead.
Game. That's why we love it. It's so interesting. I mean, this horse tower. I look at a lot at the Thorograph figures. I mean, it is not even close with Exit Right. He just towers over this field. But you got to factor in that form came at Parks. He struggled here in New York. This barn has struggled here in New York. It's not as easy as taking an even money shot here.
No, I mean, there's just so many contributing factors that go into your handicapping decisions. I didn't like the fact that the 5 didn't change leads last time, and I think that's what lured me away from the 5 horse. I just need to see a more professional racehorse in agility.
Agility to 5, Exit Right to 2 has become the even money favorite. Interesting 7th race here from New York. Let's go to John Imbrial.
Exit Right moves in. We're set for the start. And they're off. Exit Right breaks right on top. Ava's K-Boy is now moving up, but it is Exit Right who will have the early lead as they move up the chute. Ava's K-Boy and Straight Skinny, they're heads apart second and third. Agility's on the outside and fourth. Big break back to Forever Wicked. They've crossed over now to the main track, and it is Exit Right setting the pace here. Exit Right is the leader by a length. Straight Skinny down at the rail. On the outside is Agility. Ava K's Boy is in between horses. The quarter went in 23 and 1/5 seconds. It is Exit Right with the lead here by a length and a quarter. Agility and Straight Skinny, they are heads apart second and third. Ava K's Boy is in fourth, now 4 lengths from the lead. Farther back is Forever Wicked. It is Exit Right by a half length. Agility has moved up on to the outside and is getting closer now in second. The half was 45 and 4. Straight Skinny runs in third. Ava K's Boy, and then Forever Wicked. It is Exit Right. Exit Right by a length and a half coming for the top of the stretch. Agility made a run at Exit Right, but has now dropped back. Straight Skinny has moved into second. It is Exit Right with the lead. Straight Skinny is all out in second with 1/8 of a mile to the finish. It is Exit Right with the lead by 2. Straight Skinny on the outside runs in second. Now a 16th out. It is Exit Right holding on to the lead here. Straight Skinny will be second best. It is Exit Right to win it here. 2.5 at the end. Straight Skinny was second, and it's a photo for third between Forever Wicked and Agility.
Make it 5 in a row for Exit Right. 9 wins overall for 26 starts in his career. Broke very sharp out of the gate and was in a good position early.
Now we see this pretty, often. Riders come from other venues. Ruben Silvera did it last week. Have some speed. They're not bashful about using it, and everybody else kind of deferred to him. Look, this horse was good. He ran them off his feet. You could see midway down the backstretch, he was flicking his ears back and forth. He was enjoying himself on the lead. Agility took a shot at him around the far turn. Did not want to stay the mile. Great, terrific ride on Straight Skinny by Trevor McCarthy for Tom Morley. Saved every inch of ground, came out, just came up second best to a very good Exit Right.
Well, good for this horse, good for this barn to get another win here in New York for Jamie Ness, and for this horse to prove he's not a one-track wonder.
No, not at all. And listen, again, getting the mile around one turn, a completely different scenario than those 2-turn races at Parks. And horse that just kept finding in very good form, son of F&X out of Keep Right, bred by Chester and Mary Broman.
Wins in the end at even money, 2, 3, 1, and Agility winds up last in this group.
Just, to me, didn't look like he wanted any part of the mile.
I should say 4th of 5.
4th of 5, yeah. Ava K's Boy broke well. Looked like Jose Loscano was going to try for the lead, but Ruben Silvera kind of basically left no doubt about what his intentions were. And when a rider's decisive, sometimes it makes other riders adjust around them.
Back to Hot Springs, Arkansas, race 6, start of the late pick 4. 6-furlong sprint, claiming race for fillies and mares 4 and up that have not won a race since December the 2nd of last year. Here's the one, Fable's Love Affair.
Yeah, filly that should lay fairly close, has been running okay at this, around this level.
18 to 1, big number on the rail. The 2, Girls a Bullet. This mare, I should say, she was 4 to 5 last start when claimed by Robertino Diodoro and disappointed against 6,000 claiming.
Yeah, and really had no excuses last time at a much lower level. How does that translate today?
Yeah, new barn now. Boathouse View, blinkers on for Diodoro. He just claimed this one.
Yeah, first time for Diodoro, claimed for 10, waited, runs back for 10, adds the blinkers.
8 to 1, Little Hot Mess. Little Miss Hot Mess.
Little Miss Hot Mess gets 7-pound apprentice Chelsea Bailey. And should be laying fairly close, I think, in stalking position.
Turn back for the 5.
Last couple races just really leave a lot to be desired.
Chakra, even money for Steve Asmussen, second off the claim.
Looks like the main and controlling speed here drops down to 10. Should be very tough.
Shackleford County, 9 to 1.
Yeah, another one claimed for 62.5. Last time moves up to the $10,000 level.
That's some numbers last summer that right in the mix with Chakra for sure. Proud Victoria, Three-time winner, 2 of them here.
Yeah, closing sprinter. Don't think she's going to get a lot of help as far as the pace on the front end.
5 Queens making her 5-year-old debut. She's been running at Hawthorne in Chicago.
Yeah, for 5,000. Now shows up here for 10 off the layoff.
And blinkers go on. This Arkansas-bred runner, Tiger Bait.
Yeah, and another one that would just have to really improve from her current form is run okay against Arkansas-breds.
Post time 4 minutes away here in the 6th. Kicks off the Pick 4. Of course, tomorrow is going to be a very fun Saturday in Hot Springs with their first ever Hall of Fame Day. And part of those festivities, our Hall of Famer, Gary Stevens.
Yeah, guys, it's going to be an exciting day. Starting tonight after the last race tonight, we're having a reception, having dinner at the Oak Room in the hotel. Listen, they've gone to a lot of expense to put this thing together. Brought all the jockeys that are going to be here, 2 plane tickets. Nice suites for them. Autograph session earlier tomorrow. But look at this list is a who's who of horse racing. Bill Bolin, Ramon Dominguez, Sandy Hawley, Don Pierce, Edgar Prado, Calvin Burrell, Early Fires, Chris McCarron, Lafitte Pinkai, Jose Santos, Steve Asmussen, Bill Mott, Jerry Hollendorfer, and Nick Zito. And listen, they've been kind enough to put up $2,500 to any donation that we want to make. Permanently Disabled Jockeys Fund, the Thoroughbred Aftercare Alliance, or the National Museum of Racing, the Hall of Fame, or something of our choice. Mine's going to be to the PDJF. A lot of stories are going to be flowing tomorrow. I'm going to be bouncing around, trying to get as many interviews with these old-timers, and I'm one of the old-timers. It should be a lot of fun, guys. I'm really looking forward to tomorrow.
Going to be terrific, and great to have Gary part of that, one of the great riders of all time, but so many big names there. You look at that list, and what kind of memories come up for you?
Honestly, I'm envious. I would love to be a fly on the wall just to listen to the stories. Incredible group of riders and trainers. And, you know, I know when we had Jockey Legends Day in Saratoga, you know, just sitting there listening to, you know, stories about different races, different adventures, getting to different racetracks, even just the travel there. But it should be a great day. And Oaklawn doing such a great job, being so generous, certainly with the charities. Fantastic event.
Well, an even money favorite coming up in this race, and he's going to be part of those festivities tomorrow. Hall of Fame Day. He, of course, a Hall of Famer. Trainer Steve Asmussen, winningest trainer in North American history. He is 1 away from number 800 at Oaklawn. Just incredible. Of course, he's going to have Jackie's Warrior in the Count Fleet tomorrow. He won with hightailing earlier on the card today to get him number 799.
And has a big chance to get number 800 here with the 6-horse Chakra, the favorite. This is why I respect and have such an affection for Steve Asmussen. Hands-on. There he is, handling Jackie's Warrior himself, schooling in the paddock. Whole family, incredible horse people. Yeah, she had no chance last time the way it worked out. She kind of broke in the air, kind of ran off here now with Joel Rosario. Just never got comfortable and was well beaten. For 10,000, not a lot of speed in the race. Ricardo Santana should just drop her head, leave her to her own devices, let her roll along and be as happy as she can be. But the whole family, the Asmussen family, you think about Cash Asmussen, incredible rider here in North America before taking Europe by storm, revolutionizing the way riders rode in France, basically changed the style. I mean, such a profound impact. His dad, Keith Asmussen, as amazing a horseman, breaking babies, getting them prepared. His mom, Marilyn, terrific horsewoman, trainer, fantastic human being. I mean, Cash went to ride the very first Japan Cup. I was 16, I think Cash was 18. And basically, his mom snapped a lead shank on me and ponied me through that because it was a pretty overwhelming kind of a trip for a 16-year-old kid. Second time I ever flew on a plane. So that kindness is something I will never forget.
You know, that kind of family, too. Those Cash and Steve born to do what they did and are doing. And still adding to that, Steve Asmussen. As for Chakra now, 4-5, we saw that bad break, and obviously all chance gone. It's not the only time she's broke poor out of the gate.
No, but you know what? It looks to me like it's a product of her having a very light mouth, a very soft mouth. So a rider needs to just give her as much rein as possible so she doesn't feel any pressure from the bit on the bars of her mouth, because that'll make her have a tendency to kind of toss her head and inhibit her stride. A race that doesn't appear to be much speed on paper. If you just throw the reins away, hang on to the mane, and just let her do her thing and run out from underneath you at this level, I think that's the best way you can go. Just get out of her way.
And if she does break clean, a very good chance it is race over early. And that's why she's 4-5 on the board.
And you said win number 800 at Oaklawn. I mean, that's just phenomenal.
Regularly, I mean, we've been talking about him for many, many years now, but regularly in the 500-plus win a year range, still putting up those kind of numbers.
Well, not only is he a terrific hands-on horseman, he's got terrific horsemen that work for him. He's got amazing assistant trainers, Toby Sheets here, Scott Blasi, several others. My apologies, I'm not getting everybody's name off the top of my head, but just a tremendous horseman that have an understanding and a belief in the approach of how to train horses, and they've all bought into that system that obviously works so well.
Can Chakra get him number 800, winningest trainer in North American history? Trying to get number 800 here at Oaklawn alone. Let's go to Vic Stauffer.
They're at the post. They're off. Fast start for Boathouse View, Shackelford County, and Chakra. These three are quickest, and Chakra takes the lead. Then Girls of Bullet, followed by Tiger Bait, Rosemarie B, and Proud Victoria. Then comes 5 Queens, Fables Love Affair, and the trailer is Lil Miss Hot Mess. It's Chakra trying to deny the fence to Boathouse View, and she's got it done. Chakra 3/4 of a length. Boathouse View is in a very tight spot. Going to have to get it in or out. She backs out just a bit and relinquishes second to Shackelford County. Proud Victoria and Tiger Bait are only 2 from the front. They're a length in front of Girls of Bullet and Lil Miss Hot Mess. Then it's 2.5 back to Rosemarie B, 5 Queens, and the trailer is Fables Love Affair, and the leader is Chakra. Chakra is just in front of Shackelford County in second. Proud Victoria is 3 deep in third. Boathouse View didn't go on. Top of the stretch, Shackelford County and Chakra, the 2 white blaze-face fillies. Chakra leads by a length. Shackelford County is a second. Girls of Bullet has moved into third. Then to the outside and Proud Victoria. Chakra going to have to hold off Girls of Bullet, who's moving inside of Shackelford County. Chakra is clear. Shackelford County and Girls of Bullet, 800. Oaklawn wins Steve Asmussen. Chakra. 3 wins, Ricardo Santana Jr. Chakra beat Shackelford County. Girls of Bullet. Tiger Bait was 4th.
Historic number 800 here in Hot Springs for Steve Asmussen, and fitting that it comes with Ricardo Santana Jr. aboard.
Yeah, it kind of, I think, added to it for me that Ricardo, who isn't his absolute main go-to rider anymore, but still rides for him. And it's you want to be in that rotation. You want to be in the lineup. Doesn't matter if you're batting 9th. You want to ride for Steve Asmussen. Then he did everything right on the best horse. Chakra broke alertly. You saw him loose lining her down the backstretch, loose rein, staying out of her mouth. And well spotted. Not only is Steve a terrific hands-on horseman, he's a great manager. He understands where he needs to place his horses to give them the best chance to succeed.
And once she broke as good as she did, it seemed like this was over.
It was basically game, set, match.
Chakra, 4th win, 16 career starts. Historic win for the winningest trainer in North American history, Steve Asmussen, who's going to be part of those Hall of Fame festivities tomorrow.
Oh, just a great time. I mean, and you know, you think about all the history involved, and Bill Bolin, a tremendous horseman, youngest guy to ever win the Kentucky Derby at 16 years of age for King Ranch, 1950, middle ground. You know, again, I wish I could be a fly on the wall. I think it's just going to be an amazing time with amazing horse people.
Well, watch our show, and you can be. We'll have a lot of it for you here on the program. Speaking of Steve Asmussen, he's got the champ. Clips Award winner back in action, making his 4-year-old debut tomorrow. Jackie's Warrior makes his return. He's got to deal with Bob's Edge, or probably the other way around, but Bob's Edge in fine form, the horse for course. We'll be back.
Cyberknife. Here comes Secret Oath. Cyberknife. Secret Oath is not going to get by. The Arkansas Derby winner, Cyberknife.
From the outside, and here's Taba getting the upper hand in the final stages. Santa Anita Derby goes to Taba.
Echo Zulu. Gun runners on top of the world.
We're back at America's Day at the Races, program brought to you, where you can play all the action. Go to NyraBets.com, download the app as well, and bet any track, anywhere, anytime, all the way through the Triple Crown, beyond Saratoga this summer. It's going to be fun. We'll have all the action for you, of course, upstate. This was historic, number 800 at Oaklawn Park for Steve Asmussen. Chakra on the front end, picking up the 4th win of her career.
Very resolute. Took him gate to wire, broke sharp, and Ricardo Santana, hard riding Ricardo Santana.
What a number to rack up at this racetrack. Ricardo Santana Jr., his 3rd of the day, on board for the win. Let's go to Gary Stevens.
Yeah, Steve, 800 wins here at Oaklawn Park. It's been quite a role that you've been on over your career. Where does this stack up with everything else, Steve?
Well, we've been unbelievably blessed, and Oaklawn's been a big part of the success that we've had. Being a Midwestern kid, and just love the opportunity to race here.
And I noticed earlier today you paddocked a horse in the first race by yourself. I saw you coming over about the 4th race, I believe it was, leading a horse over here, and I'm thinking, I know he's not short of help. It was Jackie's Warrior, your school, and tell me how he's doing right now, Steve.
Yeah, you mentioned I had the pleasure of getting to school Clariere and Jackie's Warrior today. Just two grade 1 winners, great horses that were, allowed to run here at Oaklawn, the financial opportunities. And he's got the Count Fleet tomorrow, and she has the Apple Blossom next week, and beginning of what we expect to be huge years for both horses.
Well, Steve, the meet's not over with yet. Big day tomorrow. I want to congratulate you once again. Wish you good luck later on this week.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Guys.
No one in the history of the sport, North America anyways, ever won more races than Steve Asmussen. And some of those big names still to come. We're going to see Jackie's Warrior, of course, in that Count Fleet tomorrow. Clariere in that Distaff division in the main event for that division in the Apple Blossom. We'll preview both those races coming up in the show.
Yeah, and just like you said, expecting big years out of both of them, and a guy that prepares horses to do things step by step, incrementally.
So what does that mean for Jackie's Warrior in the first start coming back off a championship season? The last time we saw him, of course, he disappointed in the Breeders' Cup Sprint. He didn't disappoint us much last year.
No, he did not. And here he is beating Life is Good in the Allen Jerkins. Was very game. Life is Good. Started out running him around the turn. He showed that he has the tenacity to fight back against an extremely good horse. Look at the separation back to the 3rd horse. I love his work tab coming into this. This is a place to get him started. But he certainly looks like he's prepared for that first step back.
I mean, just blazing speed early. You got Empire of Gold in that race, but can anyone stick with this horse early tomorrow?
You know, I don't think so, but even if they can, he's drawn outside whatever potential other speed there could be. So it gives Joel Rosario at least an opportunity to let him get into a good rhythm, find his stride before probably assuming command, if not right from the start, by the time they get to the far turn.
Exited that Breeders' Cup Sprint defeat with a bone chip in his knee, seeming anyway like it's not an issue at all with the bullet morning workouts he's been posting. It looks like he is the same Jackie's Warrior coming back as a 4-year-old. He'll be the heavy favorite in that Count Fleet tomorrow. The horse for course, though, Bob's Edge, he's trying to win his 3rd stakes race of this meet. He won the King Cotton, he won the Grade 3 Whitmore, and he does it very differently than how Jackie's Warrior does it.
And that's what gives him an upset chance, because he comes from way back. He's a closing sprinter. Larry Jones has him in raging form. He's not even in your picture yet. You're going to see him appearing on the far outside right now, and he just blitzes by this field. Now, he wasn't running by any Jackie's Warriors here, but a one-run sprinter with fast horses in front of him, that gives him a puncher's chance.
In career form, he has just come to life as a 4-year-old. He's a different horse, and it's so fun, especially in sprints, to see these horses making those late runs. We'll see if he can do it against what many believe probably the best sprinter in the country and probably the odds-on favorite to win the Breeders' Cup Sprint, even though he lost in that race last year. Still to come, our feature here in New York. We're 11 minutes away from this 8th on the card, mile and a 16th on the turf, first level allowance race. Let's head downstairs to Maggie.
Interesting field, Greg, and we do see the stateside debut of the French-bred Easter. Very fitting for a race run on Good Friday. And Easter comes in here for trainer Graham Motion as a new gelding, obviously getting Lasix for this debut too. And if you pick through his form, he's a horse that was only beaten a length and a half in a Group 3 at Longchamp, which we saw Seal Away, who would go on to win the Group 1 Champion Stakes at Ascot later on in the fall. So he's faced some pretty nice runners, and he's a big, good-looking type, long, leggy. It's funny that his form kind of revolves around mile races in Europe, but he looks like one that could ultimately go a bit further even than the mile and a 16th that he gets here today. So needless to say, I like him in this spot. He looks fit enough for me. Really well turned out, considering this is a horse that has spent his time here in Maryland. Does not look that way. Looks as though he's been in South Florida. So I have nothing but positive things to say about Easter as we'll move on to the Chad Brown, one of 2 Chad Brown runners, and that includes the Irish-bred Microphone here, who's run well in both of his career starts. He is a horse that his first step out of the gate isn't the quickest, but then he quickly finds his stride, and so therefore he puts himself in a nice position. You can see why he lacks a little bit of that gate speed, because he lacks a bit of a hind end. It's kind of, he has this big, long, scopy neck and beautiful shoulder, and then it kind of tapers off a bit. But with that being said, he's a beautifully elegant horse, and last time out he kind of again hesitated to start, then he was rushed off his feet, then he wanted to get headstrong, rightfully so, after being hustled, and then he kind of blew the turn coming into the lane. So I thought he had a good enough excuse while still running a fast figure there at Gulfstream. I like what I see from Microphone. I still think there's a bit of developing to do physically, but his form would suggest that he's up for the task today. As taking a look at Todd Pletcher's runner, number 2, Conquer the World, maybe he ultimately does need a little bit further than this based upon that maiden score, in which it was run at a mile and 3/16 here at the Big A, and he was under a ride from the backside. Physically looking at him, though, he doesn't look that way. He's actually a fairly balanced horse, not like he's a big, long, rangy type, and he looks incredibly fit for this start back at the races. We haven't seen him since January, Greg.
$1.5 million son of Curlin, the 2 Conquer the World. Thank you, Maggie. Post parade here coming up. It is Easter on this Good Friday, as Maggie mentioned, the favorite, State's debut, and a horse who was very close, just a neck away from being Group 3 placed over Longchamp in France. Which, excuse me, we start with Lonesome Fugitive for Chad Brown as well.
Horse going to be a little bit tricky to ride, but I think he has a lot of ability. John Gunther certainly owns a lot of nice horses and breeds a lot of good horses.
Including Justify, the Triple Crown winner. Conquer the World at 9-2. Fletcher.
Yeah, ran going 1.5 miles last time and off the turf, for obviously getting back to the surface he wants.
Olympic Romp at a big price with Ruben Silvera.
Ruben Silvera trying to go back-to-back for Jamie Ness. Pretty tough group he's in with here.
More success on dirt, but does have a win on the turf. Here is Easter State's debut for trainer Graham Motion.
Has faced very good horses in Europe, and Easter, like Maggie said, on Good Friday, biggest hunch bet yet.
Yeah, Silks of Mataket Stables. New Gelding gets Lasix as well. Here's So High, 18-1.
Yeah, hasn't been seen since last June when he ran 2 miles in the Belmont Gold Cup.
Only be 2 lengths in the Grade 1 Man of War at that marathon distance. Here's Microphone, 2-1 for Chad Brown and the Peter Brandt Silks.
And Microphone's race at Tampa looked like just a public workout, and he's making a nice appearance on the track.
Ghost Giant to the outside, missed by a neck against New York Bred Company. The last time we saw him as a 6-year-old, now a 7-year-old debut.
Tough, hard-knocking, consistent type, 6-time winner. Pretty salty group he got in with here today.
Chad Brown, Peter Brandt, Manny Franco, horse who won his debut. Second in his first try against winners. See if he can make it 2 for 3 in his career. Coming up here in their feature on this Friday card at Aqueduct. Stay with us.
Who are you betting on? How about an app created specifically for horse racing? Naira Bets. We specialize in thundering hooves, fist pumping, and boosting your bankroll with robust weekly promotions. And offer betting tips from actual horse racing experts. Bet all day and night, nationwide. Get the action and thrill of horse racing with Naira Bets.
Run Happy was the #1 second crop sire by graded stakes winners and earnings. A leading dirt sire and now with an exciting Kentucky Derby hopeful.
Kicked it into high gear and Smile Happy with a powerful performance. Wins by 2.5.
Run Happy continues his rise and is priced for success. Clips champion Run Happy standing in stall 1 at Claiborne Farm.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Watching America's Day at the Races on FS2, Bally Sports San Diego. Good to have you with us. Program brought to you in part by Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual, unusually well. Feature coming up on this Friday card here in New York on the turf at 1.16 miles. And there is Chad Brown, Peter Brandt's Microphone. Right now, the second choice on the board. Start number 3 of his career.
I love this debut, and much like his half-brother, Serve the King, who is a Grade 1 place, Grade 2 winning son of Kingman, started his career at Tampa Bay Downs, beautiful turf course there. You can't ask for more out of a first start. For a horse to win that easily, to get so much out of a race and basically use that as a springboard to begin his career. He went up to Gulfstream, he ran well, chasing the pace throughout. He should be very, very tough here. I understand why Easter's taking all the money. He returns as a first-time gelding, first-time Lasix. He's raced against very good horses in Europe. But I think there's questions. You know, the fact that first start from Europe, a lot of times those horses don't break particularly sharp. And Microphone's shown some real ability.
Also giving up in terms of seasoning, and it's never easy coming across the pond, which Easter's trying to do, but Easter has a lot more seasoning than Microphone.
Oh, no doubt, but Microphone has a bit more recency. I mean, he isn't, well, those are pretty good stats, though, huh?
Yeah, Graham Motion off long layoffs with foreign chippers, first-time Lasix turf routes, last 5 years, wins at a 31% rate. Not bad at all. Let's go downstairs to Maggie.
And I just want to talk about the one thing that Microphone does have over Easter possibly is the fact that he should be the speed in here. And we saw Manny Franco just burst away from the pony. Just the intention was laid out on the racetrack that this horse is likely to be your pace setter, I would think, given his races too. So he can control here, and that can make him very dangerous. And it is on the inner turf course. I'm not saying it's a clear-cut advantage, but it certainly helps your cause. Oh God, the wind is really, really picked up. Now, those are great stats. I ultimately went to Easter for Graham Motion. And in the majority of his races, at least if you go by the running lines, it does say that he is a forwardly placed horse. So I don't think, as long as he gets out of the gate well, that we'll see him pace compromised, at least. I'm going to go with Easter here. I just have a feeling that this horse might be very nice. But I respect Microphone. I think he just might have that slight advantage from the way the pace may materialize here, Greg.
We'll see how it plays out. And there is that wind Maggie's talking about. Headwind into the stretch.
Yeah, so the first 3/16 of a mile of this race, they'll be running into the wind. Down the backstretch, the wind will be at their back. And then obviously turning for home, they'll have the wind in their face again. I just thought Microphone, I gave the edge to him because I think tactically he will be at an advantage being more forwardly placed. I respect Easter. Javier Castellano looking for his 5th win of the day. We also would be remiss not to mention that Graham Motion, the trainer of Easter, is also on the Hall of Fame ballot this year, as well as our own Christophe Clement and a few other trainers, as a matter of fact. John Sheriffs.
Dubai World Cup winner.
Yep.
Graham Motion.
Yep. Very, very strong class of trainers up on the Hall of Fame ballot this year. We'd be happy to see all of them get in. I think they're all deserving.
Guy in this desk that's probably deserving as well. About to load up. Had to say it. Mile and a 16th here coming up. 8-5 favorite Microphone. You're going to go with Microphone.
Microphone. I'm all in with Microphone.
Here we go. Our feature on the Friday card. State's debut for the 5 Easter. Microphone, though, the 7. The favorite on the board. Let's go to John Imbrial.
They're all in line. And they're off. And it was a hesitant beginning for number 5, Easter, and he trails the field. So High is out first, Microphone, and on the outside goes Giant, Lonesome Fugitive. Down at the rail, racing in 4th. And then comes Olympic Romp in 5th. It's 3 lengths back to Conquer the World and the slow starting Easter. So High steps away here to lead by 3 with Microphone and Lonesome Fugitive right together, 2nd and 3rd going into the clubhouse turn. So High is the leader. Microphone's on the outside, and Lonesome Fugitive is down at the rail, the quarter one at 24 and 1. Ghost Giant races next in 4th, followed by Olympic Romp in 5th, then Conquer the World and Easter at the back. They head up the back stretch, and now So High is challenged by Lonesome Fugitive and Microphone. So High maintaining the lead here, now getting clear again by a length. Microphone is in 2nd, Lonesome Fugitive in 3rd. It's 2.5 lengths back to Ghost Giant, who's on the outside of Olympic Romp. Then farther back, Conquer the World and Easter. All chasing long shots, So High, who leads by 3/4 of a length. Microphone on the outside is in 2nd. Ghost Giant now follows the move of Microphone. Lonesome Fugitive is back running in 4th as they turn into the stretch. It is So High, Microphone, and here is Ghost Giant on the outside. Lonesome Fugitive now comes through, darts down to the inside. Lonesome Fugitive has made the lead now. Easter is putting in a late run from the back of the pack. It is Lonesome Fugitive in front, then So High, Microphone, and Easter. It will be Lonesome Fugitive, and a terrific ride by Dylan Davis.
Up the fence, Dylan Davis, Lonesome Fugitive, the other Chad Brown runner in this race at 7-2.
Yeah, finish full of run. This is a tremendous ride. Watch Dylan. There's a little bit extra space when they get to where the little chute is, and he shoots the gap here. You got to have a horse that can accelerate, but boy, when he found that little extra room, he dove to the inside, and Lonesome Fugitive, man, what a nice turn of foot on this guy. The other Chad Brown gets it done. Terrific ride from Dylan Davis. This is why he was leading rider at the recently concluded winter meet and why he's in contention for another title at the spring meet. Let's give him a lot of credit here. Keep an eye on the 5 Easter. Kind of what I was a little worried about coming from Europe. He just didn't break running. That little bit of hesitation out of the gate cost him any sort of position, and he finished full of run. Big effort from Easter. Microphone, bit disappointing. Had dead aim, was following So High, who took the initiative with the lead. But this move right here, Dylan Davis, dive into that inside spot, little extra space there, and a very willing dance partner in Lonesome Fugitive to kind of blow through there. The son of Zoffany has a turn of foot.
And it was close, by the way, for a second. Easter, despite that bad break, made it very tight. Winds up getting third, 1-6-5-2. Man coming off the first riding title of his career, 27-year-old Dylan Davis, has now moved back into the lead here at the Aqueduct Spring Meet.
And this is what I love about Dylan's progression. You know, when he was starting to, improve and get better, more experience, his first instinct was always kind of looking to get horses to a clear path, particularly on the turf. And I always would tell him, you got to follow horses, go forward when the race is going forward, and he's staying so patient, so disciplined, staying inside and waiting for those gaps. And when you ride good horses for good trainers, that's a winning combination.
Give some credit here, too, to So High and Luis Rodriguez and that game plan he had on this 28-1 shot.
Absolutely. He took the race by storm early. He basically took the race by the throat, went to the lead. This is a horse hadn't run since last June, ran extremely well, was very game. Hung on for second to round out a big exacta for you if you liked them.
1-6-5-2. Luis Rodriguez Castro there. 7-2 over 28-1 for your exacta in here. Lonesome Fugitive. Even when Chad Brown gets beat, he still wins.
Even when he loses, he wins.
Back to Hot Springs, Arkansas. Up next, race 7. And get set for a post parade here in this 6-furlong sprint, 50,000 claiming race for horses who do not have 3 wins on the resume. Turns and Conditions, trained by David Vance.
Yeah, big price. Horse that at Houston was showing speed. At Oaklawn hasn't had any speed.
Name rejected next door for Federico Villafranco, horse who's a 2-time winner here at Oaklawn.
Yeah, horse that can definitely lay up close. Martin Garcia in the tack.
Faced a good group last time out. That Ernie Banco Strato Fortress race was a tough group. Vulcan, he was second to Molto Vivace, who we're going to see later today. That's a horse who was third to Bob's Edge, who's going to be in the Count Fleet.
Horse should have some speed, too. His claim for 30 moves up to 50.
5-1 there as well. The Forest Scratch, as you can see on the board. 18-1 next door on our Blue Jay. John Geraldo, horse who has a lot of seconds.
A lot of seconds, turns back in distance off of route races. Some speed in here. How badly will he be outrun?
Big Thorn by the Big Beast. He showed speed going longer. He'll cut back in distance as well.
Yeah, I wonder if that won't give him a little bit more foundation because he can lay up close sprinting as well.
Happy Mac, Isaac Castillo for Steve Asmussen here. And this horse had such big potential off his maiden win last spring here at Oaklawn. It hasn't really materialized.
Could be the speed of the speed here, the son of Run Happy.
Yeah, he's very fast. Sitting on go at 3-1, Tiago Pereira.
He'd like to see things heat up on the front end, more of a closing sprinting type.
And some more speed outside. This is a horse who's favored right now. Wild for Wycliffe. Just claimed off of our colleague Tom Amos. He's now with Chris Hartman.
If I'm Tiago Pereira on the 8 sitting on go, I'm hoping the 9 Wild for Wycliffe and Happy Mac hook up, and I'm the one waiting to pounce.
Well, let's get the inside scoop from Gary Stevens. Let's go to Gary for more here on the 7th.
Yeah, Richie, you're reading my mind. I'm hoping for that same thing. I'm also hoping that Sitting on Go breaks a little better than he did last time out. He was a little flat-footed, but listen, this is a salty race. There are a number of horses in here that are eligible to win this race. Obviously, Happy Mac, we talked about him, first time in for a claiming price. With this horse, he's been running optional claimer non-winners of 2 lifetime. He's in for the 50,000 non-3 today. Obviously, faced Macron last time out, a very, very good horse. And Sitting on Go, chased Malto Vivace off of the layoff last time. Listen, they had big intentions for this horse from the start of his 3-year-old year. He actually, as a 2-year-old, ran the Breeders' Cup Juvenile, the Kentucky Jockey Club, Holy Bull, Tampa Bay Derby. They got him back sprinting. They tested him long too many times. Rene Amescua, who claimed this horse off the break. A lot of people don't know who Rene is. He kept a big stable in Northern California for a number of years. Very, very successful. Showed up here. This is his first meet here. He's hitting at 22% off the claim, so he knows what he's doing. Very, very good horseman. And I'm hoping to see that speed duel between Wild for Wycliffe. Tiago can sit back there. Happy Mac, but the key for Sitting on Go is he's got to get out of the gate better than he did last time. I noticed in his trouble lines, he's had trouble at the gate stumbling, and he was left in his last 2 races, broke flat-footed. So hopefully he looked great jogging by here. He's on his toes, and hopefully he gets a decent break, and that speed duel develops on the outside. Guys?
Gary, thanks. Good info. What am I missing? Wild for Wycliffe. This horse is coming out of softer competition than most in this group. He's got speed. There's plenty of other speed in here. It looks like he has to be forward to win. I'm shocked he's 2-1.
Yeah, I am a little bit too, but maybe Chris Hartman, who's having a terrific Oakland Park meeting, winning at better than 24%, but he's coming from a really good barn in Tom Amoss, so it's, to me, more of a lateral move. Maybe just people getting caught up a little bit in the meet that he's having.
I guess at least with him being a speed horse, at least he's drawn outside.
Yeah, so he's not forced into the race. He should be forward. He should be on top of the pace. But, sometimes just being outside, it allows you the luxury of giving your horse that first 100, 200 yards to really get their feet up underneath him.
But again, too, it seems like he has to have the lead to win. I don't think he's quicker than Happy Mac.
I don't think so either. I think Happy Mac is the speed of the speed here.
I mean, that horse, when he broke his maiden at Oakland last spring, got an 88 buyer doing so, beat a field by 10-plus lengths. It looked like this Son of Run Happy was a future sprint star. Now, it hasn't materialized, but Gary mentioned he's coming out of that Macron race. Macron just beat a really good group, including Garhole, that Arkansas bred, who's been a star at the meet, has won 4 times at the meet. He broke that in that race, Garhole.
Yep.
I'd love to see him get another crack at Open Company, maybe even Stakes Company down the line.
Yeah, because he certainly has been impressive enough that you think that he should be able to handle that step up in class. There's so many things that can go wrong to cost you a race. It's just so hard to string together multiple wins because you not only, need racing luck, but you're stepping up against better and better horses consistently.
Yeah, and for him, it was the break, Garhole.
Yeah, absolutely.
Just misfortune of a poor break, and we'll see with a fair shot at it how he handles Open Company, because I would think he's going to get that shot again. They were thinking potentially Count Fleet with him. He was that kind of horse, even though he's an Arkansas bred. Vulcan, 5-1. Horse who tried to do it on the front end last time out, and here is that race when he wound up second to Molto Vivace, beat a length and a quarter.
Well, he's another one that potentially could be a part of this pace. I mean, he showed such high speed last time, and it was one of his better efforts. So I got to think that they're not going to take anything away that comes easy for him.
I'm going to see this horse who beat him in the feature coming up next. That's a nice sprinter. Molto Vivace, now actually claimed last night. He's now with Robertino Diodoro, but we look forward to that race ahead. That's going to be a very good one. This race, though, intriguing, especially considering this 9 at a short price looks like a vulnerable favorite just from a pace standpoint.
Are you surprised Happy Mac's not a shorter price?
Well, again, it's another horse who needs to be forward, needs to be on the front end. But maybe he's just the quickest in here. But to me, it looks like I want a horse that can sit behind the pace setters.
Yeah. I mean, I just thought with the class relief that I thought he might be a bit of a shorter price. But I like sitting on go. I mean, I agree with Gary. I mean, he's had a little bit of a issue getting away from the gate cleanly, maybe being drawn more outside, and he can get away. He's not going to get away fast, but just don't give them a head start.
Name rejected, stepping in. Favorite still. Wild for Wycliffe, that 9 to the outside. And, of course, the speedy Happy Mac. He's the 7. The center run happy for Steve Asmussen, trying to get number 801 here in Oaklawn. Had that historic win earlier on the card. Let's go to Vic Stauffer. Here's the 7th from Oaklawn.
They're at the post. They're off. Fast start for Vulcan and Happy Mac. Wild for Wycliffe is close up. So is Big Thorn, and so is Name Rejected. 5 of them mix it up early. Turns and Conditions is next. Then Our Blue Jay, and the early trailer is Sitting on Go. 4 of them across the racetrack, and look at them fly. It is Vulcan at the rail, Big Thorn, a 3-wide Happy Mac, and a 4-wide Wild for Wycliffe. These 4 across the track. Then it's 5 lengths to Name Rejected and Turns and Conditions. Another 2 to Our Blue Jay. Sitting on Go has 10 lengths to make up and 3 furlongs to do it, and Vulcan is getting away just a bit from Happy Mac. Vulcan 3/4 of a length. Happy Mac is second, the same margin to Big Thorn. Wild for Wycliffe has backed out. He's 6 from the front. 3 back to Turns and Conditions. Then Our Blue Jay, Sitting on Go, is still last, and Vulcan is the leader. It is Vulcan to the final furlong. He's got a 3-length lead on Happy Mac. Turns and Conditions is running well. Sitting on Go is rolling, but he's too far behind Vulcan, who has now a 4-length lead. Turns and Conditions is second. Then Big Thorn, Happy Mac, and Sitting on Go. Vulcan clear to the wire, and Vulcan has won it. Vulcan won by 2.5. Turns and Conditions was second. Sitting on Go third. Big Thorn finished 4th.
110-3 the final time. Waiting to see. They went fast early. 21-3 opening quarter. And this horse was on a pace last time in a defeat, went 21-2 for the opening quarter.
He turned out to be the speed of the speed and the last man standing, because he put all the other speeds away. They faded completely. The one, Turns and Conditions, made a nice run under apprentice Chelsea Bailey at a big price. But Vulcan, wow, very good and very strong finish from Ryan Eckelberry.
Live long and prosper. 3 wins from 12 starts lifetime. Rye Eichelberry, Cody Rosen claims this one off Cipriano Contreras and moves forward off that victory in a race that had so much speed. This horse just was impressive to watch. Quickest of the quick to finish after going that quick early. Lonesome Fugitive. Difference-making ride from Dylan Davis.
Absolutely. Horse got a little bit keen. He can be a little bit tough to ride. Sometimes he pulls, kind of ran up in between horses a little bit. Dylan got him to settle again. Found that spot, knowing there's always a little bit more space when they get to where the main track, meets that little bit of a dogleg shoot out of the infield. There's always a little bit more of a gap. He shot that gap. You have to have a horse with a turn of foot to do what he did, but very nice ride from Dylan Davis, and rides like that will certainly get him more mounts from Chad Brown.
This is a horse who's probably been a little frustrating for Chad Brown.
He's always been, to me, like I said, it looks a little tricky to ride because he has a tendency at times to get a little bit too keen. And, getting him to switch off, certainly you see the result of when a horse can have a turn of foot like that. What acceleration.
This is what's happened in this late pick 5 on this Friday card here in New York to this point. Almost 219,000 in that pool. We got 1 leg remaining. And we're going to close out this Friday action in New York with this race here. Sprint on the turf, the outer turf. It's a $40,000 maiden claiming race. And Cadencia for Todd Pletcher. You go back to the only kind of quasi-turf sprint. It was a pretty good effort. Easy to see why that filly's taken a lot of money. Speaking of Chad Brown, technical analysis. He has won this race 5 years in a row in technical analysis. Very good chance going to try and make it 6, but got to deal with Plum Ali for Christophe Clement, making her 4-year-old return as well. Preview coming up.
Whether it's Division I or Grade 1, Top athletes have certain traits in common: speed, strength, class, versatility, and most of all, willpower. Claiborne Farm Stallion, War of Will, was a Grade 1 winner on both dirt and turf. Now, his first foals are taking the field. Now.
Back on America's Day at the Races, program brought to you by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. The Plenty of Grace has basically been the Chad Brown Invitational. He's won it 5 years in a row and holds an incredibly strong hand to make it 6 in a row. Boy, the odds-on favorite technical analysis. Had a pretty good summer at Saratoga last year.
Oh, yeah, and then went on to a very strong runner-up placing in the Queen Elizabeth against her stablemate, Shantasara. She's got speed, but she's versatile. She doesn't need the lead, but she can be on the lead. Chad's so proficient off of layoffs. She's very good. Even not cornering well this day in Saratoga, she kicked on and found another gear in the Lake Placid. She's going to be a handful in the Plenty of Grace.
Yeah, she really came on last summer, those back-to-back graded stakes wins. And, you know, when Plum Ali beat her, who we're going to get to here in a moment, well, she had a wide, difficult trip that afternoon.
Yeah, no doubt. And Plum Ali's a nice filly. I mean, she's really done nothing wrong. I think the key to Plum Ali is allowing her to be forwardly placed. Not that she needs the lead like she did here in the Winter Memories. But to me, she's a big, long striding filly that's a little bit one pace. Doesn't have that huge acceleration, that huge turn of foot. So you got to put her in the game and depend on her stamina a little more than you do her being able to really quicken.
In this race, you know, interesting, obviously a great way to close out her 3-year-old campaign. But Christophe Clement has said, I'm going to let Manny make the decision of where she is in this race. Where do you expect to see her?
I think she's got to be forward. If she's going to be successful, she has to be forward. I don't think she makes the lead here because I do think there's enough speed, but I don't think you want to leave her too much to do.
Got the nightcap ahead. We are 10 minutes to post to close out this card here in New York. Sprinting on the turf, 40 maiden claiming race, and there's the one to beat. Cadencia for Todd Pletcher. Let's go downstairs to Maggie.
Whew, with this weather, it's like Mother Nature has said, don't forget it's only April. So we had such a nice day yesterday, almost like late May, but it's cold as number 6 is Cadencia, your favorite. She's never sprinted before, and I got to tell you, physically, she looks like a sprinter. So I'm okay with her with the turn back. Obviously, getting back to the turf is going to help her after being rained off and having to run on the Tapeta. She has those 2 races with recency. She looks fantastic here. She's strong. She's happy. I can't take anything away from your favorite other than she's doing something she hasn't done before, though I'm positive for it, and she is 0 for 9 for Todd Pletcher. Moving on to some maybe fuzzier types. In number 2, Solid Tune. She's a horse I liked based upon my notes and what I saw from her last year, in that I liked her on the turf, but I didn't think she wanted to go long. So hence, I like her in this spot here in this maiden 40. She just hasn't changed much from 2 to 3. She hasn't really filled out or grown at all. But with that being said, she is fit, and this is what she wants to do, 100%. So we'll see how she does here as number 3, Misspelled Moon for Ray Handel. She's had some gait woes, and at least in her debut, in which, I mean, you know, you could have made the argument that she could have been declared a non-starter that day. She was acting up really badly in the preliminaries. And while she is a little bit, I don't want to say agitated, but on her toes and feeling her oats here, she is behaving a lot more suitably to going to a race. She looks fantastic. She looks 10 times better than what she did going back to September as a 2-year-old. She's filled out. Her coat's tremendous, which it was not back then. She just looks stronger. I'm really interested in Misspelled Moon because, too, Greg, she just looks like an out-and-out turf sprinting type.
All right, Maggie, thank you. We'll see how this plays out. Coming up, we'll get to the post parade ahead. Dylan Davis hopping aboard Misspelled Moon, cleverly named, and even misspelled was misspelled. Moon with 3 O's. I love it. Dylan, nice warm-up for him in that win for Chad Brown, since he's going to be aboard technical analysis for that barn tomorrow.
Yeah, you know, gives you confidence going into a stake race, riding a short-priced horse for a big barn. You kind of get you comfortable that you're part of the team, not just a replaceable part.
Here is Don't Be Cheeky at 30-1, turf debut, start number 2.
It is by English Channel. Certainly some turf pedigree on the top side anyway.
Solid Tune getting back to turf where this horse has shown some ability.
And the horse has some speed too, so Bruce Levine, nice first-time starter, win on the turf yesterday.
It was an open maiden special weight back as a 2-year-old. It was at the Meadowlands. This horse ran second, beat only a length.
Yeah, after just unfortunately kind of had her head turned at the break at Saratoga, didn't get out of the gate, but actually the only race she competed ran well.
2 starts, 2 bad breaks, though, for the 3. That's an issue. The 4, Roma Carpe.
A lot of chances.
Yeah, 0 for 22. This might be the one, Jorge Abreu and Trevor McCarthy.
Well, she's had some turf sprints that are pretty good. If she comes with her A race, and I think her form's just a little muddied up. Synthetic last time, long the time before, but all her turf sprints are okay.
I'm with you. Yeah, big price. Way too big a price. Cadencia is at even money. They're with 7.5 on the turf at Gulfstream. Candace Obeater, who is graded stakes placed on the grass.
Her buyer speed figures tower over this field. There's a loose horse there. Who was that just went by was loose? First-time starter, 11, miscreant.
Meanwhile, here's a daydream believer for you Monkeys fans, Jeremiah Englehart.
Wow. I thought you were too young to remember the Monkeys.
No, actually, Peter Tork's daughter went to school with me.
Wow.
And there's the rider, Luis Rodriguez. Good to see him walking under his own powers. The outrider's still, I believe, still trying to catch up to Miscreant.
Well, you know, there will be a delay then until they apprehend Miscreant because, you know, they've got to make sure that she's off the track and cleared from, you know, potentially interfering with anybody.
An outrider just about there, right neck and neck with that loose horse right now, so that's a good sign. Here's the 10. This lady is the law for Lena Rice.
Yeah, finished with interest when she was last seen in September, going 5.5, gets 6 furlongs here.
Jose Lezcano will be aboard. There is the rider who's looks like headed back to the jockey's room.
Yeah, I would imagine that Miscreant, when eventually she is apprehended, will be scratched.
And here is the 13 here, Dusted. Ruben Silvera will ride for Bruce Levine. Turf debut, start number 2.
Yeah, ran okay for maiden 40 on the dirt. Now gets on the turf. I didn't see an overwhelming amount of turf pedigree here, but again, we saw Bruce Savine with a real nice first-timer win on the turf in the nightcap last night.
So late scratch as we expected with this 11 miscreant. Let's head down to Maggie.
Yeah, she just acted up. She went up and wheeled, dropping Luis Rodriguez Castro, and she headed off the wrong way around the racetrack. Well done by the first outrider. She tried to go head and head with her, but Miscreant just kept ducking away as she's continuing to doing so. Little bit of a sticky situation as she does head back the chute now, Greg. Hopefully she's apprehended back there. It is the way back to where she came from in the receiving barn, but hopefully they can get her caught and keep all the other horses out of the chute and keep them safe. So she obviously will be a late scratch here, but Luis is fine, and hopefully she is catched soon.
All right, Maggie, thank you. We'll continue to update you on that story as hopefully the outriders catch up to that filly here momentarily, but she comes out. And Cadencia right now, 4-5 on the board, getting back to the turf, where obviously she has been at her best. Now, shortest distance she's ever gone.
I like Maggie's comments about her physicality, though, thinking that the sprint distance will be okay for her. Javier Castellano started out today 4 consecutive wins, sweeping the first 4 races. Then he's been a little bit of a slump since, so maybe break out here. I'm saying that as a joke. I'm kidding. Maybe
what have you done for me lately?
Yeah, well, that's what this game is. Certainly, Javier would love to get his 5th win of the day here on a horse that, by her speed figures, certainly looks very formidable. And just getting back to the loose horse, it's just always a little bit of a dicey situation because you can't predict what a loose horse will do. They get their blood up, they get excited, they're running free, and you just try to avoid having them run into another horse or do something silly like try to jump the gap to get back to the barn area and injure themselves. And we have tremendous outriders here in New York. They do a great job.
Well, we look at that board. You had brought up the 5, and this is one who was actually not far off from hitting the board against maiden special weight on the turf. That was at Laurel sprinting, but a big number. And Trevor McCarthy, Jorge Abreu, very strong connections. Definitely some positives with this one at a big number.
Yeah, and sometimes you get a bigger price because a horse's form is a little dirtied up. Last time, rained off the turf. They ran on the synthetic they have at Gulfstream. She didn't run particularly well, probably further than she wants to go. Start before that in November, further than she wants to go. I think 6 furlongs is going to suit her perfectly. So they finally apprehended. We're here in the 11 miscreant. Looks like she a little bit tired from her jaunt around the racetrack.
Well, that's good to see. Outriders earning their money here. That is not an easy job.
Now we have a terrific gate crew, terrific outriders. And, for people that don't know, all the protocols that are in place, we have a blacksmith in the paddock. If a horse has to be reshod, they spring a shoe. We have a veterinarian stationed in the paddock at the starting gate to assess a horse's overall health if there's an issue. We have extra bridles, extra reins, extra blinkers, extra bits, extra equipment at the starting gate if something's to go wrong so they can replace without having to bring a horse back to the paddock or scratch them because they don't have the proper equipment.
This one here, 4-5, it was all about this rider through the first few hours of this program here at Aqueduct. Javier Castellano winning the first 4 on the card. And now trying to collect number 5 of this Friday afternoon on the one to beat. No question. We talked about Candace O, who she only lost by a neck to on the turf. Candace O would go on to be 3rd in the Bourbonnette Oaks. That was on synthetic. But on the turf, 3rd in the Grade 3 Soaring Softly, 4th in the Grade 3 Swedish Chant. So nice running lines to flatter her form. But she has had several opportunities, too. I mean, you see 7 starts on the turf in 4 seconds.
Yeah, and that always, raises a question. But also maybe the turn back in distance, helps intensify her closing punch and helps her get it done.
We have another scratch, and I was just going to bring up this filly. Gale Horse Wind is a potential candidate But she's coming out now. Gale Horse Win the 9, now a late scratch as well.
And again, another one of those protocols that we talk about in place. Examining veterinarian at the gate, the jockey feels something that's not as visible to the trainer or the attending veterinarian. The rider has the ability to go to the veterinarian and say, listen, this horse just isn't warming up to my satisfaction. It protects the horse, it protects the riders, it protects the betting public, and they'll go over her. She'll have to go through a series of protocols to be okay to race again, work to the satisfaction of the examining veterinarian in the morning. And always, and I tell young riders, always better to err on the side of caution in those situations. There'll be another day. Even if the horse turns out to be fine, that's okay. They'll go over the horse. They'll make sure there'll be another day.
Protecting these equine athletes, which, as you said, too, it's protecting the other riders in the race as well and the other horses in the race as well. And that's first and foremost on the top of everybody's mind in each and every race. But the 9 comes out, and with that, taking out a contender in this group. Cadencia now drops down to 3-5.
Yeah, and again, you can see why. You just go through these buyer figures, and she just seems like she towers. I do agree with you. I think there's questions. When horses start accumulating a lot more seconds than wins, you start to wonder about their willingness to pass horses as opposed to their willingness to just run with horses.
Well, you still have some intriguing runners in this field. The 2, the 3, the 5, and then probably got to throw the 10 in the mix as well. This Lady is the Law for Luna Rice. I'd feel better about the 3. Got to keep our eyes on her out of the gate because her 2 starts, she has had issues getting out.
Yeah, I mean, flat out not getting out of the gate in her first start and then breaking a bit slowly at the Meadowlands, which, listen, horses get better at these things sometimes. She hasn't had any recent gate works. But it could have been a number of things too. Meadowlands, night racing, maybe the lights, shadowy. Some horses get a little bit upset by that stuff.
Had you been, you probably faced everything in your career, but what do you do when you hadn't had an opportunity to get acquainted with a horse who does have gait issues?
Well, biggest thing you do is warm them up good, get their mind focused, make sure they're standing very square in the gate. It's a very odd feeling when you have one absolutely out and out refuse underneath you because the door's open and you basically go forward and you don't move. It's almost like a shock to you.
We'll see what happens here. Dylan Davis, work cut out for him as soon as those gates open on that filly right there, the 3 misspelled Moon. And if she can break clean, she's a major win candidate here.
Absolutely. She ran well, in her only start that she actually competed. You put a line through the first one. That doesn't mean anything other than she just didn't get out of the gate.
And still ran very well despite getting off slow in start number 2. She only got beat a length for all of it, running second in that 8-horse field. That was an open maiden group, as you mentioned, under the lights at the Meadowlands. 3-5 favorite, though. It is the 6 Cadencia Hall of Famer Todd Pletcher. Javier Castellano looking for his 5th winner on this Friday card after taking the first 4 to open things up here on this Friday at Aqueduct. Couple of late scratches, the 11 Miscreant, and Gale Horse Win the 9 taken out as well. John Imbrial with the call, this finale on this Friday card from Aqueduct. Set for the start of race 9. And the rough.
This might be the one. From the inside, Solid Tune and Misspelled Moon. And from the outside, This Lady Is the Law. Misspelled Moon goes on with it to open up a 2.5 length lead. This Lady Is the Law is on the outside. This Might Be the One is down at the rail. Then A Daydream Believer is next in fourth, followed by Solid Tune in fifth. Then alongside is Misspelled Moon, who's moving up a spot now from sixth. And then on the inside is Roma Carpe, being passed there by 22L. Farther back is Dusted. And at the back of the pack is Don't Be Cheeky. As the field comes for the top of the stretch, it is Misspelled Moon and Cadencia has now come away with the lead. Misspelled Moon on the inside. This Might Be the One on the outside. It is Cadencia in front. This Might Be the One driving up on the outside. Cadencia and This Might Be the One, and the two of them will come on to the finish together. This Might Be the One. She is the one here in the finale. This Might Be the One over Cadencia. Misspelled Moon was third.
This might be the one. Trevor McCarthy, Jorge Abreu. That price kept getting shorter and shorter on Cadencia when there were a couple of scratches. The price on this filly didn't move at all.
No, and this filly worked out a lovely trip. Terrific ride from Trevor McCarthy. Saved every inch of ground before tipping out into the stretch. Cadencia, Javier Castellano rode her the way you're supposed to ride a short price favorite. Confident, made his move in the clear. Didn't want to take a chance of getting her stopped. But that sitting inside saving horse on This Might Be the One, Trevor McCarthy tipped out and gets the money at 9-1 on a filly that I thought's form was muddied up, and I thought she had a big shot going in.
5, 6, 3, get 9-1 if you like this filly. And by the way, Misspelled Moon broke a lot better today. She was on top early.
Broke sharp, wound up on the lead. Cadencia took her on, and she kind of started to fade there. She hung on for third, but This Might Be the One gets it done. Nice ride by Trevor McCarthy.
Got the feature next at Oaklawn. Very good sprint lining up. And trainer John Ortiz, he's had some very good sprinters at this meet. Hollis, Mucho, the Arkansas bred Garhole, and now Top Gunner as well. With more, let's go to Gary Stevens.
Yeah, guys, and he's had a pretty good route horse, too, in Barber Road, taking him to his first Kentucky Derby. He ran in all three of the qualifier races here and placed in all three of them, securing a spot for the starting gate. I'll tell you, John, he's just floating on air right now. He's full of energy, and why not, having the type of meet that he's had here. 23 wins at this current meet. And Top Gunner coming out of a race that Mojo Man won. Mojo Man, a very, very fast horse, Jimmy DeVito's. He's going to tackle Jackie's Warrior tomorrow in the Count Fleet Stakes graded race. So I think a lot of people looking at this form on Top Gunner because of that former race. I'll talk a little bit about the four-horse Colonel Bowman, claimed by Robertino Diodoro last time out, a Godolphin horse. He was coming off of a layoff. They put him in for $30,000. I think it's a good sign that you see Robertino putting this horse, raising him up to the $50,000 off of the claim. Tells me that the horse is doing well, but he's going to have to pick up the pace to be able to beat Top Gunner today, guys.
All right, Gary, thank you. Yeah, Colonel Bowman right now, he's 5-1. That's the four-horse in here now with the Diodoro barn. Top Gunner, I mean, it says a lot that trainer John Ortiz was thinking about the Count Fleet with this horse, and he feels that this horse does not have to be in the lead. He can be, but he can also sit off and be just as effective. Well,
and it appears to be plenty of speed signed on in here. And one thing at Oaklawn, we don't see guys getting too caught up in rating. They allow horses to run pretty free there. It's unusual to see a false pace there.
6-5 favorite, this 5-year-old son of Into Mischief, who, you know, again, we saw that horse earlier at Aqueduct. His numbers kind of towered over the field. That horse coming in from Parks, and he was able to get it done in that 7th race exit right. This horse's numbers seem to tower over this field in the figures I look at. We'll see if he can get the 4th win of his career coming up.
Really good competitive allowance race. And you know, that's one thing we've been treated to consistently at this Oaklawn Park stand is just how competitive the racing is.
Count Fleet, obviously their premier sprint coming up tomorrow. And that's where Jackie's Warriors going to line up. But this is a good group that maybe just a cut below being in that race. But these are some talented sprinters as well.
Yeah, we talk about Jackie's Warriors, the reigning sprint champion, making his return. And earlier today, we had that shot of Steve Asmussen handling himself in the paddock. Boy, did he look the picture. I mean, he really could not look much better.
What an incredible year he had. I know, even though it ended on a down note for him in that Breeders' Cup Sprint. But he exited that race with an issue as well, so he had an excuse.
Yeah, and it, you know, horses aren't machinery. You know, they're flesh and blood. And if they're having a bad day or they get up on the wrong side of the stall, they can't verbalize it. He was so good all year. I'll forgive a horse one bad run.
Oh, no question. And again, yeah, by the way he's working, it looks like he has not skipped a beat coming back.
No, again, Steve Asmussen is not a guy that asks his horses to do a lot in the morning. So when you see faster works from horses of his, it's because they're doing it so well within themselves. They're doing it with the riders sitting quiet. They're not being asked to do that.
Even money now on Top Gunner for 4G Racing, trainer John Ortiz. And, you know, this horse had been the mount, at least the last couple of starts here at this meet, of the leading rider at the meet, David Cabrera. He was injured, I believe it was last Friday in the opener on the card.
Yeah.
Looks like he is not going to resume riding the rest of this meet. We hope he's doing very well in recovery. Tiago Pereira filling in here.
Yeah, his agent, Gary Stevens, doing a good job procuring him some very live mounts. And I'm sure Gary's very happy to represent a guy with the purses like this, but I guarantee you Gary wishes he was out there competing for the main jockey share of the purse, $107,000 allowance race.
There's Top Gunner, the 3-horse, trying to pick up the 4th win of his career, and he's a heavy favorite to do it for trainer John Ortiz, who has had a breakout meet. Let's go to Vic Stauffer for the feature from Oaklawn.
They're at the post. They're off. Good start for Top Gunner. He wins the break and goes to the front from Molto Vivace and County Final. Inside 3 are quickest. One Fast Cat away in 4th. Then comes Colonel Bowman and Lycan, and the trailer is Flapjack. County Final and Molto Vivace up the back stretch. They'll match strides. Molto Vivace at the rail, a half ahead in front of County Final. Top Gunner is right there. These 3 across the track. They have now sprinted 5 lengths clear of One Fast Cat, a length in front of Colonel Bowman. Lycan has 7 lengths to make up, and Flapjack is the trailer. 3 horses battle on the turn, and there goes Top Gunner. Top Gunner is quickly taking charge, and look at this turn of speed from Top Gunner at the top of the stretch. He is threatening to run a very, very big race. He is 3 in front of County Final in 2nd. One Fast Cat and Lycan are 3rd and 4th. Top Gunner hand-ridden to the final furlong, and he leads by 3. County Final is 2nd. Lycan is moving in the center, and here comes Lycan. He is going to join County Final in 2nd. Top Gunner has the lead. Lycan is closing. Top Gunner reaches. Lycan closing. Going to end up close. Top Gunner, Lycan. Top Gunner, Lycan a final run. Top Gunner just hung on to win. Lycan ran entirely too good to lose. It's close for 3rd between One Fast Cat and County Final.
Top Gunner, that huge early move, looked like he was just gone, going to run away from this field, but Lycan made it a little interesting late.
Yeah, he was getting a little bit late, Top Gunner, and Lycan hit best stride, and I knew he was going to get close, but saved by the wire. And Gary Stevens, great jockey, terrific broadcaster, and turned out to be a heck of an agent, too.
He's having a nice meet as an agent, isn't he? Nice little pickup mount here for Tiago Pereira. The best news, too, with the man who'd been riding this horse, who had a career meet, David Cabrera. It was incredible to see what he had done at this meet. But a couple of compressed vertebrae. He had some broken cheekbones as well. But the good news for him, he doesn't need any surgery.
Yeah, well, that's fantastic news. And, you know, it's a shame, but thankfully it could have been worse. It can always be worse, and we'll be looking for him to return and wish him all the best. And it was fun watching him ride and the continual strides he made to being the world-class rider that he's turning into. Very well handled by Jose Santos Jr.
Top Gunner the win. John Ortiz, Tiago Pereira, 4G Racing. able to hold off the late charging Lycan for the victory in this Friday feature. We're going to take a timeout. We're going to preview the last-ditch effort to get into the Kentucky Derby. Hall of Famer Todd Pletcher trying to get another one there with Major General, hoping start number 2 of his 3-year-old campaign goes better than that Tampa Bay Derby.
Introducing a stallion, as top class as they come. In 22 career starts, he won or placed in 12 graded stakes, competing in 15 grade ones, earning over $1.7 million. His undisputed speed is evidenced by 7 100-plus Spire speed figures, a 3-time grade 1 winner, Raging Bull.
How does horse racing support New York's economy? It's responsible for 19,000 jobs and more than $3 billion in annual statewide economic impact. These good-paying jobs support working families across the state and sustain thousands of small businesses both on and off the track. Horse racing in New York means jobs and opportunities now and in the future. We are New York horse racing.
Stay fabulous. Resorts World.
Back on America's Day at the races and back tomorrow. This wager. Cross-country pick 5, comprised of racing at Aqueduct and Keeneland. Free pass performances. Go to NYRA.com/cross-country. Part of that sequence is the last stop for the Kentucky Derby, Grade 3 Lexington. It'll be like 3 of the sequence. It begins with the Giants Causeway at Keeneland, that cross-country pick 5, and ends with the 11th out at Keeneland. As for the Lexington, take a look at the field that is going to line up in here. 11 runners will contest the spot, 20 points to the winner. And for Tawnyport, this is the only horse in the field who actually has already qualified and can go to this Kentucky Derby. I guess you're assuming they want to see if this horse can run on dirt.
Yeah, I mean, garnered those points in the Jeff Ruby stakes on synthetic, but does that translate to dirt? The horse did run one time in the dirt, was beaten about 8 lengths to Epicenter. Smile Happy was second in that race, the Risen Star. He's going to have to step up and show me he can do it on dirt.
So Tawnyport right now is in, but yeah, got to prove, and you know, you run a big one on dirt, fairly quick turnaround of the Derby.
Yeah, it is a quick turnaround, but at least he ran recently as well, April 2nd. So it's packing a lot in a short period of time. I do like Tawnyport, Taylor Fladgate, 20-year-old Tawnyport in particular. Have you ever had it? Very good.
No, I have not.
Very
but I'm going to
good.
put it on the list. Recently got into some port. It's good stuff. In due time for Kelly Breen. Horse was second to Simplification in the Grade 2 Fountain Youth last out.
Ran big. Caused an accident at the top of the stretch, or I shouldn't say the horse. Actually, his rider, Paco Lopez, forcing his way out. And if anything, you know, cost his horse position. He was going to the right when the race was going forward. If he had stayed cooler, he would have been closer. I don't think he would have won, but he would have been certainly closer to the winner. So this horse is legit. I thought his last race was excellent. And plus, you never know how to qualify how much it takes out of a horse making that kind of body contact.
3-1 on the morning line. It will be Paco Lopez, who's got days, but he's back and able to ride this horse in the Lexington. Major General won the first 2 starts of his career, including a grade 3 stretching out in his second start for Todd Pletcher. Tampa Bay Derby did not go well early.
No, he bobbled early out of the gate, then just completely out of position, and basically you got to put a line through the race. It was a non-effort. Obviously, he's a lot more talented than that. He's already shown an affinity for Churchill Downs, winning the Iroquois there. And the fact that Todd Pletcher presses on and is giving him another crack at this tells you that he's got some confidence in him. So Tampa Bay Downs is a tricky racetrack. Some horses just don't handle that sandier, looser kind of surface.
Meanwhile, so much excitement going into the Rebel, or I should say going into the Bluegrass with Ethereal Road for Dwayne Lucas. Didn't pan out for Ethereal Road, but Dwayne Lucas, Gary giving this horse another shot. He's a 4-time winner of the Lexington.
Yeah, he is giving him another chance, and it's coming back quickly. But listen, in the Bluegrass Stakes, he had Luis Contreras aboard. He wasn't able to get over and save ground. No fault of his going into the first turn. He lost some traction around the final turn. Again, wide coming into the stretch. He was wide throughout that day. He never switched leads through the stretch. You can make a lot of excuses for it, for that race. He's running him back. I talked to Wayne this morning. If he does win the Lexington, it's worth 20 points. That'll give him 40 points, putting him right on the border. But I asked him how they go about it when there's a tie, and that will be a tie for the 20th spot if he should win the race. They go back and they use stakes earnings, and this will qualify him if he does happen to get up and win it. Made a rider change. He's got Victor Espinoza riding him for the first turn. Listen, he's a 3-time Derby winner. Wayne is dancing with the guy that dances the best here of years of late, winning those 3 Kentucky Derbies. He's a more aggressive rider. He's not afraid to pull the trigger earlier. He's going to have to pull the trigger earlier. Going a mile and a 16th. They were going a mile and an 8th in the Bluegrass Stakes, so it's going to be interesting to see what happens. And on another note, with Wayne Lucas, Secret Oath, she's getting a rider change as well. Luis Saez stepping aboard for the Kentucky Elks. Guys?
Hey, Gary, I have a question. Ethereal Road in the Bluegrass, it looked like he tried to hustle to get some position, and then it kind of led to, and no fault of his, being caught out, strung out wide throughout. Do you think he's a horse that might just be better off dropping out, dropping to the fence, and then kind of working out your trip from there? Because it just felt like chasing him into the turn kind of set up that disadvantaged wide trip.
I agree 100% that they did try and keep him up closer, and that set him up for that wide trip around the first turn, and then he didn't have that big kick. What I was talking about with Victor is I believe he's going to ride him with a lot of confidence. That he's going to give him a test run for the Kentucky Derby, ride him with that style, let him drop back, but he's not going to be afraid to pull the trigger, say at the half-mile pull. Going a mile and 16th there at Keeneland, you're running to the first finish line, which is actually at the 16th pull, so it's a shorter stretch. So he's going to need to ride him like he had been ridden when he broke his maiden here going a flat mile at Oaklawn Park. Guys?
And you talked about Tawnyport. If he does go onto the Derby, kind of a heavy workload, if he'll get there for Ethereal Road, even heavier. I mean, that was just last weekend, April 9th, now the 16th, and then first Saturday in May.
Packing a lot in a short time. But, I understand the point Gary's making, too, that you get a horse in a rhythm and settled, and, Victor, having been there, been to the big dances, obviously won the Triple Crown with American Pharoah, not afraid to get him in gear, and wind him up starting a little bit earlier and getting that run in, and particularly with the shorter finish line, the first wire. They have 2 wires at Keeneland. They run to the first wire there. So you want to have your horse in full gear before you get to the head of the stretch. So a great point by Gary.
Horse, it was very exciting in those certainly that maiden win was so eye-catching.
Yeah.
And then the Rebel was very good, too, from him. We'll see if he can get back to some of his better performances. Another chance for him in the Lexington coming up on Saturday. Back of the feature, Top Gunner made this big move and then looked like, oh, boy, here comes Lycan, but able to hang on.
Well, the third base coach was giving him the sign to round third and head for home about the 5/16 pole. He took the lead, but then the batter that scored right in front of him was his slide late. Get down, you're going to make it. But he hung on. Big effort from him. Good to see our friend and colleague Gary Stevens with another win as an agent with Thiago Piera.
Wins by a head in the end. 4th win from 14 career starts. Winds up going off at 4-5 in the end. Like it. Wow, how was Lycan 9-1 in here? Like the second most likely.
They weren't liking.
Not at all. 3-6-2 in the feature. We're going to take a timeout. Big one in the Distaff division still to come. That's in the Apple Blossom next week. And the reigning champion, Latruska, back in town to try and win it again. Going to tackle the Filly and Mare Sprint champ, CC. We'll preview it next.
Code of Honor, multiple Grade 1 winner and 6-time graded stakes winner, including the Grade 1 Travers, the Grade 1 Jockey Club Gold Cup, the Grade 2 Fountain of Youth. He was a debut winner at 2 in Saratoga, following up with a gutsy performance, running second in the Grade 1 Champagne Stakes. Son of a champion out of a graded stakes winner, with an outstanding physical to match. Code of Honor, standing at Lane's End.
Latruska is back to second. Swiss Skydiver is 2 back in third, and Monomoy Girl has a final furlong to get, but Latruska is battling on bravely. Monomoy Girl a length. Latruska doing her level best. Monomoy Girl, Latruska battling back. Latruska, Monomoy Girl, Latruska!
Well, that was the coming out party for Latruska in the Apple Blossom last year, beating the champ. And it was just the beginning of things for a championship season for this daughter of Super Saver.
You know, what you got to like about Latruska is she's fast, she's good, and she'll fight you for it. She wants to win. She doesn't like to be passed, and I love when a horse has that kind of tenacity. She's just an exciting mare, fun to watch. Nice to have the champ back.
She wouldn't lose again until the Breeders' Cup Distaff. She won 5 in a row, all graded stakes. Just an incredible year for Latruska. And her comeback race this year, not as big of figures as she was winning during that streak last year, but she didn't need it. She won by 3 lengths pretty easily at 1-9 in the Royal Delta Gulfstream. Going to take on, she's a champ, obviously taking on another champ. Not often you see 2 champions, reigning champions, going head-to-head this early in the year. It's going to happen with Latruska and CC, who this was a big race for her, stretching back out. She'd had success in the past going 2 turns, but she's the Breeders' Cup Filly and Mare champ and proving she can still do it going longer in 2 turns.
Absolutely. It looked like to me she lost a little bit of focus mid-stretch. Head came up, ears kind of pricked, and she looked to the infield. Then she felt the challenge from Pauline's Pearl and kind of reasserted herself, so that's a good sign. I'm not convinced. I love the fact that she has that 2-turn prep at Oaklawn. Mike McCarthy does a tremendous job. I'm not convinced CC is better around 2 turns. I think she is better around 1 turn.
93 buyer for that win. You would think he's going to need a bigger number to win against this kind of field, and especially the Latruska. But look, too, we got to find out who's going to line up in that race, and can anyone try and put a little heat on Latruska?
Absolutely. She can always be a little bit vulnerable to pressure early. She does seem to run her best races when she's allowed to control things on the front end, but she's capable of going fast and sticking around too. So you got to have utmost respect for her. Cece's win in the Azeri was better than it looked because she definitely lost her focus at the 16th pole, and then when she felt a challenge, she reasserted herself.
Yeah, with a completely focused mind on business race, you would think run a lot better than that.
Yeah, I think there's definitely a step forward. I still think 7/8 is her best distance.
It's going to be fun to watch. That is coming up next weekend. Grade 1 Apple Blossom, the premier race in that division in Hot Springs. We're going to take a timeout. We have the nightcap still ahead from Oaklawn. Maiden special weight 6 furlong sprint still to come. Stay with us.
Cyberknife, here comes Secret Oath. Cyberknife, Secret Oath is not going to get by. The Arkansas Derby winner, Cyberknife.
From the outside, and here's Taba getting the upper hand in the final stages. Santa Anita Derby goes to Taba.
Echo Zulu, gun runners on top of the world.
Who you betting on? How about an app created specifically for horse racing? Naira Bets. We specialize in thundering hooves, fist pumping, and boosting your bankroll with robust weekly promotions. And offer betting tips from actual horse racing experts. Bet all day and night, nationwide. Get the action and thrill of horse racing with Naira Bets.
DeMarchelier offers breeders a rare opportunity as the only son of Dubawi standing in Kentucky. Dubawi, one of the world's most celebrated stallions, is establishing himself as a sire of sires. His sons at stud include exciting young international stallions like Night of Thunder, Time Test, and Zarak. With his picture-perfect pedigree, this son of Dubawi brings one of the world's most potent bloodlines to America. Look for his first yearlings this year. DeMarchelier, standing at Claiborne Farm.
The Thoroughbred Owner Conference is back in person for the first time in 3 years and is being held in the new 1863 Club at Saratoga Racecourse, July 25th and 26th. Attendees enjoy 9 ownership topics with an impressive list of speakers, along with social events to meet other owners and network, an opening reception at the National Museum of Racing and Hall of Fame, a conference dinner, and an afternoon of racing at Saratoga. It's the 2022 Thoroughbred Owner Conference, July 25th and 26th. See you in Saratoga.
You're watching America's Day at the Races on FS2. Program brought to you by Naira Bets. Download the app, go to nairabets.com and bet any track, anywhere, anytime with that offer. Punch in Stakes 200. That promo code for new members. And that $200 deposit match sign-up bonus is yours. Nightcap to come on this Friday afternoon at Oaklawn Park. Maiden special weight. 6 furlong sprint. Everyone trying to get that first win of their career. Church Service has had a lot of opportunities, that 4, but one of several contenders in this race.
They certainly run races fast enough to win. It's just always tough for me to take a horse that's had 15 tries to break their maiden and not get it done, and 5 seconds to boot.
Now the favorite, Steve Asmussen, Ricardo Santana Jr., out dancing 3-year-old filly by Outwork, who first time out faced a pretty nice filly, Tarabi, who came to Saratoga and didn't win a graded stake, but was impressive and was graded stakes placed.
Yeah, and the Leblongs always have good meets at Oaklawn. They employ several different trainers, Ron Marquette, certainly Steve Asmussen. Out dancing, but it makes me remember the rafters in Saratoga when everybody would go out dancing at the rafters. That was long before your time, though.
It was named Rafters?
The rafters, yeah. It was on Saratoga Lake.
Oh,
yeah.
Had some crazy nights out there.
A lot of people got themselves in trouble out there.
We're going to get to the post parade here in a moment. You got Mike Pewich, Bally Dreamin', and Gary Stevens Hoping his other rider, Giovanni Franco, can notch a win here in the nightcap to close out this Friday card. That's a filly who definitely could improve from that barn second time out in her debut. Maybe good enough to win this race.
That was a very good run. She finished well. She's got to overcome the outside draw, but she'd probably be a bit sharper, too, with the race under her belt. We got to get Gary to tell us how she's working. I'm sure Giovanni Franco's been on her in the morning.
Yeah, we don't see
any work
published
since
work
yeah.
since that debut. 7-2 right now. Outside post.
Could be like one of those really early morning in the dark ones. Clockers don't quite pick it up because you're daylight. They call it daylighting when you daylight one. Years ago, we would sneak on the training track. Guy would stand at the 5/8 pole or the half-mile pole wherever you're breaking off. When you'd go by, he'd flash the light so the trainer could click his watch at the finish line because he couldn't see. It was so dark. But start the watch when the flashlight would flash, and then he would see you come on the wire, and then you can get an accurate time in the dark and have a little bit of an edge.
Gary, strong ties to this owner as well, Mark DiDomenico, who has a tremendous training facility, campaigned, among others, Blind Luck. Pretty good filly.
Pretty good, yeah.
Champion. So 3-1 right now. Co-favored, actually, this 11 from that outside draw. We're going to see Maxine's Candy here in a moment to kick things off in this post-parade race that closes out this card on this Friday here at Oaklawn. And Maxine's Candy, a twirling candy filly. They're going to make the turn here in a second for trainer David Vance. She'll get Lasix for the debut and gets a weight break as well.
Yeah, 7-pound break in the weights for the apprentice jockey aboard.
And you look at this field, there's no question, I would think, who the speed of this race is going to be with the 3.
Yeah, the 3 is definitely the speed of the speed here.
You know, actually, the first time might have been the best time for this filly, and that came on dirt. It actually has been effective. I say effective, hasn't won yet, but has been shown ability on turf as well. But back to dirt today. Maybe can get loose in here and finally seal the deal. So here's the first-time starter. Again, trained by David Vance, and right now 22-1.
Yeah, not taking any money on the board. Grand Am was stakes placed at Oaklawn Park.
Coastal Charm, 12-1, another first-timer. This one for Ron Moquette.
Mare's had one full race. She was a winner. Ron Moquette, good with all kinds of horses.
Here's that speedster we were talking about. Should be in front early.
Speed, always dangerous. She gets loose. Speed's been pretty good there today, too. Horses have, well, it's been pretty honest, but horses laying up close have done well.
Church Service, Kelsey Har rides 0 for 15.
Yeah, has races certainly good enough to win here. Just had a lot of chances.
Out dancing, faced the pretty good one, Tarabi, in her debut at Ellis.
Yeah, strong connection. Steve Asmussen, Ricardo Santana. She looks well placed.
12-1 on Candy Wrapper Crazy.
Yeah, I mean, listen, Philly looks sharp on the racetrack. Sometimes she shows speed, sometimes she doesn't, but she's run okay. She's run races that would make her competitive.
Definitely has efforts that puts her in the mix. Distorted Secrets, the John Geraldo, I should say, will be aboard at 27-1.
Yeah, start 2 starts back was okay. Well beaten for maiden 50 level.
Adria next door, coming in from Prairie Meadows, 3-year-old debut.
Has some speed. Don't think she's as fast as a 3-horse. She should be involved early.
Sophie Grace, start number 2 of her 3-year-old campaign.
Well, she was only a length and 3/4 behind Bally Dreamin', who I really like in this race. So she's definitely a contender as well.
First-time starter by Run Happy, Chartreuse, the 10.
Yeah, Run Happy has certainly been doing tremendous things as a sire. This filly brought $400,000 at the sale.
And Bally Dreamin' now the favorite. Second time out, Mike Pewich, Giovanni Franco rides.
Just makes a lot of sense. Just with a little natural improvement from her first start, it's going to make her very tough to beat here.
Well, Gary, we were just talking about it. We know you have strong ties to these connections, and your rider, Giovanni Franco, on Bally Dreamin'. What can you tell us?
Well, first of all, about that daylighting, Richie. They can't do that here at Oaklawn Park. Look, it's quick turnaround, believe it or not, in my eyes, off of that maiden 75 where she did finish a good second, but there was no need to work her going into this race. The track doesn't open until 7 o'clock, so it's broad daylight when the track opens up here in the morning. They don't have lights in the morning, and the Trainers Association, Horsemen's Benevolent, HBPA, they just think it's too dangerous. This is a narrow racetrack. The traffic is horrendous out here in the morning right after the track opens up. So, no, she did not have a work, but she's been galloping solid, doing really well right now. I don't think he needs to reinvent the wheel here. She should, as you said, Richie, be sharper off that first race. Not a ton of speed in here, so she's going to be in the hunt. The thing he has to do is just make sure that she's standing flat-footed. A lot of times when you load last, and you've talked about that empty space to the outside, it's a short run across this gap, so just make sure she's focused when she goes into the starting gate and her mind on running. But as far as my ties, there are many, many ties here. From Mike Puich, I traveled to California with him in 1984 and started things off. We never went back. I mean, he went up to the Northwest, and then he talked about Mark DiDomenico, one of the toughest moments I had in the sport. He helped me rehab when I took my 7.5-year hiatus away from riding. I went up to that farm, Pegasus Thoroughbred Training Center, where they trained Gary Stevens right there, and got me back. And when I rode She's a Tiger in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies, she won the race, and all of a sudden there's a disqualification. And to be taken down in a $2 million race for that man, I'll never ever forget that. I was so excited about winning. I wanted it more than anything. Got the money there. And then the sire of this horse, Bally Bally. He's a Brazilian horse that Richard Mandela had, and prior to that 7-year hiatus in 2005, I won my 5,000th North American race on Bally Bally. So a lot of different ties there, and just beating up some time here with these long post parades, guys. Back to you.
No, I love to hear that story because I know Gary had talked to me about what an amazing facility that was in the Pacific Northwest, and Mark DiDomenico also, he's partnered with another doctor, Wayne McElwaith, who researched new treatments for equines, for knee injuries. But he's had a long history in this game with a lot of success.
I want to get Gary back on, and I want to hear. I know there's a daylight story in Gary Stevens' past where he was out, maybe it was Santa Anita, maybe it was somebody, but pitch dark working one, just so that listen, I don't ride anymore, so I can say it, but, we used to try to get away with one here and there. Work a horse in the morning in the pitch dark. Michael Hushin, we'd sneak on by Alan Jerkins' barn. We had a couple we put over. You have to have one story like that, G.
I've got a couple of stories. It goes clear back to when I was 13 years old, Richie. I was getting on horses for my mom and dad in Boise, Idaho at Lavoie Park, and you couldn't get licensed even for your parents until you were 16 years of age. So it didn't make sense to give a guy a jockey's license when he was 16. I started galloping when I was 11. We had a key to the padlock of the racetrack. We would get out there at 3:30 in the morning, and I would gallop horses, work horses, whatnot. So skip ahead to 1979 or 1980, my first time at Santa Anita. I worked a horse for Charlie Whittingham. It was pitch black in the morning, no lights at all, and I was scared to death. Guess who I was working with? I was working with the great Bill Shoemaker, and I said, well, if Shoemaker can do it, I can do it too. So, yeah, Charlie loved to work his horses first thing in the morning. He did a lot of daylight, guys, and he's in the Hall of Fame. He's a legend.
That's great.
That's a tremendous story.
So Gary's family actually had the key to the quarter pole. Had the key to the padlock of the gate. That's awesome. I used to love doing that.
11 years old, and he was getting on horses.
You think he was well schooled by the time he rode his first race?
He's already a polished rider by then. Favorite has become Bally Dreamin' for Mike Puich and Mark DiDomenico, and Gary's rider, one of them, Giovanni Franco, will be aboard. He's also got Tiago here with the 9, Sophie Grace. They both look like they contend, but certainly Bally Dreamin', big interest here off a nice debut.
I'm looking for the old Gary Stevens exacta here, 9-11, 11-9.
He's got an opportunity for it. Both these riders have had nice meets, too, that Gary's representing.
Oh, absolutely. First time both of them trying it there. It's a tough deep, competitive jockey colony, a lot of riders there, and a lot of riders that have already established relationships. So Gary opened up, doors for these guys. They obviously have ability. An agent can open a door, but a rider has to have ability to keep that door open.
Loading up here for the nightcap. We expect to see this 3-horse in front. Bally Dreamin', though, the 11, 5-2 favorite. Outside with Giovanni Franco. And the other rider Gary represents, Tiago Pereira, on the 9 here, Sophie Grace for Don Von Hemel. Let's go to Vic Stauffer. Here's the nightcap from Oaklawn Park.
Last to load, Bally Dreamin'. They're at the post. They're off. Adria wins the break and goes to the front from Quick Money and Candy Wrapper Crazy. Bally Dreamin's on the move. Then Distorted Secrets, Chartreuse, and Coastal Charm, followed by Church Service and Maxine's Candy. Then Sophie Grace, and the trailer is out dancing. Adria quickest up the backstretch. She's a length and a half in front of Bally Dreamin' and Candy Wrapper Crazy, who's in a tough and tight spot. He's going to have to take up out of there. 2.5 lengths further back to Distorted Secrets. From the outside of Church Service, Chartreuse is there. Then it's 2 back to Sophie Grace. Coastal Charm and Quick Money have 7 lengths to make up. Outdancing is out of last place, but she's still 9 off the lead. Maxine's Candy is the trailer, and Adria is still the leader, but Bally Dreamin' is after her now. Adria just ahead in front of Bally Dreamin' in second. Those two are 3 lengths clear of Chartreuse. Sophie Grace is next. Outdancing has 7 lengths to make up, and Bally Dreamin' has taken over the front. Bally Dreamin' now suddenly 3 lengths in front. Church Service moves into second. Bally Dreamin' hanging on her left lead, but she's got lengths to work with. She is 3.5 front of Church Service and Sophie Grace. Bally Dreamin' in front. Bally Dreamin' won by 3 1/4. Church Service was second. Sophie Grace third. Chartreuse finished fourth.
Nearly that exact of Gary Stevens represented riders in here. Bally Dreamin' does get the win with Giovanni Franco. Tiago Pereira and Sophie Grace winds up third. The 4 winds up second. Church Service, Kelsey Hart.
Yeah, Bally Dreamin' was always traveling in the bridle, cruising along. It looked like she just knew exactly why she was there with that 1 start under her belt. She didn't change leads through the lane, but she was well clear of the rest. Church Service adds a 6th runner-up placing to her resume. Gosh. My exacta almost got there with the 9, Sophie Grace.
11, 4, 9. And the first-timer Chartreuse, that daughter of Run Happy, checking in 4th. Expensive daughter of Run Happy. We mentioned went for $400,000. Keeneland September yearling sale of 2019. But it's Giovanni Franco, Mike Fewich, Mark DiDomenico, and Bally Dreamin' the victory to close out this Friday card at Oaklawn. Prices for you when we come back. Stay tuned. More America's Day at the Races coming up here on FS2 right after this.
Florida Derby's always been a key stallion-making race. Constitution, Scat Daddy, Quality Road.
The 2017 Florida Derby to Always Dreaming.
I see a lot of similarities in Constitution and Always Dreaming. They're a little more angular, aerodynamic, and athletic than some of the other stallions by those sire lines. Always Dreaming offers that athleticism, and I think he can reproduce that into his babies, and you'll see some good 2-year-old performances from them.
You're watching America's Day at the Races on FS2, program brought to you by Naira Bets. If you have not already, get signed up. Go to nairabets.com, download that app, and bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Nightcap at Oaklawn. Bally Dreamin', start number 2. Breaks are made, and this was a positive sign, too, of confidence from these connections to step this filly up in class.
Yeah, absolutely. And you could just see the way she was traveling on the backstretch. Giovanni Franco had nice light hold of her. She was cruising along. He asked her at the top of the stretch, didn't change leads, but was well clear. And always nice when you win for friends. And Gary, with his relationship with Mark DiDomenico and Michael Puich, certainly got to be very satisfying.
And we got to give a little love, too. I know we have, but Giovanni Franco, he has had a very good meet.
Very strong meet. Gary won with both his riders today. He swept the late double at Oaklawn.
Well done. Bally Dreamin' closes things out in Hot Springs. Big one on the turf in that mile division out at Keeneland. Smooth like straight in this race, making his first start back since an incredible Breeders' Cup mile run. Big surprise, though, in this race.
Yeah, certainly a big upset. Cheryl Spite getting up, nailing Mason from the Chad Brown barn, smooth like straight, fighting all the way to the wire on the pace. Set a pretty controlled pace. They really finished. Came home the last 8th and 11 and a couple.
This was the state's debut for Mason, for Chad Brown and Judd Mont. Well, runs a big one here in defeat, but it's Cheryl Spite 3 in a row now. Horse who was coming in off of one of the Grade 3 Tampa Bay, beating, this was a loaded group. I mean, In Love, Ivar, they were with the Breeders' Cup mile, obviously smooth like straight.
This horse really finished. You want to talk about a turn of foot, because these horses didn't come back to him. They were running to the wire, and he came and got them.
Barely.
Barely. They're right there is all of Luis Saez's infinite skills on display. Strong
beat for Mason and Pratt.
That was a tough beat.
$600,000 purse, and it came down to that finish. Look at this one more time. Saez outside on the 2, just up.
Wow. Nose was down at just the right moment. Roger Atfield, Hall of Fame conditioner. If you could find his Hall of Fame speech on YouTube, it's worth a listen, people. He tells one of the funniest jokes I've ever heard. Just a tremendous Hall of Fame induction speech.
One of the absolute best in this game. This division every year, I mean, leading up to the Breeders' Cup mile, for me, it's always one of my favorites, because that race usually is loaded with horses that can win it.
Loaded with horses that can win it, and then we get the European participation and, horses that are specifically milers. That's their specialty. And it's usually a big field, a lot about trips. And if you like somebody, you're usually going to get some value.
So Grade 1 at Keeneland goes to Cheryl Spite. By the way, that horse was 50-1 morning line, but went off at 9-1 in that race. Big one coming up tomorrow in the sprint division. The return of a champion in the Grade 3 Count Fleet. Jackie's Warrior back for his 4-year-old debut after just a sensational 3-year-old campaign.
He's fast. He's determined. He'll fight for it. Here he is throwing it down with Life is Good at Saratoga. And I love when horses show that dimension, that they'll fight for it. They have tenacity. They won't just, perform their best when they dominate. And he certainly had his hands full with a very, very good horse in Life is Good that day and refused to yield.
If he's close to what we expect from him, even though it's the starting point coming back. And there's some questions, too. He's coming off that bone chip surgery, which apparently everything is A-OK. Wouldn't be here otherwise, obviously, but he's training lights out.
Yeah.
Bob's Edzo has been a fun story. I don't know if he's up to the task of a Jackie's Warrior, but regardless of what happens, hats off to Larry Jones and company, because he's had a very good meet.
And he's a horse with the right kind of style. He's a closing sprinter, and the horse to beat is a speed horse that could face some pressure early.
But, again, champion coming back tomorrow on that card later on in the card. We are back on tomorrow starting 1 Eastern time on FS2 to 4:30, and then back again 5:30 to 6. It was Exit Right, that Parks form holding up here in New York. Had won 4 in a row at Parks, made it 5 straight, and then what a ride from Dylan Davis. Lonesome Fugitive teaming up with Chad Brown to take the Friday feature in New York, and top gunner John Ortiz with another talented sprinter at this Oaklawn meet.
Start spreading the news. If you're looking to win in New York, then breed in New York. To War Dancer, the millionaire son of Warfront, and New York's #1 sire of 3-year-olds. Breed to a proven performer, the #1 second crop sire at the Saratoga meet with multiple winners at Belmont and Aqueduct. Earn double the New York Breeders' Awards and participate in the New York Stallion Series with $2 million in